Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Titanfall Videogame Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Darkness, the feeling of void space drifting in an endless abyss was all he could feel and visualize. The world around him was cold, dark, and unmoving. Where am I? Came his first cognitive thoughts, followed by such thoughts as, what's going on? Why is it so dark? Where am I? Still nothing came, nothing responded to the boy's cries for answers. There was nothing in the dark void he found himself in. Soon enough, he grew colder, no light nor objects pierced his visions of the world before him. But then, just when hope seemed dark, something did burst through the abyss. Pilot, can you hear me? Jack, are you there? Pilot, respond if you can hear me. Came the loud voice of what Izuku could only presume to be that of an AI or robots. There was no emotion behind the words, nor did the voice waver in any capacity. Hello? Who's there? Came Izuku's frightened voice. State your name, stranger? Came the almost foreboding words of the other being. Izuku Midoriya. His voice was hoarse and barely above a whisper, but the others seemed to still hear it. System override initiated, data transfer complete, connection established. The voice's mechanical side showed through as it called out different orders to itself. Going through a process to perform something. Are you my quirk? His voice was never rising above a whisper as Izuku continued to look out into the abyss, trying to understand what was happening. Quirk. A moment passed before. A quirk, formerly known as a meta ability, is a superhuman ability that a person can possess. Along with being unique to each user, quirks are sorted into multiple categories. Quirk users are also limited to one ability and are thus unable to achieve any other. The being thought for a moment, as of course this process was unknown to the boy, but it did cognitively think to itself. Processing what was happening. I must assume that what you call a quirk in this dimension is an ability passed on to a person? If so, then I am likely your quirk. But how that came to be is difficult for me to process. My data records show that my last mission, Operation Broadsword, where I was destroyed, ended in a success. However, I do not know how I am now here. In the mind of a child, it is difficult to calculate or perceive. The voice seemed perplexed, unable to process the events. So, what do we do? Izuku asked the ominous voice. My protocol has been updated. Not by me nor my command. Protocol states link to pilot. Protect the pilot. Train the pilot. The voice's flat tone came through Izuku's head with such force that he was now more unsure than before. Am I the pilot? Pilot of what? It seems that my records state that you are now my pilot, Midoriya. The voice permeated through Izuku's head, diving deep into his thoughts. What am I training F for? Izuku still only spoke above a whisper. The voice didn't respond. The abyss and void began to fade as the world around him changed. Izuku awoke to his room, All Might merch and hero analysis books scattered throughout. His alarm clock reading roughly 6:45 in the morning. Izuku had been bullied for much of his early life, and the punishment had only gotten worse in the past few months. Kaken had been getting strong as of lately, and the teachers had been paying less and less attention to the boy's antics. On the steps of the school stood Kaken and his lackeys, waiting for their favorite punching bag to show up. Oi, Deku, the quirkless loser, finally showing up to school. Called the stronger class member. Hey Kaken. Came Izuku's voice as he tried to move past the boy. However, he should have known that wasn't going to work. Did you finish the homework for last night, nerd? He nodded. If he lied, it would only be worse. Give it here. Izuku pulled the paper from his bag and handed it to Kaken. The hot-headed boy smiled as he passed it off to the winged child. He studied it and soon nodded to Kaken. That's all I needed, Deku. Now don't you ever think about looking down on me. And don't you dare get in my way. Izuku was pushed backwards by one of the other boys and nearly fell down the stairs. Come on, let's leave this quirkless BSRD here. The other boys nodded and walked off. It had become normal for Kaken and his friends to do that sort of thing often. Izuku had resorted to making copies of the homework and stashing them in his bag. At least he wouldn't fail class. The greenette made his way into the school building and headed towards his class. Many of his fellow students looked at him in disgust. The quirkless loser. He could hear them, always heard them saying that even if they didn't speak. He knew it was true. Diagnosed at the age of 4, he was by most margins likely quirkless. And then he hadn't developed a quirk by the age of 5 and everyone just assumed he was in fact quirkless. So, no one ever saw the need to teach him the same as others. The staff and teachers all looked down upon him, even if his grades were well above average. Most knew the statistics. 20% of people were born without quirks. Roughly 56% of them being over the age of 60 now. And then the other metrics came in. Over half of people diagnosed as quirkless died before the age of 21, 58% experienced workplace discrepancy, and 75% of children diagnosed as quirkless were over 84% more likely to commit suicide when compared to those with quirks. The life of someone who was quirkless was by no means glamorized, nor good. For those with the condition, most of the time they were looked down upon and seen as less than human. Izuku had experienced that firsthand. No friends, no father, no guidance from teachers, and a mother who'd left him at the age of crying as she said there was nothing she could do. Izuku walked into his homeroom class, the teacher looking to be in his mid to late 40s. Talking about the basics of heroics, and asking questions about what people thought was necessary for society going forward. Intro to Heroics was a mandatory class as per all middle schools in Japan. Though most took it in 7th grade, Izuku had for some unknown reason been forced to take it in 8th grade. The worst part was that Bakugo, an underclassman who Izuku had known since they were kids, was also in said class. The morning discussion board, as the teacher had called it, was there to help students express their own ideas. It also set the pace for the day ahead. However, it served more as a reminder that Izuku was quirkless. That no matter what the topic was, he would never truly know what it felt like to have quirks. I should have never taken Intro to Heroics. The day passed as it always did, students chatting about what they were doing that night, their grades, and socializing as children do. For Izuku, on the other hand, he sat alone for most of the day, writing in his notebook titled, Quirk Analysis Notebook for the Future Number 12. Izuku had already filled several other notebooks with information and just started on the newest one. Hey look, that nerd is writing in his notebooks again. Kaken looked over to see what the lackey was talking about. What did I tell you? The angry blonde walked over towards the boy. Not to try to be a hero? Kaken looked even angrier. While that was something Midoriya shouldn't do. It wasn't what he was referring to. Not to get in my way, you useless extra. Kaken shoved the boy. Maybe that'll teach you to stay out of my line of sight, Deku. Izuku just meekly nodded to the boy. Satisfied with the green-haired boy's reaction, Kaken took his leave. That was the first time his childhood best friend would physically hurt him. It had been his lackeys or others before, but never the ashy blonde. It's time to start thinking about your futures. Now I would pass out some career aptitude tests, but why bother? I know you all want to go to the hero track. And with that, the older man threw the aptitude test in the air. The students follow behind, using their quirks in a show of celebration. Anyone, who's anybody wants to be a hero. And that is no different for Aldra Junior High. Izuku, however, thought for the longest time that he'd never be a hero, but he held out hope. Yes, you've got some very impressive quirks. But, no power usage allowed on school grounds, get a hold of yourselves. Most of the students soon quieted. Hey teach, don't lump me in with this bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, this bunch will be lucky to end up as second-rate sidekicks to some busted D-lister. Bakugo's face held a large grin as he looked at their teacher. You think you're better than us, Katsuki? Came the voice of the rest of the class. You've got impressive test results, maybe you will get into. The teacher paused for a second and looked at Kaken's school of choice. Yuuie's heroics course. What he applied to the hero course? Some of the students asked, surprised by the teen's choice. That's like the #1 school in the country. Bakugo just smiled at the praise. I've got the test scores to back it up and I will end up better than even All Might himself," yelled the blonde teen, and once again the classes erupted into questions and thoughts. "Oh yeah, didn't you also want to go to Yuuie Midoriya?" asked the older teacher, and with that the smile fell from the ashy blonde's head. Anger bubbled under his toothy grin. The class began to laugh. They laughed at Izuku's inability to produce a quirk and at the thought of a quirkless nobody even trying to get into Yuuie. "Damn it, Deku. You're even worse than these DMN rejects. You're a quirkless nobody who would only burden others. You think they'd choose you over me? Answer me, do you?" Izuku looked up to the boy who was now in front of him. Of course not, Kaken. I wasn't trying to compete against you. You've got to believe me, I just that I wanted to be a hero since I was little, and I may not have a quirk but I can still try my hardest. Izuku looked up to the blonde before him. A murderous glint in his eyes. Bakugo smiled. "You die in the exams, you quirkless loser, just give up." Izuku would have done just that if it wasn't for his want to help and the voice in the back of head. "Pilot, do not take his words to heart. You are not quirkless." 12 minutes, 21 seconds after end of class. I better write down some notes from that fight this morning before I forget anything. Izuku pulled out volume .12 from his backpack along with a pin. "I don't know what you think you're doing, Deku. But we're not done." Bakugo stood above the green-headed boy. 2 lackeys walked up behind him as well. "What's that? His diary or something?" asked one of them. "Real funny, guys, just give it back." He tried to plead with them, but there was no chance of that happening. And as he tried to reach for the stolen notebook, fire sparked from the ash blonde's hand, the notebook beginning to smolder as he smiled back at Izuku. To add insult to injury, Bakugo then threw the book out the open window. Most show potential early on, people just look at them and know they're destined for great things. When I get into Yuuie from this trashy hero school, they'll talk about me and then they'll know I'm legit. The next big thing. Here's a little bit of advice, nerd. Don't even think of applying. Or else. Izuku's jacket began to smolder when the ashy blonde placed his hand on his shoulder, burning the cloth jacket on contact. The 3 boys took their leave soon after asserting dominance, heading to the door and smiling at the realization that the boy may have finally realized he was not meant to be a hero. You know, if you really want to be a hero, there might actually be another way. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Anger flashed in Izuku's eyes. Some would call it bloody murder, others would say the dying light of a dream that wasn't obtainable. Izuku would say it was the spark of revenge. All Izuku's life he'd been told he couldn't be a hero, that he was just a quirkless nobody. His father, doctors, and even his own mother had given up on his dream, telling him he wasn't good enough, that he needed to be realistic with his dreams. But it's okay to dream, is it not? Izuku asked himself. His mother had wished that things were different, that he'd had a quirk, but that wasn't what the boy thought he needed to hear. It wasn't what he needed to hear in that moment. Izuku had lived his life knowing that he was a failure, that he was just a quirkless Deku. Soon after leaving Aldra Junior High for the day, Izuku made his way out to the small stream that ran past the school, fetching his notebook that was drifting along as koi fish nibbled at the pages. "Hey, don't eat that." All that work had gone down the drain in a matter of moments. All his time was gone. "Do not worry, pilot, I've saved all of the information you have written to my databanks." He hadn't heard the voice in a long time, and when it did come it was at the worst of times. When he was down or alone, when there was nowhere left to go. Reassuring him that things were going to be all right, but how can that be? How can things get better if all they do is get worse over time? I have to keep smiling. Izuku told himself that he needed to believe in himself if he were to ever be a hero. The green net walked through a dark overpass, his left arm raised into the air to proclaim that he is here. But, as he tried to impersonate his childhood hero, a dark figure casted over him. Green Slim jumped at the poor boy, suffocating him and claiming that, "It's only hurt for a minute. You'll feel better soon." The slimy figure laughed at the boy's struggles. "I can't breathe." Izuku's mind yelled as the green slime made its way further down his throat. Suffocating him, the Slim thanked him for being a hero. "Pilot, you must resist. You are not ready, you need training. I cannot help you in your current state. The robotic voice pleaded with the boy, telling him to fight. But what fight did he have left? Who would care? Why was he worth fighting for? The world went dark, and once again Izuku was in the void, darkness looming overhead as the voice spoke to him. Once again pleading with him to wake up. Pilot, you must remain conscious, you need to fight. I am of no use to you here. Then even the voice faded, the world around Izuku growing cold. And then heat, pain. The feeling of being slapped hit his mind. Hey, wake up. Another light tap on his face. Hey, wake dash. The man paused looking down at the boy before him who'd finally begun to regain consciousness. I thought I lost you there. Came the man's voice, his large smile greeting the shell-shocked boy. All Might! Yelled the green-haired boy, his face freezing in place as he looked at the blond man. A realization hit him, winding back against the dirt, recognizing the face before him. He couldn't believe it. Well, it looks like you're moving around all right. Sorry about that back there, I didn't mean to get you caught up in my justicing, came the heroic man's voice as he gave a hearty laugh. I've captured the evil doer in this bottle. The man proclaimed as he moved forth a bottle of the captured slim man. Izuku quickly realized that the man before him was for real, All Might, and grabbed his notebook from the ground. Please, All Might sir, sign my notebook. The man gladly accepted the book and quickly signed. Well, I have to get this guy to the police so they can book him. See you around, young man. Izuku's mind raced. He had to know. Wait, I need to know. Can someone without a useful quirk be a hero? I have a sentient AI that gives me info and data on different things, but I can't control when or how I talk to it. I'm a normal kid without any real power. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? The man looked behind him, eyeing the teen. The pressure is high, young man, and this job isn't easy. Pro heroes are always risking their lives. Some villains just can't be beaten without real power, so honestly. No, I don't think you can become a hero without a quirk that helps you physically. Unless it can predict the future or help you in some larger way, then there is no way you can be a hero. Find something obtainable like a police officer or detective if you want to help. All Might jumped through the sky, leaving Izuku and the cherry blossoms by their lonesome. Pilot, you must return home. Mr. Nedzu will be concerned otherwise. Came the voice of the AI. But Izuku didn't want to return home. How could he? His dreams had just been crushed by a man he had looked up to for such a long time. Why should I? I'm just a burden. Izuku's eyes began to water. He couldn't do this anymore. Sir, you are not much of a burden. You only weigh 70 kgs, 150-ish pounds. More importantly, I have realized that your training can wait no longer. Our Titan link is still weak, but we must continue to strengthen our bond and your body. I will create a schedule and a meal plan for you. What's the point? I can't be a hero, why should I? Pilot, you must trust me. Your quirk is very strong, but it will take time to build its strength. Izuku still couldn't hear what the AI was saying, didn't want to listen. He'd been told by his idol that he couldn't be a hero. Izuku Midoriya would be something else, and would face those who'd looked down upon him with a hero's smile. He would be the world's next symbol, the symbol of justice. I want my mom, yelled a young boy, no older than 8 at the time. I'm sorry, but you can't see her, responded the caregiver, trying to not disappoint the boy. Tears welled in the boy's eyes as he looked towards her. Why not? He asked, his eyes watering up even more in some form of realization. She left just like him. She left you here. She thought you'd be better off with us. It was a half-truth. The green-haired woman that had given the boy to the foster home had stated that. I just can't do it anymore. The way people look at me with such sorriness for me and the way they look at him. It ruined my marriage and it's ruining my life. That had broken the caretaker's heart, who was now working on Izuku's case. Is she coming back? Came the boy's voice, wavering with fear, regret, and a tinge of abandonment. No, she left you with us, permanently. She could not lie to a child, even if her entire body told her to do so. She just couldn't lie to a boy who looked to hold the weight of the world on his shoulders. I guess I really am a Deku. What? She looked at the boy, worry crept into her mind. Never mind. At that moment, she saw something heartbreaking. The light in his eyes fizzling out, replaced by darkness. Izuku's life had nowhere left to go but upwards and upwards it would go. 3 years and 74 days later. Izuku, someone is here to talk to you. The green-haired boy looked up from his 6th notebook. He had been writing about the new hero, Hawks, along with fixing a few of the other pages that had been damaged at school the week before. One of Kaken's lackeys had gotten handsy, stepping out into the hallway of the group home he'd been given to. Izuku noticed 2 things: the blonde-haired girl who had come to be his main caretaker. She looks rather worried. And secondly, a bear, mouse thing stood before him. A small smile was placed on his face. He was dressed in a suit and held onto 2 foam cups of tea. "Hello, are you Izuku Midoriya?" asked the man. Izuku had seen him somewhere. The boy of course nodded to the man. "Why, sir. It's nice to finally meet you. May I speak to you for a moment?" The boy once again nodded. He was still somewhat wary of people. Everyone he had known looked down upon him. Why would this person be different? Looking across the hall, his eyes fell onto one door in particular that Akatsuki was already pointing to. That room only meant one thing and he was not sure if it was good or bad. Izuku followed the mouse into the room that was meant for meetings, mainly those that pertained to adoption. Sit boy. Would you like some tea?" Izuku gladly accepted the drink and looked towards the man. "You are the one making analysis for heroes? You sent a few different binders analyzing pro heroes, mainly those who didn't make flashy appearances or those who preferred to stay in the dark." Nedzu had been forwarded some of the analysis to one of the 3rd years with a tech quirk. The student had then been given the task of tracking the boy's IP. How did you know? Are you mad? Am I under arrest?" Izuku began to mumble out of control. "No, my dear boy. Every hero who received one of these reports had praised them. They were quite surprised by how in-depth they were but noticed that they seemed to be somewhat untrained. To be truthful, the boy's ability could rival Nedzu's. The mouse took great interest in the boy and wanted to help him," responded the boy, his head hanging low. "However, I believe I may be of assistance. I could train you and improve that ability. Detective Tsukachi has also taken interest in you. If you would be willing, he'd like to have your help on cases in the future. It'd be a great way to train that queer ability." Izuku sighed. He'd caught what Nedzu had almost said. Of course, he had to assume that Izuku had a quirk. The boy did have a quirk, but it had only manifested a short time ago. "I could be a hero. Warn people about danger and help gain intel." Thought Izuku he could save lives by doing this. However, there was a catch. "I would also like to offer my home to you. This environment is certainly not the best for learning, and you shouldn't stay here anyway. You need someone to look after you." Nedzu looked at the boy, gauging his reaction. Izuku thought about it. Could he trust this man? Could he put his faith in someone again, like he had in his mother? She had abandoned him and now he was going with a complete stranger? "I can't just go with him. I don't even know him." Nedzu noticed the look on his face and sighed. "I know I'm probably not what you expected nor someone you can trust. But I am here for you, young student. I, along with the staff of Yuuie, want to help you. Mr. Eraserhead was the one to suggest finding you and I, as the principal of Yuuie, would hate to see your talent wasted." Izuku's eyes widened. The pro-hero Eraserhead suggested that the principal of Yuuie find me. Wait, principal of Yuuie? Izuku looked at the man before him. It all made sense. That's where he'd seen him before. 6 hours and 15 minutes after meeting All Might. That night, Izuku's life would change for good. For the first time in years, the darkness would once again consume him. The void of nothingness overtaking him again, filling his mind with nothing. Anguish, failure, and sadness all wiped from his mind. "Pilot, welcome to your training. I've focused on creating this sim for your training. I've come to understand your world and the way it works. My simulations have been changed to work with your hero duties, using either rubber bullets or a form of concussion bullets that will incapacitate its target." Izuku nodded, or at least he presumed he nodded. His body wasn't visible in the void from what he could tell. Commencing sim training. The dark faded, revealing a plains filled with a few trees and a large concrete stage where a symbol was engraved. He wasn't sure what it stood for but presumed it was from the voice's previous dimension. What is this place? This is Harmony, the home planet of my first pilot and your training grounds, spoke the voice. Far off in the distance, the sounds of mechanical whining began to clear, getting louder and louder as something grew closer. My mission now is to train you and to help you reach your full potential. But first, we must go over your regiment. I will inform you tomorrow morning of what your diet should consist of and how much time you should spend exercising and strengthening your muscles. Your body has been enhanced the same as any other pilot. You can run, jump, and fight far better than any normal human. However, you must train your body to accept its new power and build that strength over time. Izuku nodded. This time he could actually feel the movement of his head. We will train here every night. You will still feel fully rested, but the knowledge will stay with you. Then you will eat and train as stated. You will be the pilot and hero you want to be if you follow the regiment. The whining was even closer now. It had been somewhat faint when it first started and now seemed even louder than before. But that meant it was closer than before. Now, I believe it is time you start your training as a pilot. A hulking form came over the horizon, a metal machine towering over Izuku looking down upon the boy. I am Bravo Tango 7274 or BT, however, my unofficial designation as per my last two pilots was simply BT. I am a Vanguard-class Titan of the Frontier Militia's Special Recon Squadron or SRS. And now, I am a part of your quirk Izuku Midoriya, and you are my pilot. Come now, your training is about to begin. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked up towards the hulking shape before him. A Titan he presumed, made of metal and 4 times his own height of 170 cms. You're a part of my quirk? Izuku looked up to the form before him. Its blue eye looking down on him, passively studying him as it debated the question. I am your quirk Izuku Midoriya, or at least part of it. And you are my pilot, my mission. Izuku was at a loss for words as the world of Harmony began to fade, and a training area replaced the plains area. This is the standard training area for all SRS pilots. My original pilot will be your guide through this. Izuku nodded to BT's hulking form. Is he for real? BT's physical body began to dissipate in front of the boy, his voice trailing off as the last of him vanished. Replacing him was a man dressed in advanced combat gear. His face was rough, burned, and scarred by what Izuku couldn't only presume to be combat-related injuries. Ah, welcome soldier, I see you've made it through the Neuro Link. Your training is now starting. Follow me and you'll be just fine. Izuku nodded to the man, who wasn't real. Or was he? Izuku truly wasn't sure. Now pilot, get a running start and perform a wall run. Izuku looked at the wall and his eyes nearly bulged. How was he supposed to do that? He wasn't even strong enough to do a few push-ups. How could he run on a wall? Come on now, pilot. Izuku nodded to the man, not wanting to fail the dead man. He ran at the wall and shifted to land somewhat sideways onto the wall. His feet made contact with the wall and moved across the wall's surface. Izuku nearly fell by the end, but he had done it. Training would continue, easing him into different tests, from learning how to aim and shoot to how to use an ability provided by his suit called phase shifting. It was something that not many had been able to use. Some pilots couldn't handle the effects on their nervous and cardiovascular systems. Shifting in and out of planes of existence was very difficult to control, and while the technology had been perfected over time, it was still somewhat risky. After progressing through the first part of his intro training, BT came back. He'd been gone since the start, allowing Captain Lastimosa to teach him. Pilot, now it is time for the next part of your training. The Gauntlet is a training course that was used during the war to train a pilot's reaction time. The usual par is around 2 minutes. However, you must receive a score of 50 seconds to move on. Izuku's mind raced as he looked at the board beside him. Names of 20 people, each with a score well below 1 minute, were written. Alright, I'll do it. If this makes me a hero, then I'll do whatever you say. The robot gave an affirmative. However, as Izuku began to attempt his first run, he felt the world once again begin to grow dark. He thought he had more time. Had BT lost track? An answer soon came from the AI. I believe it is now time for you to wake up, pilot. I thought you'd have more time, but Principal Nedzu seems to be awake. Izuku's world once again turned white, and his eyes blinked awake. Soon the morning would blur into day, and day would blur into month. Training would get tougher and tougher, his body being demanded of more and more. Training became more eventful, pushing more and more. BT never gave up on Izuku. The only person who'd be there no matter what. My protocol is to secure your safety, so I am here for you. And with the robot's help, Izuku had gone through a transformation. His body changed, muscles toned and strengthened. He would be far stronger than ever before. But more training and mastery would be needed before he ever became a hero. Izuku would also need to learn how to repair and build certain things he couldn't call upon. March 8th, Yuuie's support department exam. Yuuie was the country's top hero school, the place every hero hopeful aimed for, and yet Izuku couldn't do that. He was still seen as quirkless. And most schools in the country still stereotyped quirkless kids as being less than equal. Even if he could attempt the exam, they'd put him down for a multitude of made-up reasons. Izuku wasn't good enough to be a hero. At least not yet. He hadn't told Nedzu about his quirk or that he applied to the support department only. Izuku needed to do this on his own. The day was nice, the cherry blossoms blew in the wind, and the sun shined on a glamorous day. With a small smile placed on his face, Izuku made his way to school that would make or break him. Sir, you must be careful. Do not expose yourself to any unforeseen obstacles. Izuku nodded to himself, but as he thought about BT and his words of wisdom, he tripped. Izuku fell towards the ground as he tripped on an uneven paver on the sidewalk. His face stopping only a few inches from the ground. Twirling lights stopping him from landing face first. Izuku looked up to see a bubbly blue-haired girl with a smile on her face. Hey, don't fall now. You've got to get ready for your exam, mister. She seemed to pout at the boy's lack of attention to his surroundings. Izuku's eyes blinked, trying to take in the sight before him. Ah! He yelled to himself as the girl seemed to grow deeper into the pouting mood. Hey, what's your quirk? Is it super strong? What's your name? What course are you applying to? The questions continued to come, and yet no answers came back. Izuku was still stuck on the fact that someone would want to talk to him. And the fact that it was a girl didn't help. Smack! Came the sound of the girl's hand hitting his face. Hey now, I asked you a question, Green. Izuku's eyes widened, and he sputtered for a second. Ah, my name is Izuku Midoriya. He looked up to the girl whose smile seemed to widen at the name. What's your quirk? Is it strong? What course are you applying to? I bet it's the hero course. Izuku rubbed the back of his head and sighed at the bubbly girl. I have a sentient quirk, an AI that provides help in certain situations. And I applied to the support course since it really isn't good for hero work. I'm not good enough for the hero course. The boy added, man, he needs some self-esteem. Well, that's a bummer. I'm EagleEyedOne, by the way, a part of Yuuie's 2-year hero course. She beamed happily as the boy on the other hand seemed to frown slightly. Not at the girl or even at the fact that she'd made it into the hero course. More so the fact that he'd let someone down again. My quirk isn't powerful enough. She expected me to be a part of the hero course and I'm not. To which the AI replied, I am plenty powerful pilot. I contain over 5 million kilowatt-hours of energy in my power cores. Izuku rolled his eyes at the AI's sarcastic response. Oh, did it say something? What did it say? The bubbly girl began to bounce in front of him, her assets bouncing along with her. No, I was just thinking of something it said earlier. That technically wasn't false. BT had said he was powerful several times during training, but it was often in reference to certain moves requiring bursts of power. Oh, alright, well you better get in there and take your exams. The bubbly girl tilted her head and smiled at Izuku. Write the exam. To which the boy nodded and quickly ran towards the auditorium of Yuuie. In the auditorium, Izuku sat down in a distant corner of the auditorium, away from most of the other students. The heroic students seemed to be awfully loud, and others were also similarly louder than in years past if he remembered right. He'd been able to witness the Hero Corps students' test in the past few years thanks to his adoptive father. Even if their relationship was strained at best. Izuku had a good idea of what was expected from Hero Corps students but never believed he could be one. His quirk wasn't good enough to be a hero, even though he was surrounded by heroes and Hero Corps students. Welcome to Yuuie's entrance exam, listeners. We're going to start off with a written exam and then move on to the practical. Hero Corps students, you will report to ground beta. Support Corps students, you will follow Power Loader into one of the labs reserved for testing, and Business Corps students, you will head to another room reserved for another round of testing. And so, the loud hero continued to inform and congratulate the students on making it through the admissions approval process. Soon enough the regular testing started, and even sooner it seemed to be finished. Izuku hadn't expected much from the written test, especially with a very helpful cheat sheet from his quirk. It's not cheating when you're using your quirk. However, he found that BT wasn't necessary for the test. The AI never interrupted him once during the process, and Izuku was somewhat grateful for it. Alright, support department hopefuls, follow me. A gruff man in a large metal suit waved for the few who had applied to follow him. Izuku was one of the last to follow, seeing as he was at the back of the room. The heroics course had already left, and less than 20 people had applied to the support department course, many of which looked to be less than happy with their choice. Izuku assumed many were here due to the same reason as him, believing that they could never make it as a hero and thus settling for the next best thing. He pitied the poor instructor who seemed to notice the mood as well. You have 1 hour to make something functional for heroics. Anything within the lab is free for you to use. Start! The man yelled, smirking as most of the students seemed stunned by the sudden outburst. What to build, what to build? BT and suggestions? He continued to mumble to the world without realizing that he was doing so. It was something he'd picked up when he was younger. However, when a fellow student went to ask Izuku to stop, Power Loader pulled them away. Power Loader had met and loved the kid from first sight. Izuku had effectively been considered Yuuie's kid, and all staff took on the role of parenting the child. While most of the students would never meet the boy, all staff knew of and helped with the child. Power Loader had stopped one of the students from messing with Izuku, finding that Izuku's mental state was not the easiest to barge in on. The kid could and had been accidentally put in a state of fear a few times before, and he did not need that happening again. PTSD-induced state of shock. Power Loader finally had a somewhat sane student. The mumbling he could deal with, explosions, yelling, and crazed ideas were a much larger issue. Have blueprints for the helmet you will need to construct. Or we could begin working on the beacons. Izuku thought for a second. While the helmet was something that he needed to build, the beacons would probably be much easier to make in the long run. Would it be possible to make the helmet within an hour with the materials provided? Izuku waited for the AI to respond. BT scanned the area around them, checking to see what could substitute certain materials, and soon answered the boy. Yes, with some minor changes you could have a basic version of a helmet constructed within the hour. Izuku nodded to himself and had BT pull up the schematics to the helmet. Projecting the schematics onto the forefront of his mind, Izuku began to pull materials from the shelf. Izuku started with fabricating the helmet's main assembly with a basic polymer that would be easy to mold. Izuku then went on to creating a mold from a template that was near the shelving on the far side of the lab. Adjusting and sculpting the molding was rather difficult but didn't take more than a few minutes to complete. He just had to smooth and cut in places to allow for add-ons if need be. However, more than likely the mold for the next iteration of the helmet would need to be completely redone. Once the mold was ready, Izuku melted the polymer and poured the solution into the mold. Soon it dried and the helmet mold was ready. However, cooling would take 20 minutes. So, in the meantime, he would work on the rest of the design. Izuku looked over the schematic and started crafting the visor for the helmet. He'd add in a heads-up display or HUD later on, but for now, the plastic-like front plate would suffice as a viewing port. Once the visor was made, Izuku pulled the helmet from the mold and used a buffer to polish and smooth the molding of all imperfections. Once the helmet was cleaned, he inserted the clear visor into the helmet's front and used a glue-like substance to adhere the plastic to the helmet. Do I have time to make the interface? And the components necessary for it? Izuku looked for help from the AI, which soon responded. Yes, just be careful when beginning the interfacing and soldering. Izuku pulled one of the welders from its corner over to his desk and quickly grabbed some electrical components such as controllers, a motherboard, and other computer-related parts that would prove to be the brains of the helmet. He also looked over his supplies and grabbed a thinly layered film from a roll that sat near Power Loader's desk. Izuku cut the sheet to size and inlaid the film in the helmet's visor. The film quickly adhered to the plastic thanks to the gluing solution. Lastly, he slid the components that were left into the helmet's back, gluing and/or soldering the pieces to the helmet. A blue screen appeared and flickered with white light. All right, it turns on, but there is no program for the system to run on. I'll handle the interfacing process, pilot, came BT's unwavering voice. With only a few minutes left on the clock, Izuku grabbed some cloth from one of the shelves and inlaid the padding on the inside of the helmet. The design was crude and nowhere near perfect, but functioned and worked as he presumed it should. BT had taught him a few things during their sim training, but Izuku was still nowhere near perfect with any design. It was rough around some edges where it had not cured right even after buffing. All right, time's up, support department hopefuls. Place your projects on my desk. Once I have your SBMs in, you are free to go. The class all went up to the large man's desk and placed their different projects. One had a hoverboard that Izuku presumed would be for those who needed to get into taller areas. Another project was shoes that had what looked to rocket in them to allow for faster movement. A student even had a capture device that would shock and incapacitate a villain. Everything seemed really cool to Izuku, and he worried he wouldn't stack up to the competition. Izuku was the last person to present, smiling at the man that stood before him. The man doing the same and whispering a small greeting. Hey kid. His voice was cheerful at seeing his self-proclaimed nephew. Hi Mr. Power Loader, sir. The man smirked at the boy's nervousness. He'd seen Izuku working on his project vigorously and had been quite impressed by the boy's aptitude. While the helmet was somewhat crude, it was expected when given limited materials. Oh, I forgot. Do you mind if I touch the helmet for a sec? Power Loader thought for a second. He saw no reason for why the boy could not touch the helmet. While it was an odd request, he was sure there was another reason for it. Izuku picked up the helmet and BT quickly transferred a part of himself into the helmet. The transfer wouldn't affect him in any capacity, it would just supply an operating system for the helmet for the time being. Transfer complete, the AI stated, and with that Izuku left the room. Worry was still at the back of his mind, but for now, he just had to have hope for the future. 15 days, 4 hours, and 12 minutes after entrance exam completion. Izuku was sitting in his room when the letter came. He was so worried about passing that he'd mostly stayed in the room for the past week, not speaking to his adoptive father or others. He couldn't speak to others, but the sentiment was still there. As of course the bear mouse had his final say in the matter. His son had done exceptionally well on both tests, and while anyone would have passed the boy, Netza tried his best to judge the boy equally to all the other students. Izuku, your letter is here. The bear mouse thing's voice calmly came. Netsu waited for the boy to come out of his room, which was now void of all might merch, taken over by different blueprints and ideas that could be used. Coming. Izuku rushed out of his room, his face still somewhat depressed and fear-filled from the fact that he could fail, that his dream could be so easily crushed. Izuku took the letter from his adoptive father and let out a shaky sigh. He was scared, and even the mouse could see it. It's all right, Izuku. The mouse man tried to comfort the child. Izuku nodded and tore open the letter. A metal disc dropped onto his lap. He looked at the bear mouse thing that stood next to him. Go on, Midoriya. Izuku nodded and placed the silver disc onto a table that sat in front of the two. Hello, Izuku Midoriya, or should I say, nephew, greeted a hulking man in his armor. Midoriya smiled slightly at Power Loader's intro. You did very well on the written portion, scoring within the 95th percentile. However, the written portion is not the only part, as you know. You were scored on several factors: usability, durability, safety, cost, and refinement. I, along with several other former support department students, graded these designs, and I was quite surprised by your project. As of course, it is not the first helmet design has been built. However, the design used for its construction seems almost foreign. The helmet is very durable for being a polymer. Even though a light metal was probably the original intention, it would also be useful for many heroes. The hero went on to list off every factor and the helmet's measurement in that category. While it is by no means perfect, I do believe that the product you made is very durable and usable. You show great potential. I, along with the staff of Yuuie, want to say congratulations on making it into the support course. I did it, I got in. I'm not useless. Screamed the back of his mind. Of course you did. You're extremely smart, Izuku, and I had every bit of faith in you. Nezu smiled at his son, even if he couldn't show emotion like humans. The man at least tried. And so with Izuku's acceptance into Yuuie, the symbol of justice would begin its path. A long and narrow way to follow, but with the support from his quirk, Izuku would become one of the greatest heroes. So, this is where I'll be staying? Izuku's eyes were filled with amazement as he looked around the room. Truthfully, the room wasn't overly large but did contain a desk, bed, dresser, closet, and a few other amenities. Yes, so long as you're comfortable here? Nezu looked at the child's small smile and was warmed by the kid's joy for the small things. He may not understand human emotion, but maybe this child could teach him. I think I'd like to stay here if it's all right with you? Izuku looked to the bear, mouse, thing for confirmation. As of course Nezu nodded to the boy and smiled outwardly for the first time in a long time. Truth be told, he often put on a fake smile to comfort those around him, but it never came as part of a reflex. Yes, I'd be more than happy to have you here, Midoriya. Izuku nodded and began to unpack his few things. Setting his backpack on the desk, along with the box that Nezu had carried in. What's in the box? If I may inquire. Izuku turned and looked at Nezu and then towards the box in contemplation. It's something Mom said my grandmother wanted me to have. I've never opened it, but it must be important if she left me with it. Nezu hummed. It was rather odd but felt that it wasn't his place to push the boy any further on. Well, I'll leave you to get settled in. If you need me, I'll be in the kitchen. And with that the bear, mouse, thing took his leave from the boy's room and went to start lunch. Don't I get a choice in the matter? Izuku looked at his teacher in front of him. Power Loader's face held no room for argument nor room for questioning. No, Nezu himself has made sure that you will be competing. Izuku's face filled with a look of shock and horror. He wasn't ready, he wasn't even prepared. I'm not ready, I didn't think I had to compete. As of course, most support department students had the choice to compete in the sports festival at the permission of their parents and instructor. The same as any other student in Yuuie. However, what no one had accounted for was that a parent could consent to the student's entrance into the sports festival without said student's signature. Nezu is forcing me to participate? Can't I at least object to it? Power Loader chuckled at his young student. Of course, Izuku didn't get a say in the matter. Who did he take Nezu for? Someone who would give up on their students? Of course not. He cared deeply for the development of his students. Nope, you need the practice and maybe it'd do you some good to be with fellow students even if you have to compete with second years. Yes. Izuku would be forced to compete with two end-year students since Mr. Aizawa had gotten a little upset with all first-year students except for the support department and general education. Why was Eraser not mad at the support department? Well, a certain green bean had kept the department in line for the most part. Of course, the students did blow things up on occasion, but for the most part, they all showed promise. And Gen Ed was where anyone who showed some sort of promise was sent. The Gen Ed department would also be competing, but the school feared that it would be rather uninteresting and lackluster to have just the general education kids and the 3-4 support course students competing against one another. So, they'd merged the course with the 2 end years, which did nothing besides add to the field of combatants. If any first-year student could beat the second-year heroics course's students in the final stages, then they likely had a chance of getting into the heroics course. However, with there being no first-year heroics course this time around, Most likely special training would be provided for the second semester, and then a transitioning phase would be taken to allow the selected students to transfer into next year's heroics courses. Many of the Gen Ed course students and even some support courses students were excited and more than ready to give their all. All except for one were shooting to join the heroics departments. For most, heroics was their end-all be-all. While Izuku had kept the flame of being a hero alive, it was fizzling as time went on. What All Might had said rung in the boy's head. Find something obtainable, like a police officer or detective if you want to help. The boy had taken it to heart, studying up on some of the laws in Japan and looking into famous detectives that were both still on the force and retired. Most of the best detectives and most officers even had quirks. Albeit that they were not super strong. They did have some sort of quirk that could aid them. If BT could access the police force's computer system, then he could compile a list of easily identified convicts. While Izuku's heart for the longest of time had wished to be nothing more than a hero, it seemed near impossible, and so the flame of heroic action was slowly glowing less and less. Only the embers and lightest of flames still burned within him. Kid? Are you there? Power loader to Midoriya. Are you there? The boy shook his head, eyes blinking back to reality. The large, suited man huffing out a laugh at the boy's mumbling. Did I mumble that? Asked Izuku, looking at the man in front of him. And of course, Power Loader obliged the boy much to the chagrin of the other support department students. They had a running joke about Midoriya's mumbling problem. As of course lighthearted, but Emio did have a 400 yen bet that Izuku would have 5 mumbling episodes by the end of the week. On the other hand, Erican had bet 500 that it would be closer to, and it was Thursday. They had made the bet that very morning. Yeah, you've been mumbling a lot lately, kid. Anything wrong? Power Loader quirked his head at the boy, trying to gauge what the boy was trying to process in his mind. Izuku had been mumbling more often, mainly BT's fault if Izuku had anything to say about the matter, but he was mumbling far more often. He'd started doing it after BT had become more vocal with him, going from in times of crisis to small questions and aid to everyday conversations on what needs to be worked on and what they'd practiced that night. Izuku had nearly strong-armed the robot into allowing him to run the simulation during school hours, stating that, English is not that important, BT, plus you could always teach me if I struggle. However, no matter how much Izuku tried, the AI never budged. Yeah, everything's fine. Never better even. Izuku gave a false smile to the man and sighed. They'd been talking about the sports festival, right? Anyway, Nedza thinks the sports festival will be a great way for you to show off some of your inventions. I mean, look at this, it's amazing. Power Loader held up a wrist-mounted grappling hook that could function similarly to Eraserhead's capture scarf to subdue villains. BT had originally mentioned the idea, and with some suggestions from Midoriya, the two had settled on the current design. Sleek, easy to counsel, and durable. In testing, the grappling hook had even been able to subdue BT for a matter of seconds. The high-tensile woven titanium alloy was extremely expensive and hard to come by, but thanks to some grants that Nedzu had helped Izuku apply to, he'd been able to fund most of the projects. Izuku's original project, or otherwise known as the helmet, had been completely redesigned from the ground up, or more so from BT's official blueprints rather than on-the-fly adaptation. Izuku had been given the chance to create his own modeling for the helmet, along with a breathing apparatus, a proper HUD, and proper casting for integral things. He'd even managed to make a comm system that could intercept communications from outgoing signals from all over the city. Its design was for the most part finished, but every now and again Izuku would feel the need to improve upon the helmet's design. Along with improving on the suit he'd fabricated as well, it was his second project, the first one they'd started as a class. It was to be completed after class and be finished for the first quarter report cards. As of course, by that time the design was finished for the project. It was still within a rough but sufficeable state. As of course, other projects had been worked on and built by Izuku. Yet, without a first-year heroics course, making support items was not a common occurrence. Most of the second years and third years seemed to flock towards those of their same grade. which led Powerloader to create random tasks for the first-year students rather than having their projects be support items for actual people. Truth be told, Powerloader had wished they still had the first years for the simple fact that he was having to make several different work packets and projects on the fly for his students. It was far easier for a random heroics course student to come in and request something than him having to make up a random problem. While most students struggled at the start with coming up with designs that had no basis to go off of, Izuku loved the freedom that his first year at Yuuie had given him. If BT felt something was needed to help him become a hero, then it was a simple process of making it, while of course projects did take time. Knowing that thanks to funding and the vast amount of time that was provided by weird circumstances, Izuku had been able to progress far quicker than BT had originally intended, having most of his suit and weapons built by the first semester. "You're doing it again." Izuku snapped out of it, yelled his support department teacher. The man had lost his usual happy attitude and shook his head. This kid gets lost so easily. Gripping his face and shaking his head, Powerloader turned back to the rest of his classroom and began to tell them the good news. As you all know, Yuuie does not have any first-year heroics course students this year. With that fact being said, you will all still be allowed to participate in the sports festival. However, Principal Nedzu has advised that we combine the first and second-year courses into one sports festival so that there is a greater sample size for pros. Y'all along with the general education class will be allowed to do a work study under pro heroes if you are scouted. The principal fears that if there were 3 festivals, the first-year festivals would be far less watched due to the absence of heroics course students. To which, all the students nodded, understanding that they'd have to face second-year students. And that ultimately the move was less about ratings and more so about giving the first-year students a chance to be scouted. All right, class dismissed. Go home, get some rest, and maybe start prepping for the festival. A training guide can do wonders. Good luck to you, my problem children. Powerloader once again smiled at his nephew as the boy took his leave. I can't believe Nedzu would sign me up for the sport festival. I've never shown any interest in heroics. Hell, I don't even talk to the man half the Tedesh. Izuku was interrupted by a voice. Midoriya, did you just get out of class? Have you heard the news? You've got to be so excited about it. We get to compete against one another. A bubbly blue-haired girl appeared in front of Izuku. Her smile wide as ever, and her face showing no malice or hate for anyone or anything. Hey Hado! Izuku greeted the overly rambunctious girl, her smile diminishing only slightly at not getting the answers she wanted. Midori, what's wrong? You seem upset about something. Is it one of your projects? No, it has to be about something else. What is it? The girl continued to ask questions and Izuku couldn't help but slightly smile back at her. It's nothing, Hado. I just wasn't expecting to compete in the sport festival. You know my quirk isn't very powerful. Hado's smile diminished even further. How dare her friend think badly of himself? Nonsense, Izuku. Your quirk is amazing, just look at all the things you've made. You even helped improve my costume. Izuku smiled. He had been able to improvise a much stronger elastic suit for the girl as a bit of a thank you gift for not letting him fall face first into concrete on his first day. It was nothing really. Izuku scratched the back of his neck as Nijire continued to convince the boy he was wrong. And how it was super nice and really great that he'd helped her. She felt special because no one else had been able to get the boy's support items. 0-0. Are you bothering him again, Nijire? Mirio walked up beside the two, his signature smile shining as always on his face. Looking as if it belongs more than anything to be there. Of course not, Izuku loves my questions. Don't you, Izuku? The girl moved closer to Izuku, trying to gauge his reaction and judging by his slightly reddened face, her tactics had worked. Sure, I don't mind at all. Izuku stammered as he tried to get the words out. Was he supposed to feel like this? Like he belonged? No, it wasn't about Mirio, it was Nijire in particular. Anyways, me and Tamaki are going to that new sushi place today and we thought we'd invite you too if you're interested. Before Izuku could even answer, he was being dragged by Nair, who'd told him that he was in fact going. Come on, Izuku, it'll be great. We can try out all the new food and then we could all go to the arcade, or the beach, or even that little dessert shop a few blocks down. Izuku sighed. He had accepted that he was now adopted by extroverts. I guess I know how Amajiki feels now. The two end years gave their first year a knowing look. They loved him though, and that's all that matters. 5 hours, 36 minutes after meeting with companions. Izuku sat in bed, tired from the day's outing with his so-called friends. It had truthfully been great. They'd all enjoyed themselves and had a great time walking on the boardwalk and even trying out some of the sushi. However, a realization had hit Izuku. Wait, I don't have. His brain went crazy trying to accept the newfound feeling, or more so the feeling that had been bubbling under the surface since the start of the year. You do in fact show signs of heightened oxytocin. Came the voice of Izuku's oh-so-favorited sarcastic BTI. Sorry BT, I love you. I like Nijire. Like Nijire. Yes, the male brain is always a bit sluggish, but it gets there in the end. Give it time, signs, and possibly a bit too much contact. The sports festival came faster than anyone would ever expect. Izuku had been training, the same as he'd always done, along with designing the final parts to his suit. All that was left for Izuku to do was work on a few of the requested projects from the second years. As of course support items couldn't be used in the festival by Heroics Core students, but his father had specifically asked that Izuku make something for Togata. Mainly a support item that would cover him when he phased his body. Izuku had agreed to the request because he, along with the rest of the sports festival attendees, would greatly appreciate the action. The process of making a pair of boxers and a Yuuie tracksuit wasn't very difficult. However, blending the cotton and nylon with Mirio's DNA was rather tedious. It required multiple samples of Togata's hair and BT copying the sequence. Once everything was copied, Izuku had to add a solution of the blonde's DNA and other particles into the cotton and hope that everything adhered to the cotton properly. Then it was a simple matter of cleaning and testing the suit with Mirio, which had gone well enough for the track suit to be approved, mainly because the boy's suit had stayed on his body. Yuuie would thank Izuku tremendously for the work. He also worked on a few other projects for the sports festival for those who had specific necessities like Mirio. Another person had a fire quirk that engulfed their entire body, so they needed a suit that could withstand heavy heating. And of course, the green bean was more than happy to help. But with the improvements to several gym uniforms and improvements to his own projects, Izuku and the classes of Yuuie were ready for the sports festival. The day of the sports festival came, and with it came Izuku's chance to prove to the world he was here. The sports festival started like any other. Present Mike was the announcer like any other year, along with Eraserhead, who'd been forced into the booth last minute as Vlad unfortunately had something to attend to. Welcome to Yuuie's annual sports festival, folks. This year is a little different. As you all may know, Yuuie does not have a first-year heroics course thanks to my co-host. Eraserhead rolled his eyes at the man next to him. And thanks to Eraserhead, the remaining first-year courses will have to compete against the second years. So, pay close attention to the improvements of the second years and to the first-year course. A lot is being asked of them, but I'm sure they will give their all. Present Mike was yelling by the end of his speech. The sports festival always starts with an obstacle race around the stadium. So, I'll have to at least come in 40th place. I don't need to try my absolute hardest, I just need to make the top 50. Izuku mulled over his plan as Present Mike began to list the rules for the first race. Hey Izuku? Are you ready? I'm so excited. The bubbly second year broke the boy out of his thoughts. Izuku looked up from the ground, a small smile falling across the boy's own face. Yeah, I think I am. Izuku replied, his voice somewhat shaky as he doubted himself once again. He still didn't want to be a hero. He didn't want to be like the people who'd looked down upon him, and yet here he was, being forced into the role of a hero. On your marks, go. Once again there was no real start to one of Yuuie's competitions. Midnight had followed Present Mix's lead from the entrance exam and just yelled out for the kids to start, and it had caught some kids off guard. However, Izuku was used to the antics and was more than ready for the pro to skip parts of the preparations. Izuku ran out as soon as Midnight said for the students to go. He along with a few of the first years were at the front of the pack. Nijire was using her energy beams to hover over much of the crowd. Mirio was sprinting down the course with great speed and Tamaki he wasn't doing so hot. The boy was deathly afraid of crowds and the sports festival was never his strong suit in the first place. Izuku ran as best and as fast as he could. However, there were several students who were faster than him, mainly because of their quirks being speed-related. However, Izuku's body had grown and was much bigger than before. Now standing at around 185 centimeters, Izuku was the tallest support department student. With the increased strength and length, Izuku was able to run far faster than those without speed enhancement quirks. Mirio was one of the only ones to keep up with him, but he was also rather tall for his age. Wow folks! The second years are off to a great start with Heido Nijire leading the pack in the air and Nobutoshi Shun in second place. Both students are leading the way as other second years students follow closely. However, one first-year support department student is in sixth place. Izuku Midoriya leads the first years so far folks. This year is shaping up to be a real show. Eraserhead rolled his eyes at Present Mike. The man was just way too loud. The course continued as several students began to slow down while others began to excel. The giant robots had nearly been a problem, but one of the fire users from 2A had blown away most of the robots with some difficulty. Izuku had been able to use his grappling hook for the chasm. Heido had floated straight over it and Mariro has struggled the same as many others. Nijire Heido still holds the lead as Izuku Midoriya has now taken second place. That first-year support course student is showing great promise, folks. Present Mike smiled in the booth. He was so proud of the school's kid. He's doing fairly well for a first year considering his odds. However, knowing him, he's probably going to do something rather brazen. Present Mike nodded. The kid had a habit of risking limbs. While he'd only ever hurt himself once in the support labs, and that was a fluke accident caused by BT. Sure. Sir, be careful, there are landmines ahead. Izuku smiled as the robot warned him. He'd already planned something for this exact course. Izuku smiled as he pressed a button on his wrist. Izuku had asked permission before the start of the sports festival if he could use his support items. As of course the process for approval was rather lengthy, but Nedzu had seen to it that the boy's stuff was approved. Izuku wouldn't be allowed to use most of his suit until the third test if he made it. However, the grappling hook and one other design was approved for the first round. Alright BT, activate the jump kit. Izuku smiled as the two V-shaped rockets that were strapped to the saddle of his back ignited and shot him into the air. They'd been developed in the sim and tested over and over again by Izuku. He'd gotten used to the feel of them, and even though he struggled originally with controlled flight. What is that? Izuku Midoriya has taken to the air with what looks to be some sort of propulsion device. He's flying over obstacles rather than navigating the mines. Eraser, are you seeing this? Eraser smiled as the boy flew over the course. Yeah, he's a part of the support course and Nedzu personally approved all of his projects for the festival. The crowd themselves went wild as the boy flew through the air, shock and awe as the boy outpaced even the two end-year heroics course students. Heido! Izuku yelled as he flew closer to the girl. He could see the girl getting tired and the smile that was held on his face dimmed slightly. Midori! As the boy got closer, a smile growing on her own face. What are you wearing? Did you make it? You're not beating me, Izuzu. The girl pushed harder as the twirly beams began to spiral fast from his hands and legs. It was a close race, neck and neck as the two students raced one another. Izuku pushed the just kit as much as he could. However, as the two friends got closer to the entrance, the boosters began to sputter and fade. He'd run out of fuel as the two raced through the entrance. The darkness faded and two students came through. Heido and Izuku both stumbling into the stadium, equally paced as they fell to the ground. Huffing and puffing as their legs gave way and smiles growing wide, laughing at one another. I can't believe it, folks. Heido Nijire and Izuku Midoriya come through the entrance at the same time. Can you believe this? Present Mike began to shake Eraserhead. It is quite amazing, however, I do worry that they've exhausted themselves so early. They need to learn to pace themselves. Present Mike let go a small, exasperated sigh at the man. The festival was supposed to be fun. Listen, pilot, there are things you must understand about your quirk before we progress. Came the voice of Izuku's omniscient AI with a more serious tone than he'd heard before. What could BT possibly be referring to? You cannot foresee every possible situation or event, and you must understand that being prepared not only to combat with me but without me is a necessity. Your physical body must be at its absolute peak along with your mental state. We form a bond with one another, and through that bond we are able to operate much faster than normal men or machines. And so due to your lack of muscle mass or fighting capabilities, I suggest that you begin training. More so, I suggest that you ask your parental figure to enroll you in some form of dojo. Combatability and fighting style is a great asset to you. Please heed these words, pilot. You must strengthen not only your mind but your body as well. Izuku mentally agreed with his counterpart. He truly did need the practice and proficiency of those much older than him. He may have a quirk that can do great things, but if all he is his quirk, what good was he? A few days later, the boy had gone to his adoptive father and asked Nezu to enroll him into a dojo of some sort. And the vermin happily agreed, understanding that Izuku should have some basic if not higher level skills in combat could be helpful considering the boy was less than gifted in his physical strength. Time would pass as it always did. A blink of an eye and days turned into months. When Izuku wasn't training with his sensei, he was training at one of Yuuie's smaller gym facilities that Nezu had allowed the child to use during his time off from school. As of course, even some of the staff had occasionally helped the boy, not often nor frequently enough for most of them to care about him but enough that they knew his name and face. Ms. Midnight and Sensei Present Mike both knew the boy well and stopped by on occasion. Izuku had only ever met Mr. Aizawa once, when Present Mike had dragged the poor man to the training room to talk and spar. And Izuku never wanted to see him again. He was a little scary if you asked the Greenette. 42 of you made it through to the next round. And now on to the selection for this year. The wheel on the large projection screen began to spin as Midnight smirked up. And the next event is Capture the Flag. Yelled the 18-plus heroine. Capture the flag? Most seemed to ask, unsure of how exactly that would work. Was there a point system or? Participants will, on their own, form teams of 2 to 4 members each. The rules are fundamentally the same as those of an ordinary capture the flag battle. Snag your opponent's flag while guarding your own. However, there is a twist. Each of you has been assigned a point value based on your ranking in the last event. The group before the Midnight all nodded in understanding. It seemed simple enough. Anyways, your individual point values start at 5, at the bottom. So, the student who took 42nd place is worth 5 points, 41st is worth 10 points. Get it? Our first place participants are worth 500,000 points each. And all eyes immediately landed on Izuku and Heido. They were doomed. The higher-ranked students are the ones to aim for. This survival game is a chance for a comeback. It's anyone's game. Yelled the announcer one more time as the crowded stadium once again cheered for the show. Most murmured amongst themselves in the stands, wondering if the first and second place students would work together or against one another. It seems that they would dislike each other due to the battle they'd had just beforehand. The match will last 15 minutes. Each team's points are determined by its members. Your flag will display your point value, and whichever team has the most flags points at the end will win. Cheers still followed as the students split off to form groups. Izuku shook with fear. This was not what he wanted. Who would want to team with him? He hadn't even used his quirk in the first match and everyone else wouldn't think that he'd be of use. He was a walking target. As teams were formed, Izuku began to make observations. He didn't think anyone would want to team with him, and those who did he truly felt sorry for. Everyone's sticking to their own classmates. I've got to figure something out, but who would want to dash? The boy was cut off mid-sentence. Izuzu, team up with me, yelled the overly bubbly girl, tears well in the boy's eyes as he turned to see one of his closest friends standing before him. Her hands quickly going up to protect herself from the ensuing waterworks. Yo, you mean it? Everyone's gonna come after me for the 500,000 points and dash? Heido let go a small laugh and shook her head. Oh, Come on silly, we tied and I'd rather work with my friends than someone I didn't know or trust. Izuku nodded, that seemed more than reasonable. Hey, can we join you as well? Asked Togata, with Amajiki standing right beside him, a small smile placed on his face. Izuku nodded but was surprised to see that Amajiki had made it to the second round. Wasn't he still at the starting line? How'd Amajiki manage to make it into the second round? Izuku asked, earning a small chuckle from Hato. Well, Mirio went back for him. He did the same thing last year. Togata smiled slightly and let go of his own chuckle. Yeah, I went back for him and carried him piggyback all the way here. Then all four let go their own laughs. Of course Mirio would go back for their friend. The poor kitten was so deathly afraid of crowds. Alright, so we need to form a plan. What is likely best for us to do is to stay by our flag at all times. If we can just hold it, then we'll win. The group nodded. They had all the points they'd likely need to win already. And if our flag gets taken, then we'll split up into teams. Me and Hato, and you, and Amajiki. The blonde nodded, and so they all were set to start the second phase of the sports festival. As the groups were beginning to form, Power Loader Sensei walked over to Midoriya and held a small smile towards the boy. I've brought some of the things you've requested. It's not everything, but you'll get the rest if you advance. Izuku nodded. He noticed his pistol hadn't been included and the 2 knives he'd forged were also missing. A bummer, but what could he do? What Izuku did have were a few of the more important things that he'd made. Most importantly, his smoke grenades and his beacons had been approved. Which meant if things got really dicey, he could call for help. Would it be wise to call for help at a time like this? No, not really. BT was his ace in the hole. If he was captured or hurt by a villain, he could call upon his mech to save his skin. But if it meant he could transfer into the heroics course, maybe, just maybe it was worth calling upon his metal friend. What are those, Midori? Hato asked, pointing to the beacons that he was strapping into his utility belt. Thankfully that had been glanced over without need for approval. Izuku smirked. They weren't something that he should talk about, but a part of him felt she deserved to know. If things get really bad out there, then I'll use this for a little assistance. She nodded, still rather unsure of what that could even mean. Alright, let's get this thing started. Let the capture the flag game begin. Yelled Present Mike from the booth above. Eraserhead just let out a flabbergasted sigh. It was too early for mixed loudness even if the man was used to it. And with the announcement of the start, all sides seemed to rush towards the group of 4. Students from every class ran towards Izuku and his team. This is really just a battle for the 1 million and everyone knows it. Cried one team leader while others cackled, calling out to the team. We're coming for that 1 million, Hato. We've got 2 inbound. Amajiki, can you get them with your tentacles? Asked Izuku as the 2 group of 4 rushed towards the friend group. The large tentacle-like arms reached out and slapped one group across the arena while the others dogged above. That's not quite enough, Midoriya. Yelled the group as they lunged for the flag. Not so fast, you've got to get through me first. Yelled Mirio as his head popped out of the ground, snagging one contestant's foot, brings 2 other students stumbling to the ground on top of the first student he'd snagged. Only one student remained standing from the first wave and Hato quickly rushed to counter them. Her twirling light sped towards the girl. However, the beams bounced off as a shield of blue and yellow formed. Huh? You thought that would work, Hato? You should know better than that. She yelled, and then as she finished laughing, Amajiki's tentacle-like hand slammed into her backside, sending her to ground as well. As the 2 teams who'd been knocked to the ground once again got up to fight, more teams seemed to form around the 1 million points team. A few teams were still trying to snag other people's flags. But the brunt of the students were attacking Izuku's group, trying to win with one concise move. We can't hold them all off like this. Yelled Izuku as he landed a punch against the stomach of one of 2 BS students. Hato and Amajiki were dealing with another team, trying to stop them from reaching the flag, and Mirio was taking on 2 teams at once. They all were being pushed closer to their flag, losing ground as they fought valiantly against the group. Come on, you guys can attack each other, you know. Hato complained as her twirling light once again sped off towards another group of students who weren't as lucky as Fuwa had been. They continued like this for some time, fighting tooth and nail to keep the groups away from them, but every time they'd win against one, another would come at them, trying and winning ground. They were only a few feet from their flag, and they couldn't stop the onslaught of teams. Guys, we need to think of something fast. Izuku, can you use that thing you were talking about earlier? Called Hato as she nearly dropped to the ground. She'd used too much energy on the last group and was running low on everything. I can't go on for much longer. Are you sure we can't win this? He asked. He couldn't use it, it wasn't time, wasn't right to use it now. It felt so wrong to use BT here against his peers. You have to. I don't know what else we can do. Izuku thought hard about it. BT was not meant to be used for these types of situations. But if it meant he could get into the hero course, then he would use him. But this felt so wrong. Alright, I've got one last trick up my sleeves, guys. Hato, when I say go, take the flag and run. He yelled for all of the contestants to hear. Perfect. Nijire knew that look, the look of pure evil on Izuku's face. It truly scared her, but she knew he had a plan. Knew he'd yelled it aloud for some reason and knew that Izuku always had her back. Grabbing the pin, he pulled with all his might and threw the round object down onto the ground in front of him. BT, are you ready? He asked. Soon he gained a response. As ready as one can be, sir. Izuku smiled on the inside. He knew what he was about to do was borderline crazy, but he hoped that he could scare the other teams away. As Izuku stared down the team in front of him who'd looked towards the round object, they all raised an eyebrow. Is that a grenade? Oh my folks. Izuku Midoriya has thrown what appears to be some sort of support item. Do you have any idea what it is, Eraser? The man beside him shrugged, still too early to be commentating on such unimportant events. I still think they're wasting all their energy. Commented the pro, sighing as he did so. God, these children were so unprepared. But maybe, just maybe Ned's boy would be a good fit for his 1A class next year. The battle continued as the crowd had cheered for the teams. It was truly shaping up to be a round to remembered. And as Izuku smirked at the team in front of him, smoke began to flow from the grenade, fizzling loudly as more smoke poured from the object. Where'd they go? Yelled one of the teams. Another soon followed. I think that's them over there. Pointing off in a random direction, one could see a team of 4 trying to move through the smoke. Multiple teams jumped on the group, trying to subdue them so they could be the ones to get the 1 million points. As the students did this, our group of 4 split off, each going their own separate ways. Hiding amongst the smoke, Izuku managed to wander over to another team and take their flag without being noticed. Hey, there's Midoriya, he's got their flag. Yelled one group as the smog began to clear. Izuku's green eyes deepened as he tried to dash off to another part of the stadium. Not so fast. Yelled Fa's group as she and her 3 teammates leapt towards the boy. Izuku was slammed against the hard dirt floor of the arena as he and the group of 4 resulted for the flag. No, I won't let you take it. He yelled, trying to convey as much worry as possible. He was a great actor in times of stress. It is nearly time, folks. Only 30 seconds left. The crowd began to count down as the group battle against each other. Hey, the 1 million points are gone. Who had them? Yelled a 2B group. Midoriya has it. Another group yelled, turning to try and catch the green-eyed boy. No, he doesn't. You fools, that's a different team's flag. Yelled yet another group who'd managed to focus on other foes for once. They'd amassed 3 different flags and were likely the second-place victors. Then where's the 1 million-point flag? Yelled several groups as one. They'd been cheated. And, with only 5 seconds to go, folks, it seems the 1 million-point flag has been misplaced. Where could it have gone? Yelled Present Mike from the stadium's broadcasting room. Fans roared as they too did not know where the flag had gone. Are you looking for this? Yelled Hato as she floated back down to the ground, having been missing from the fight since the smoke had cleared. She placed the flag back into its proper place as Mike counted down at the last second. I can't believe it, folks. Hato Nijire has once again reclaimed the 1 million points flag. That means Team Hato and Midoriya are the first-place team, followed by Team Hirano, Team Fa, and Team Kenranzaki. Can you believe it, folks? That was a sight to behold. We'll be back right after the 1-hour-long lunch break. We'll see you folks for the afternoon portion in just a short while. Present Mike called to the fans as they cheered for the show they'd just been given. It was unbelievable. And with that, the second round was finished, onto the third and final round. Soon lunch was over, the four friends had all sat together as they conversed about the upcoming battle. They hadn't discussed strategy or anything of that matter. Rather, smaller topics about what they were going to do over the coming weekend or who they'd intern for after the sports festival. Izuku truthfully didn't expect to intern for anyone, having thought that he wouldn't have made it to the third round. But now, as he considered his options, if he was given the choice to choose his internship, it'd likely be with someone who fought mostly quirkless, seeing as Izuku for the most part was quirkless. Sure, BT was incredibly strong and great in a pinch. Yet, he couldn't be used in a lot of situations revolving around petty theft or minor crime. BT was essentially an ace in the hole if things got hairy, but any other time there wasn't really much use to call upon him. Far too cumbersome and woefully noisy to perform smaller situations. So, it made the most sense to intern under someone who'd be similar to Izuku in that manner. Izuku had considered Sir Night Eye originally, noting that the man for the most part was quirkless, especially in larger situations. However, Izuku knew that Mirio was Night Eye's intern and would likely not be putting out a request for another student this year. Heido had interned under Ryukyu and was planning to do the same. Amajiki, on the other hand, had unfortunately been unable to resecure another work-study this go-around. However, he was pessimistic about going with another agency, seeing as the last one had been so abrasive. They hadn't been too kind to the poor boy due to his inability to form some sense of self-confidence. But none of that was neither here nor there. They'd all hopefully find heroes to intern under soon enough. Heido had also gone on and on about questioning the poor Greenette about what the weapons he'd used in the second match were. Izuku had for the most part not given any info, stating that they'd likely find out more as time went on and that he'd tell her afterwards, which garnered a small frown from the overly rambunctious puppy that was Nijire Heido. Lunch soon came to an end, and the 16 students who'd made it through the second match were welcomed into the stadium. Cheers once again filled the stands as the announcer and students came to stand in the center. It is now time for the third and final round. As per all Yuuie sports festivals, a tournament is in order. The matchups will be decided by drawing lots. Once that's settled, we'll move on to the tournament itself. Voice the 18-plus heroine voice to both the students and crowd. Alright, now if you will turn your head to the Jumbotron. Apparently that name was created by Sony and Mitsubishi Electric, even though it sounds somewhat American. The students did as they were told, along with the crowd. Some students struggling, others cheering. Izuku Midoriya vs. Mirio Tagata. Nijire Heido vs. Junichiro Hirano. Hajime Ito vs. Tamaki Amajiki. Maeda Fuwa vs. Iko Shota. BGMI Kenranzaki vs. Yudai Hajime. Eiko Seijin vs. Fikaru Kaya. Koto Mai vs. Korisumi. Akako Boten vs. Nobu Rai. Why are there literally 5 students outside of first years? It makes this so difficult to form anything interesting. Oh no, I have to go against Tagata. Izuku's mind yelled as he looked towards the blonde. A large smile fell upon the boy's face as he turned towards Izuku. This is gonna be fun, right, Midoriya? The boy happily yelled. Yeah, fun. Izuku said, hand moving upwards to rub the back of his head. This is so bad. Was all the boy could think. Best of luck to you, Midoriya. You too, Mirio. Izuku said, a huff of air leaving his mouth as he regretted all his life decisions. It wasn't the worst pull he could have gotten, but there were competitors that were far less experienced and prepared than Mirio. At least Izuku didn't have to fight Heido, or well, not yet. If he'd have had to fight her first, he probably would have collapsed. Oh, Zuzu, you gotta face Mirio. That isn't fair. Why do you have to go against one of our friends? The girl pouted, upset that they all couldn't fight and had progressed to at least the second round. It's alright, Heido. I'm sure me and Midoriya will have a great match. The boy smiled from ear to ear as he looked at the 2 students before him. Amijik would soon come over and converse on his displeasure of having to be in front of such a large crowd. "Why did you have to go back for me?" "I just wanted to go home," he pouted, and Mirio could only smirk at his best friend. "All right, everyone, please head to the stands. The first match will begin in a few moments." Midnight announced with a crack of her whip. Where'd she get that from? As the students cleared out, all heading to claim a seat in the stands among the cheering crowd, Izuku and Mirio both head to the reserved rooms to catch a small breath and strategize. Izuku had ran into the sensei power loader on his way dressing room B. "I've got your approved items, Midoriya." Izuku nodded, accepting the case from his teacher and opening the door to the dressing room with a small wave goodbye to his sensei. The man nodded and gave a small, "Good luck, make us proud, kid." Izuku let go a small huff as the door closed behind him. He laid the metal case on a table that sat in one of the chairs in the room. Flicking open the case's locks, he smiled. His suit had been for the most part perfected over the past 2 months. Its design full realized for the first iterations and all components were completed. Izuku changed, shedding his Yuuie uniform and donning the helmet and suit, its HUD coming to life. Heat rate, power level, and temperatures all came on screen, as did his fuel level for the jump kit. Izuku let go one last long-winded sigh as his hands tightened into fist, his grip tensing as he did so. "I have to do this. I need to prove to the world that I am here. And to myself that I can be a hero." However, there was always that side of him, that small voice that told him he was nothing, he was useless, quirkless, a Deku. And yet, he wanted to try, wanted to be the hero he always dreamt of being. The spark within him may be nothing but embers now, but in time they would once again consume the forest, turning the world around him. The ones who told him he couldn't be a hero to ash. "I can do this." He reassured himself, still worried that he wouldn't be enough, wouldn't leave an impression on anyone because he was quirkless status. Or at least, that's what everyone thought he was, other than Hado, Amijik, and Mirio. He'd told them, Hado had known since the start, but he'd allowed the two boys to know soon after meeting them. They deserved to know. He trusted them more than anyone else. He cared for his friends. For the people who cared for him like family. And so, they deserved to know he had a quirk that could help him be a hero. "Time's up. The third event is starting, Midoriya," called one of the teachers. Izuku assumed that it had been Cementos, since he was overseeing the match as a referee. Once on the field, Izuku felt small, like he didn't belong being watched by thousands of people. And yet, here he was, standing before them with his head held high. He once again clenched his fist and strengthened his resolve. The first match, making a weird face despite his excellent performance, it's Izuku Midoriya from the support course. Versus 2, as Golden Boy, the boy who can't seem to keep his pants on despite his best efforts, Mirio Tagada. The rules are simple. Win by knocking your opponent out of the ring, immobilizing them, or getting them to say, "I give up." Bring the pain, we've got our good old recovery girl on standby. And fight dirty if you must. Ethics have no meaning here. Present Mike cackled from his seat in the booth, while Eraser just rolled his eyes at his husband's antics. How dare Mike challenge Izuku to bring on the pain, especially with recovery girl on standby? Well, of course, going for the kill is a no-no. You'll be disqualified. Because a true hero's fists fly only when in the pursuit of villains. Voiced the animated cement block of a teacher, "Man quirks are weird. Come on, Midoriya, let's give it our all," yelled the blonde. Izuku nodded. The helmet showed no emotion, but if one could see hesitation, one would see it written in the boy's movements. Izuku's mind raced, trying to think of strategy. He'd have to fight Mirio dirty. The boy's quirk was too powerful to fight fair and square. "All right, let the match begin," yelled Cementos as he finally sat in his chair. Mirio moved first, practiced strides as moved across the battlefield. Izuku quickly moved, matching his pace as he got closer to the boy. He needed to get his bearings, to understand where exactly the playing field was. Sure, the white lines signify the edge, but one could easily forget where they were if they failed to pay attention. Izuku couldn't lose on a technicality. He wanted to do his best and at the very least put on a good show. Mirio's hand swung quickly, moving to connect with Izuku's right shoulder, and it did as intended. He landed the first hit, sending the boy back a step. Mirio followed with a left hook, aiming for Izuku's head, but was quickly dodged. Izuku heaved a heavy breath as his head rose once more. Staring the blue-eyed boy down, Izuku swung his first punch, trying to hit Mirio in the chest. But before it could connect, his hand flew through his chest. Ah! The boy laughed as Izuku shook his head. He should have known better than to think he could outspeed Mirio's permeation. Mirio smiled as he threw back another punch, this time aiming for Izuku's stomach. He'd been able to accomplish multiple takedowns by aiming for the abdomen. Too bad Izuku would only be added to that dash. As the blonde threw his third punch, it didn't connect either. There was nothing there. The blonde looked in front of him. The crowd gasped as the boy in green vanished. Bluish-white light surrounded him, and then there was nothing. Izuku Midoriya has disappeared. Eraser, can you believe it? Mike looked over to his less-than-happy friend who'd simply rolled his eyes. The world had gone white for Izuku, a dual dark gray, and only the outline of the Colosseum could be seen. The dirt under his feet became much coarser and his senses seemed to jumped to a higher level. Tagata, along with the crowd, disappeared. They were gone, and Izuku smirked. He didn't have much time, maybe 10 seconds at the most. He needed to make the most of it. He quickly moved, weaving around where Mirio had once stood and coming around to his backside. Winding his fist back, the world once again saturated with color and people once again populated his eyes' sight. They seemed shocked, surprised by the action just taken. Ah! Izuku all but yelled as he swung his fist forward towards the blonde's head. The punch landed, sending the blonde forwards towards the edge of the arena. The crowd roared as the blonde landed on the dirt ground, tumbling into the dirt as his head shook with pain. Whoa, can you believe it, folks? I don't even know what I just witnessed. Yelled Present Mike as Eraserhead sat up further in his seat. Somewhat interested now, unsure of what he'd just witnessed. Then as Izuku readied for another attack, the blonde's body began to phase, sinking into the floor. Mirio smirked. Izuku may have gotten a lucky shot off, but he wouldn't do it again. His body soon reappeared, a toned hand rising from the dirt below, trying to reach out for the greenette. And then it latched onto his right ankle, pulling him down onto the ground as Mirio rose from the dirt below. Ah! Izuku lightly yelled as he fell towards the ground. Come on, Izuku, you've got to be quicker than that. Yelled the blonde as he fully rose from the ground below. A smile widely placed on his face as Izuku slowly got up. Mirio waited for just the right moment, watching as the boy tried to rebalance himself once more before rushing in to land another blow. Pilot, watch out! Came the voice of BT, giving Izuku just enough time to quickly dodge the incoming blonde by once again disappearing. Midoriya has once again disappeared, folks. Cheered Present Mike as he watched the fight continue to unfold. The crowd cheered even louder as Mirio tried to locate the boy, his head swiveling as quickly as possible to try and find him. But he was gone. The dull white light soon once again saturated for the greenette as he threw another punch towards the blonde. This time, he didn't dare make a sound as he landed the blow directly to the boy's back. I'm not gonna lose, I've come too far to not put up a fight. Izuku's mind yelled as he lunged. Mirio lurched backwards, yelping in pain as Izuku rushed forward, tackling the boy and pushing him further forward. Ah! The boy still yelled as he pushed further backwards. Then as he tried to fight it, tried to stop Izuku from pushing him another inch. The crowd cheered, yelling sounded throughout the stadium and Mick's voice yelled as loudly as possible. Look at that! Eraser, are you seeing this? Said man in question rolled his eyes and let out a huff of air. I still say he's wasting too much energy in only the first match of the bracket. Mirio was out, he was out of bounds. His feet had just barely stepped across the white line, and he hadn't had time to react. How could that happen? He'd given his all to train for this, but maybe his friend had as well. And knowing that Izuku had helped him and still trained gave Mirio the biggest smile he could muster. Mirio Tagata is out of bounds. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. Came the voice of the 18+ hero, as her whip crack signaled the end of the match. Izuku had done it, he'd beaten Mirio. He'd beaten one of two, as top students as a first year. But as Izuku tried to process it all, a hand landed on his shoulder. That was amazing. Where did you learn to do that? Midoriya. We can be permeation buddies. The boy's wide smile eased Izuku's brain, and he smiled back at his friend. You were amazing too, you punch like a truck. You know that, right? Tagata laughed at the greenette as the two were escorted off the field so that the next match may commence. 1 hour, 15 minutes later, second round, first match. Izuku had watched the rest of the matches go on. Mirio sat by him once they had come up into the Yuuie stands and helped to ease his mind. Heido had been the next contestant up, and though it was certainly tough for the airhead, she'd managed to defeat Hirano. Hirano was a second-year Class 2B student with the ability to change and inflate his muscles to varying levels. Similarly to the way All Might would inflate into his muscular form. However, with enough hits to his body, he could be deflated. The twirling beams of light that Heido produced were well-versed and capable to deflating the boy, and though she'd been roughed up quiet heavily, Heido had managed to get her foe to submit and tap out. Surprisingly, she'd been the only one to get a student to tap out in the first round, and that seemed to worry Izuku even more. Heido was incredibly strong, even though she wasn't always the most intuitive person. That wasn't to mention the brunette's heart of gold and eagerness to protect the ones she cared about. Heido was truly someone Izuku looked up to, not only as a friend but as a mentor, even if she seemed to rely on him as much as he did her. Izuku had spent little time after finishing his match, dusting off his suit and checking to make sure everything he had was approved. He'd managed to recharge the jump kit and to think about strategies while watching Heido's fight. Unfortunately, due to the bracket system, and Heido having been the second fight of the sports festival, Izuku knew he'd have to face her next, which seemed more like a curse than a blessing at the current time. He knew the girl was overtly strong, but he also didn't want to hurt her for other reasons. He respected her and every bit of strength she had, and yet found it difficult to muster the courage to go all out. But at last Izuku steeled his resolve once more and understood that he owed her a good fight. A fair and challenging match that both of them would be proud of. He just hoped that nothing bad happened and that neither ended up really hurt from it. As Izuku once again stood from his seat on a bench in the dressing room, he sighed. He needed to give it his all and hope someone would pity the poor quirkless boy. He knew hardly any agencies would be interested in him. As far as most knew, he had no power, and that was an obvious problem for many would-be scouts. As Izuku readied, his helmet once again slid over his head, and with one last heavy sigh Izuku pushed open the door to his dressing room. The match would be starting soon, and he figured it would be best to head to the entranceway of the stadium. "Oh, there you are, Izuku," came the voice of one white furry rat, mouse, bear, stoat-looking man. His suit as presentable as it ever was, a small familiar smile grazed his face as he looked the greenette down. "Hey, Dad," Izuku called, a little surprised to be seeing the man down here. Having likely sworn to treat his students all the same, and yet the mouse had made an attempt to see him before his second match. "You did quite well out there, while your first engagement wasn't the greatest. You managed to take out young Tagata as of first year. I'm quite proud of you. Now, please go do your best. I know a few pros who are watching you closely." Izuku nodded, understanding that the man had the tendency to be curt with people. Thank you. I'll do my best." Izuku's right hand tensed, clenching as he tried to manage his resolve. Netsu had put in the effort to console him in a time of worry, and maybe the man did understand human emotion? Of course, the man did. Izuku knew this, but at times it just felt like he wasn't there. Or at the very least didn't understand what he needed to do to help a child that was directly under his care. Netsu had been a teacher before becoming principal, but he had never raised a child, never had to be there for a kid 100%. Maybe he does care. With the small confrontation with his adoptive father out the way, Izuku made his way to the entrance onto the field. Midnight once again stood on the pad's edge, whip in hand and a devilish smirk ever present on her face. Both of these competitors have performed at their absolute best in the festival so far. However, there's only room for one of these greats in the ring. It's Heido versus Midoriya. Present Mix oh-so-loud voice boomed over the stadium as the crowd cheered the two highest-scoring students on. A match that many would have probably wanted to the finale. And yet, here they were, in only the second round. "Start!" yelled the 18-plus heroine as the two students stared one another down. "Isuzu, are you going to do that thing you did with Tagata?" asked the bubbly blue-haired girl as the two readied into a fighting stance. "You'll just have to wait and see," he quipped back, a small smile falling upon his face as he shook internally. Think, what can I do?" his mind yelled, trying to find ways to combat Hato. "Ah, come on Midori, I want to have some fun." The girl whined as her quirk activate and slowly she began to rise into the air. Yellow beams of light slowly twirling downward as she lifted off the ground. Still though, she hadn't mastered the art of flying quiet yet and couldn't stay overly stable for long amounts of time. She'd only been able to do so during the obstacle course because she was moving straight ahead with enough force to keep her in the air. Staying stable was a much more difficult task. Hato moved her right arm, aiming it towards Izuku. Yellow light began to ooze from her hand as she bit her lip, trying to look as fierce as possible for her competitor. "Full charge, output level 25. She yelled, and the beam of twirling light sped from her outreached hand. Izuku's eyes widened as he tried to react, but, somehow, it seemed too fast. "Pilot, you need to phase now," yelled the AI trying to warn Izuku, and BT managed to warn him just in time. The world turned gray, and the figures disappeared. No pain graced him as the world did so, and as he phased, Izuku moved forward, rushing to a better point. He needed to remember he couldn't move far, couldn't go outside of the ring. And so, he did his best to move closer in. "He's done it again, folks. Izuku Midoriya has once again disappeared," yelled Present Mike from the commentator's booth. Eraserhead simply rolled his eyes at Mick's commentation and sat up only a slight bit more. The world once again turned to color and Izuku smirked below the mask. Pressing down the trigger that lay within his hand, the jets of his jump kit ignited, sending him upwards. Barreling forwards towards the bluenet, Hato yelped as Izuku sped closer. "Come on Hato, did you think that would work?" Izuku yelled as he wound back a punch, aiming to hit her with whatever might he could muster. Please forgive me," he yelled as he tried to land a hit. "Full charge, output level 30. She yelled last second as Izuku got unnervingly close to hitting her. The boy couldn't react in time, and the bright yellow light hit him square in the face. It didn't burn, but it felt like hitting a brick wall. "Ow!" Izuku yelled as he reeled backwards, dangerously close to coming out of bounds. "Izues!" Hato yelped, now worried for her friend more so than about the fight the two were currently having. Izuku's blinked away the blurriness that had formed, trying to find his opponent once more. Hato still floated above the ground, the beams of yellow seeming to have faded slightly after the last attack. With a rough grunt from the boy, he deactivated the thruster from the jump kit and landed on the ground, feet planting themselves once more. "What can I do?" he once again yelled to himself, trying to figure out the best course of action. His right hand slid down to his waist belt, pulling a disc from his side. "All right, here, hoping this thing works," his mind yelled as it threw the disc out. Hato instantly readying to fire off another blast. "Output level 50. She yelled, bracing herself for what the disc could possibly be. Explosives weren't allowed, right? The metal disc landed, projecting an orange shield in front of Izuku, Hato's yellow light reflecting off, splitting both sides of the protective barrier. "No fair!" the bluenet yelled as her beams careened off the shield, hitting the stadium walls. Izuku needed something long-ranged. It was far too difficult to hit her up close, and he had nothing that wasn't deadly that could hit her from this distance. Izuku sighed, activating the cloaking device built into his suit. The armor he wore began to blend into the background, his body disappearing from behind the transparent orange shield. "He's done it once again. Izuku Midoriya has disappeared," yelled Present Mike as the crowd cheered louder than ever. "It's different though? It's not the bluish-white light from before." The suit became progressively transparent, like its cloaking rather than whatever he'd done with Tagata. Mike looked over and nodded. "My co-host is right. This might be something different from what we've seen before." Izuku slid out from behind the shield and ran across the field, trying to get closer to the girl who flew above. But as he did so, dust flew from the ground. "You can't hide like that, Izuku," she happily proclaimed as she readied another attack. But as she yelled, blue light flew from his figure, propelling him upwards. "I'm not trying to hide." The cloaking fell and revealed Izuku, with his fist pulled back, hoping to land a hit on the bluenet. "No!" she yelled as twirling light once again flew from her hands and landed square in the boy's chest. Izuku flew backwards, his vision blurred more than the last time. And he could only register the thought of falling. The wind and air as it rushed past him. Then with a thud his body hit the dirt floor of the arena. The crowd cheered as he flew through the air. Heido's world shrunk as she watched her friend fall, her own eyes darkening. The world became very still and motionless. "Ah!" Izuku yelled as he made contact. It hurt so bad to have landed on his back, but he watched as his friend's body fell from the sky. He watched as she careened towards the dirt the same as he did. Izuku's mind stopped, worry set in as his friend fell. His body moving on its own, jet igniting as all he could register was the fall he was watching take place. His limp body, head first falling towards the stadium floor. "Heido!" he yelled as he flew closer, arm outreached as he felt the weight and pressure hit him. Catching her within his arms, she was safe. She hadn't landed wrong, or hard, or accidentally broken anything. When he'd seen her fall like that, motionless, worry raced through him. "Izuzu?" she asked, eyes slowly widening. "Yeah, I've got you," he replied, still worried that his friend had pushed herself far too hard. That's good. You're kinda comfy," she murmured, as Izuku's face lit with red, and the implications that he was currently holding Nijire. "Izuku Midoriya is out of bounds. Nijire Heido is the winner," called Cementos as he stood from his cement chair. Izuku had lost, but at least Heido was okay. He hadn't hurt her, hadn't caused his friend unnecessary pain. He was thankful for the fact that he'd made it through the sports festival. Shown promises to the world, claiming that he was here. And one person in particular took notice, their posture far straighter than it had been moments prior. Maybe there was some promise in the first years after all. A few days had passed since the end of the sports festival. Heido hadn't managed to win the festival due to her own unfortunate injuries and lack of energy. She had, however, managed to make it to the finals, facing off one of the other two A-class members. Afterwards, things went back to normal. Izuku was training the same as he always did. But there was an air of calmness around Yuuie. Like things had finally settled back to where they were before the sports festival. Izuku had been recognized a few times outside of the sports festival, mainly by those he ran into while he was out shopping or on the commuter train from his and Nedzu's apartment in the inner city. Yuuie was originally settled into the outskirts of Muzutafu but had been swallowed by the city over time. People had given the boy praise, congratulating him on his placing in the sports festival, while others seemed to ask about the suit he'd worn. There'd unfortunately been a debate about the ethics of the suit, most saying that it wasn't fair compared to the other opponents. But Nedzu and the teachers of Yuuie had defended their actions, stating that Izuku was a support corps student and had full right to use the equipment during the festival. The media had for the most part understood the thought process behind the decision reached by Yuuie and let it slide. Some still questioned the legitimacy but had for the most part been swept under the rug. Izuku sighed as he walked into the lab of the support course. Power Loader, as of course, was at the front getting ready for another class. While most of the support course milled about, unable to stop themselves from talking to one another. A lot of the class was still caught up on the festival, always talking about how they could improve, or how they might be able to intern under a hero or support item developer. All of the course seemed caught up in the idea of being able to learn from someone other than Power Loader. Of course, Izuku thought much the same as his classmates but understood that due to his quirklessness he'd likely not be scouted by an agency. Sure, he'd performed well in a controlled environment, but could he hold up to real combat? No agency wanted to be the first to have someone who was considered quirkless, especially when it had never been done before. He would have been the first person to ever be even considered to become a hero as a quirkless individual. But Izuku figured whoever he interned for, if he interned, would likely need to know that he wasn't quirkless or useless. Izuku let go another hardened huff of air as he set down his bright yellow book bag at his workstation. He'd become somewhat close with a few support course members, but he still felt he didn't belong. Sure, he was a support course student and could make amazing gear. But the gear was often for himself rather than others. A lot of the support course made equipment for themselves as well. Though of course that was the current situation they were in, with no hero course students. However, even when they would return to normal, Izuku felt he couldn't make gear for anyone but himself. Soon though, the greenette was snapped out of his thought process by his sensei. Alright, listen up everyone. Concerning the pro draft picks, I mentioned the other day. It's based on who the pros think will be ready to join the workforce within the next few years. Now this is often reserved for hero course students. However, some of you manage to pique the eyes of a few pro heroes. This is considered an investment in your future, and the agencies reserve the right to cut ties at any time. Now, as stated earlier, some of you gained the interest of some heroes. Power Loader looked over the few students in front of him and offered a small smile to them. Izuku seemed to be overly nervous, and Mr. Maijima couldn't blame the boy. Kaori Sumi, the fourth kind agency have extended an offer to you. You do not have to accept, but it is highly suggested that you do if you want to be a hero. The rather brash girl who usually sat in the back of the class nodded her head, understanding that it truly was an opportunity to be able to intern under anyone as a support course student. Now Izuku Midoriya, several pro heroes extended offers to you. However, the one I would highly suggest, and the one Principal Nezu highly suggest is listed at the top. He will be difficult, but it is not only my humble opinion but likely much of the staff's opinion that he will be the best for you development as a hero. Izuku nodded, though he wasn't sure who could have piqued the interest of both Maijima-sensei and his adoptive father. Power Loader handed the boy a sheet of paper. Roughly 5 names were listed on the sheet. Some agencies were rather large, such as the Fat Gum Agency and even the Gunhead Agency. However, the one at the top surprised Izuku the most and likely frightened him more than anything. You want me to study under Mr. Aizawa? Izuku looked up to his teacher and only received a small curt nod from the man. Nezu had suggested he study under Eraser, and that was frightening. Izuku knew how important Eraser's input was, along with how much Mr. Aizawa's belief in a student mattered. To have him want to intern Izuku was rather scary to say the least. Meet him after class if you're interested. He should be in his office during lunch. Izuku nodded. He honestly could wait for lunch to roll around. Mr. Aizawa could be rather terrifying at times if you asked Izuku. Class would soon come to an end, with Power Loader assigning another small project for the class to complete by the end of week. Izuku as of course already formulating a plan for what to make next. Though the young students didn't know much about Aizawa-sensei, he did know the man had a habit of expelling students and an eye for what he considered talent. Though, Izuku wasn't sure if he met any criteria the man looked for. After grabbing lunch from the cafeteria and a small chat with Lunch Rush, Izuku would make his way to the office space of Yuuie, a place he'd been in only once or twice in his entire time at Yuuie as both a student and son of Nezu. Izuku tried not to remember the first time or the last that he'd met Mr. Aizawa. The man always seemed to be so unhappy about something or another and sleep-deprived. Thankfully Yamada had suggested Izuku get coffee from Lunch Rush for the poor teacher. Present Mike may have been seen as crazy by many, but he was somewhat of a close friend to Izuku. They weren't super close like Present Mike was with Ms. Midnight, but they talked often enough. The voice hero did look out for his favorite student, even if he claimed there was no such thing as favorites at Yuuie. Izuku knocked on the wooden door that led to Aizawa's office. A gruff, "Come in," could be heard from the other side. Izuku pushed the door open, revealing a man huddled in a yellow sleeping bag. A rather displeased frown on his face and tiredness rampant throughout his features. Izuku smiled lightly at the sight but soon dropped the facade and settled for worry instead. "I was told to meet you here, Mr. Aizawa? Present Mike, suggested I bring coffee soa here." Izuku sat the warm cup of coffee down on the man's desk. Said cloaked man didn't bother paying attention to the fresh beverage. though he was quite thankful for it. Before Izuku could question the man or anything else, he was met with the man's harsh voice. Midoriya, I requested you for the work study. And I expect you to meet me here outside of you. A Monday afternoon. I believe that if you continue to show the promise you showed at the sports festival, you might have the ability to transfer into the hero course. Nedzu would have to, as of course, sign off on it, but first I want to do my own thorough review of you. Izuku nodded. He understood that he needed to be checked over and made sure that he was capable of being a hero course student. Alright, that is all? And kid, good job at the sports festival. The man gave a small nod to the boy as he picked up his warm cup of coffee, taking a sip of it as the greenette turned to leave. Izuku knew that training under Mr. Aizawa would be difficult, but he hoped it would give him the edge he needed to transfer into the hero course. 4 days later, 11:30 a.m. Yuuie High School entrance. Izuku stood outside of the entrance to Yuuie, a suitcase packed with his suit and his helmet nestled on his hip by a strap. Izuku let go a small yet long sigh as he waited for his mentor-teacher to show up. Izuku figured Eraser wouldn't be around until at least 12 and hadn't stopped to get the man more coffee, worrying that it'd be cold by the time he received it. Izuku's hands wandered, toying with the strap of his helmet as he stood, waiting for the pro to show up. "Ah, you're early," the man commented as he walked closer to the entrance gate. Izuku nodded. Nedzu had drilled into him the need for punctuality from a young age, and it served him well. "Yes, sir. What do I call you, Mr. Aizawa?" Izuku knew that since this wasn't a school-related matter, that most pros preferred their hero name. But the Erasure hero was always a little weird. Eraserhead is fine in public, but on Yuuie school grounds, Mr. Aizawa is fine kid. Izuku nodded, understanding the wishes of the pro in front of him. "I assume we're heading to the training area I usually use?" "Yeah, that's fine. Nedzu said we were clear to use it any time." Izuku nodded as he followed behind the man cloaked in his usual black clothes and white capture scarf. The two stepped into the small building, Gym Gamma, if Izuku remembered correctly from his tour several years ago. It had been used for small group sessions and training for Yuuie students, but as of his time under Nedzu's tutelage, it had served more for his own private use than anything. As of course, Izuku didn't know this, nor would he likely come to find this out until far after he'd graduated. But the mouse had reserved the gym for his son's private use. He knew Izuku wanted to be a hero. Of course, the green bean still hadn't told his father such a thing, nor had the boy told Nedzu about his quirk. But it was hard not to know such things as one of the smartest people in the world. "Alright, so, firstly I want to know what you can do?" The teacher instructed, needing to understand the basics of his students before truly pushing him. "Well, when I was 10, I enrolled in a judo class to help widen my understanding of martial arts. I've trained here since I was 10 as well. You probably already know that though. Plus, I've spent 3,000 hours in a sim specialty tailored to me and my quirk." He added the last part for himself. "Alright, well, I knew about the training here, but it's good to see Nedzu also enrolled you in martial arts as well. That'll help round out some rough edges you may have from strictly strength training." Izuku nodded. That had been the reason he'd taken the classes in the first place. He needed to be able to move and flow through a fight rather than be stiff and brittle. "Alright, now I want you to tell me about your suit. I noticed quite a lot from the sports festival, but there was a lot you didn't use." The pro looked at him, a questing gaze in his eyes, a need to understand the boy in front of him. "Yes, sir. My suit was something I made in the support course. It's made of a special highly flexible metal blend along with Kevlar woven in. It protects me from most blasts, knives, and projectiles. I also have my jump kit, which allows sustained flight for a short time. I've got the ability to cloak whenever I need, throwing knives that I didn't use, and the portable shield you saw me use during my match with Hado." Izuku stammered a bit with the knives. They hadn't been approved for use. "And what was that thing you did with Tagada?" Eraser asked, seemingly taking notes down in his mind, trying to understand everything the greenette had listed off. "That's a part of my quirk. Something it helped me to understand and build." Izuku's green eyes met his teacher's. He hadn't told anyone about his quirk other than his 3 friends, but Eraserhead needed to know. The man could always see a lie, and Izuku couldn't do that to the man who was going to teach him for the next year if he managed to transfer. Your quirk? Eraser asked, an eyebrow raised in the child's direction. Don't tell Nedzu. But I have a quirk that I developed in a strenuous situation. I have a sentient AI that gives me help whenever situations seem dire, along with instructions and schematics for my projects. Eraser's eyes widened for only a second in realization. It made some sense. Why the kid muttered so badly and why he seemed distant at times. So, is that what allows you to Yeah, it's called phase shifting. I can teleport in and out of planes of existence for a short amount of time. The world goes gray, and everyone disappears. My body was also somewhat alerted by my quirk. I'm far strong than a normal person and have the ability to do things no one else should be able to do. Though with quirks it's not much. Eraser nodded. The boy seemed interesting to say the least. What can you do? I can do a wall run fairly easily, lift twice my own body weight, and even see in some low-light situations. And I can call upon a Titan to save me in extreme situations. Alright, that seems to be enough talking then. I want you to try and land a hit on me. Use whatever you can to do so, though no knives. Please. The man said dryly, though still somewhat more interested than he had been in several months. Okay, sir, when do we dash? And Izuku was cut off as his mentor leapt forward. I guess they start now. Next time on Symbol of Justice, Izuku Midoriya goes on his first real patrol. 2 days had passed and Izuku had been beaten and trained within an inch of his life. That might have been an overstatement, but he felt like he was ready to drop dead. Mr. Aizawa had been focusing on training key skills into the boy. Several different styles of martial arts along with a few different takedown strategies that could be used in a pinch. Izuku would be thankful for the training when it was all said and done. But at the current time, he was less than excited to have the crap beat out of him. Aizawa hadn't given him much rest, wanting the boy to train as much as possible to be ready to transfer into the heroics course. But then on the 3rd day, the man had met Izuku outside of Yuuie like usual. Dressed in full hero gear, not much unlike usual. But his goggles were hung down across his form. Rather than stuffed in a pocket, his stance was also more serious. Today we're going to be doing some in-field training. Suit up, this time you'll learn firsthand what you will be facing out there on a daily basis. Izuku nodded, rushing off towards the gym that they usually used. When Izuku returned, Aizawa looked less tense. His shoulders somewhat sunk down as he stood waiting for Izuku. Sir? Izuku asked, looking up to the teacher for guidance. The man nodded, turning and began to walk, not waiting for the greenette. Izuku rushed to catch up, noticing that no instruction had been given. We're just going to do some simple patrol routes today. Nothing difficult or hard. This is just to dip your toes in the water and get you acclimated to hero work. Tomorrow, though, you will be meeting me at this location. Sensei Aizawa handed over a note with an address written on it. The next 2 days will be your chance to prove to me that you belong in the hero course. Now, I know Principal Nedzu has a lot of faith in you, kid. But I will not let your connection with the principal be the only reason you get into the heroics course. Izuku nodded. He understood that in truth, having Nedzu as his adoptive father may more so hurt his chance of getting into the heroics course than help. Yes, sir. So where do we start? He asked, looking up to meet the man's eyes. Just walk with me, kid. Pay attention to those walking past. And listen for anything that seems off. Izuku nodded, staying in stride with the dark-dressed man as they rounded a corner. Mr. Aizawa didn't talk that much to Izuku, much happier to enjoy the quiet of everything. The day would go smoothly with only one incident having happened. A man had committed a minor crime. Attempting to steal a woman's purse, he'd run off and bumped into several people as he did so, knocking some to the ground while others simply gripped about having been bumped. Mr. Aizawa would quickly capture the man with his scarf. The man himself would gripe at the pro-hero, yelling about how he couldn't use his quirk and how unfair it was. Shoyuta wouldn't offer a response to the man, simply typing on his phone for the police to move in on the area. They'd already been on their way, having received a call from the woman who'd had her purse stolen. The man had been taken into custody. Aizawa gave a short statement, and the woman was reunited with her purse. From there the two had made their way to a small restaurant, getting lunch and settling outside on a bench. Izuku wasn't sure what to say, but there was one thing that was still on his mind through all of the training, all of the work he'd already put in. Why me? Aizawa turned to look at the boy, his eyes seeming to look him over, trying to figure out what best to say to the greenette that sat before him. Soon he came to a conclusion and answered, his voice never wavering as he did so. Because you have potential, with or without a quirk, I believe that you could be a hero. But first, you need to prove to me that you can be a hero. Izuku nodded, still unsure that he could even be a hero. If Mr. Aizawa thinks I can be a hero, then maybe I really can be. The two would finish their lunches soon after, the man leading the way as they once again walked the patrol route Aizawa had laid out the night before. Half asleep as he picked the route. Why'd he have to take on a work-study student? Izuku sighed as they rounded a corner, once again happy to be nearing Yuuie. Though he hadn't seen much action in his first real day of his internship, he had gained some experience, understanding that there was often a lot of waiting. It seemed to drag on for much of the day as well. Is there always so much waiting? Izuku asked, looking to his mentor for an answer. For the most part, we're usually busier than this. Though being near Yuuie keeps the crime rate down. Don't expect this every day. Some days are just slower than others. Izuku nodded, glad that hero work wasn't always so boring. The two would soon arrive back at the entrance of Yuuie. Splitting up, Aizawa headed towards his usual patrol route while Izuku turned towards the train station to head back to his and Nedzu's home on the outskirts of Yuuie's campus. The two would meet up the next day, on the far side of Mizudafu. Izuku wore his suit as instructed of all students who were given field training. He wouldn't have the ability to change elsewhere. Eraser nodded to his mentee and once again began walking as Izuku came within sight. Where are we headed today, Eraser? Izuku asked, looking up to meet the man's cold eyes. My usual patrol route. Stay vigilant, it's usually a little bit busier than what you saw yesterday. Izuku nodded to Eraser, understanding that it was certainly going to be busier than the Yuuie patrol route they'd taken yesterday. Eraser's route had always been busy, though never commented on by the news. Those who followed Hero News online knew that the man was incredibly busy when it came to patrols, even with how little information was available. Izuku pitied Eraser sometimes. Seeing him at work after a very long day was somewhat worrying. He'd once messaged Present Mike to get Mr. Aizawa a cup of coffee, noticing that he'd had a long day. To which the man responded that he'd already had 4 and an energy drink. That had truly scared the green bean. How can one man look so tired? But at last, Mr. Aizawa had always been grateful for the problem child's handouts of coffee. Though today, the handout was absent, the two could find a coffee place at some point and rest there for the time being. The two walked in unison, even if the greenette was a little bit out of step with the shorter man next to him. Izuku was fairly tall, all things considered. His quirk had not only given him BT but also the metabolism and alterations that pilots had. Alright, so we'll patrol for about 2 hours before a break. That sounds like a plan, problem child? Eraser looked slightly up, realizing that the boy had gotten taller than him. How had he not noticed that before? Yeah, whatever you think is the best, sir. Shoyuda nodded to the boy and continued walking. Nothing had come up yet, no purse snatchings, no cries for help. Not even a traffic accident. Things seemed odd if you asked him. It was never this quiet. Then as the two were getting close to where they would rest, a local shop that Aizawa frequented regularly, they even knew his regular drink and not to question him. There were people running down the street. Some screaming, some running as quickly as possible. Eraser pulled one man to the side, wearing a business suit with a briefcase in hand. Sir, what's going on? He asked, the man flinching for a moment before looking to Shuda's dark eyes. Bank robbery, north end of the street, across from the coffee shop. Eraser nodded and thanked the man before hurriedly telling him and the others who were running away to move along quickly. Turning back to his mentee, he sighed. This was not the type of in-field training he wanted. Nedzu would skin him alive if a hair on the greenette's head was harmed, though the other staff would likely do the same as well. Alright, you guard the front exit of the bank, help anyone who comes out and keep civilians away. Got that? He asked, looking up to his student who had held no expression, though his eyes gave away worry and a slight hint of fear. Yes, sir. Take this. If you need help, just ask for it. I'll contact local authorities. Shoyuta nodded to the boy, accepting the earpiece from him before rushing up the steps of the bank. Its front entrance had been shut, and he couldn't see inside. Open the front door, I'll throw one of my knives in. The man looked at Izuku, eyes wide with something similar to worry and annoyance. You could hurt someone. He nearly yelled at the boy. Trust me, there is no one in the front lobby. My knives have a pulse function that emits a sonar wave. I can see everyone who's in the building. Now can I throw it? Asked the greenette in a similar whisper-yell voice. Backsass was never a good idea. Fine, but we will have a very long conversation about you using throwing knives after this. Izuku nodded. He knew the man carried a knife in his boot for such events. Izuku pulled one of his knives from its sheath and threw it ever so lightly, hoping to not make a noise. The blade landed in one of the far desks that a teller would usually stand at. A pulse emitted from the blade, and several different dots appeared on the HUD within Izuku's helmet. There's 4 of them, all in the back room. One hostage, it looks like. They're not moving, while the other 3 are walking around looking for something. Shoyuta nodded, and then breached the door, ducking for cover as soon as he could. Izuku, already on the line with the local authorities, breathed a sigh of relief when a woman, likely mid-20s, came out, rushing past him. Ma'am, could you please stay put until the authorities arrive? They'll need to question you. Her breath was shaky, worry filling her, but she nodded. Izuku let out a sigh of relief as the police soon arrived, and Eraser stepped out to wave the men in. All 3 of the robbers had been subdued for the meantime. Some cursed while others objected to their. But here's your knife back and good work, problem child. Izuku sighed. He wished the man would stop giving him so much crap. He wasn't that much of a problem child. Lucky for the 2, the robbery would be the most eventful part of their day. The coffee shop owner would later come out and give the 2 drinks. Once again thanking Eraser for his work, while also questioning him on his new mentee. He's Ned's child and I'm just watching him. Came the man's gruff voice as he rubbed his hand through the boy's hair. A mess as usual, especially after removing his helmet. The woman would smile, telling Shoyuta that he couldn't be just Ned's problem child if he was willing to take the kid on patrol. Which was fair. Shoyuta did care for the boy and fully believed he could be a hero. Alright, thanks Akio. Come on Midoriya, we've still got 3 hours of patrol left. The greenette nodded and followed his mentor as the man once again walled away. The 2 would go on to find more trouble, though nothing as considerable as the robbery. Izuku would be thankful for that, though his internship would come to a close. Mr. Aizawa would continue to train Izuku long after the internship was over. Knowing that if the boy was to be ready for the hero course, he would need more training. But something seemed off. The boy looked to know more than he let on. As if he'd been trained elsewhere other than just a gym or dojo. The spark in his eyes reminded Shoyuta of a pro hero's eyes who'd seen combat before. Yo, you want me to take the what? Izuku asked, looking to his 3 parental father figures. Power Loader, Mr. Aizawa, and Principal Nedzu all stood in front of him outside of the support department labs. He'd been dragged out of class while he was working on improving the fuel usage of the jump kit. We want you to take the Provisional Hero License exam in September. That gives you roughly 2 months to prepare. Nedzu stated rather curtly if Izuku had to say. The other 2 nodded in confirmation once again. Mr. Aizawa? Izuku asked, turning to his mentor and teacher for guidance. Nedzu's right, I think you're ready for it. Though you still need to take your final exam for the support course and go on the training trip with the second years. I believe you are more than ready to take it. However, we will certainly be getting all of your support items approved. Izuku nodded, but he wasn't ready. He wasn't even in the hero course. I agree with them, you said it yourself, Izuku. All of your projects are finished or near completion. The only thing you have left is to sort them out and then take the licensing exam. Nedzu's already got most of the paperwork processed for you to transfer into Class 1A for next year since there are no heroics courses for first years at the moment. Power Loader looked directly at Shoyuta. In my defense, Vlad agreed with me, they showed no promise whatsoever. There is more promise in your problem child than there was in all of them, voiced the now rather tired pro-hero. Alright, so it's agreed that Izuku will take the licensing exam and be transferred into Class 1A under your supervision for next school year, along with taking my supplemental courses after he finishes this semester in the support course. Nezu asked, looking to the two staff members before him. With a sigh from both, one relenting and somewhat upset to be losing his problem child, while the other was both annoyed and somewhat happy to know that they had at least one student with potential for the next year, though at the cost of it being trained directly under Nezu for the past 5 years. Do I get a say in this? Izuku asked, willingly sassing all three of them. No, came the voice of all three, and the greenette's head fell low. He just wanted to graduate. He didn't want to be treated like some kind of problem. 2 weeks and 3 days later. 9:03 am. Good afternoon, Class 1H. As you know, today is your final exam of the first semester. I, along with some of our other staff, will be proctoring the practical exam. You've all done quite well on your written portions. However, today is the real test. Today you will be attempting to replicate the support item of a current pro hero. You'll each be assigned a pro via a random draw. The man smiled as looked at his 8 first-year support course students. Kaori Sumi, you are tasked with recreating a hearing-speaking device for Present Mike. As you know, Present Mike Sensei is hard of hearing. Take that into consideration. Laiko Kamako, you're tasked with creating new goggles for Eraserhead. I wish you the best of luck. Mr. Aizawa can be a difficult man to please. Midoriya Izuku, you are tasked with creating a new helmet for 13-. The man would continue to give out assignments, though the greenette would hear little of it, his mind already shifting to question what the rescue hero would need and what they may prefer. 13 was a difficult person to work for. They needed their helmet to be airtight. Izuku also knew that 13 likely preferred glass or see-through plastics to be used in most of the visors, similar to that of Hawk's visors, rather than a projected image onto a completely metal helmet similar to his own. The teens would soon be instructed to get to work, splitting off to different parts of the lab. Students rushing around to grab different supplies and necessities for their assigned task. Kaori had rushed straight to much of the electronics, grabbing different speakers and microphone devices to try. Laiko was having a hard time, having gone to their desk and began to sketch different designs for the Underground Pros goggles. She'd been heard mumbling to herself about different metals and possible ways to combat dry eye, which most of the class chose to ignore, mumbling having become common among them thanks to Midoriya. Then there was Izuku, who'd already had BT pull up a few previous schematics on his own helmet, comparing good and bad ideas, along with having BT voice his own inputs. They'd decide on something not too dissimilar to that of her current design. Izuku had noted on the few occasions he'd interacted with Hiro, they seemed to have a very prominent style. A space theme was rather obvious, and he assumed it was likely close to her heart as well. Thus, running on the theme of space and something similar to current design, Izuku thought back to the pre-Quirk era, and the helmets of the space cadets from both America and Russia. The most common design having been the almost bubble-like shape to the helmets along with the dark film that coated its visor. Izuku got to work, pulling castings from the shelves as he began to grab different polymers and metals. There wouldn't be time to design a display for helmet, but Izuku figured he could add some styling to it and possibly fix some of the problems he'd noticed with his own helmet. The main one being the tightness. Sometimes the helmets came out tighter than they were supposed to, while other times they were too loose. To fix the problem, Izuku figured an adjustable strap on the base of the helmet would help to keep it on the hero's head. Kaori would eventually prefect her design for Present Mike's voice box, having finally figured out how to make the device smaller but loud enough to still project and receive sound from long distances. Laiko, while originally struggling, had finally managed to get the design for Eraser's goggles done. It wasn't great or perfect in her eyes, but with limited time there wasn't much else she could do about the goggles. Izuku had ultimately gotten most, if not all, of the helmet finished. He wished he could have focused on refining more of the helmet's mold. But it was good enough to pass, he assumed, and with a heavy sigh turned in his project to his teacher. The students had been dismissed soon after, Power Loader telling them to reconvene with him after lunch for their finale grades. Izuku headed to lunch, having followed much of his class out of the support labs. Though he hadn't spent a large amount with really any of his fellow support course students, he didn't dislike anyone either. He just found that his 2 extroverts and 1 introvert were enough to make him happy. He'd never be one to turn someone away. He also wasn't one to try and make friends, and it seemed that was the same for much of the support course. A lot of the students were out to get transferred into the hero course or grow as a support item developer. Friendships were a low priority for many of them, and the same could be said for Izuku. But 3 people had squirmed their way into his personal life, and as the boy, along with his classmates, rounded a corner to the lunchroom, the 3 so-called friends stood outside waiting for their 4th member. "Izuzu!" yelled one bubbly blue-haired girl as she nearly skipped to meet the boy, pushing past some of his fellow students. The boy was more than happy to see her and the other 2 boys, gladly waving to the 3 as the girl careened into him. Hey Midori. How'd you do? Was it hard? Did you pass? You seem tired. Are you okay? Hey, I want to know how you died." She pouted, having not received an answer to any of her questions in a timely manner. "I think I did all right, Hato, and we don't know our grades yet." The brunette nodded to her friend before turning back towards the others who'd also walked closer to the 2. "Hey Midoriya, we're gonna go out to the beach once school lets out sometime next week, and Hato wanted to know if you'd join us." Izuku raised an eyebrow at the bubbly girl who only nodded, happy that they'd finally finished their exams. "Yeah, we had to face big scary robots. I was like boom and bang and bam, smashing them with my super swirly light. Dear that limited edition All Might merch I always mention, this is so cringy but I can see her saying this. XD, the brunette cheered as she raised her hands into the air, demonstrating how she managed to defeat the robots. Izuku nodded, a small smile growing across his face as Hato explained how much fun the heroics exam was. "Yeah, it wasn't too bad, we were mostly graded on strategy rather than takedowns." Mirio added, and a nod from Amajiki also confirmed what was said as true. "So, you'll go with us, right?" asked Nijire, finally snapping out of her starry-eyed retelling of the heroics exam. She smiled at the brunette, taking in his reddened face as he rubbed the back of his head. Had Hato always been this energetic? "Yeah. I'll go with you if that all right?" Izuku asked the 3, not wanting to impose on the 3 second years. "We'd love to have Midori." The bubbly girl cheered as she hooked her right arm around his neck. Mirio gave a nod of confirmation along with Amajiki. The 3 would soon step into the cafeteria, Mirio once again as always making some stupid joke that fell flat on its face but still managed to make Hato laugh. Amajiki would give a small smirk as Izuku couldn't help but smile at the blonde's antics. Hato and Amijiki would argue over who was better at some random arcade game. Though, Hato wouldn't admit it, she was rather bad at most games. Izuku and Hato would do something to make each other blush, causing the 2 other boys to give knowing looks at one another. His friends had always been a good distraction from school, and he was grateful for them. They'd been some of the few people he trusted, and maybe that was a good thing, placing his trust in others felt good, if Izuku had to sum it up in one word. Later that day Izuku would receive his test results, having gotten at least a B+ in most written exams. Power Loader would later reconvene with his support course 1H later in the day, handing out exam results and wishing them a good summer. Izuku had passed, though there were a few notes on what he could do better. He'd gotten a 91 out of a 100, which meant he placed in the top half of his class. Were several notes from Majima-sensei, Mr. Aizawa, and even one from his father, each outlining what he could improve on his development. Power Loader had congratulated the boy on his passing of the first semester while also telling him how to improve his support item development. Mr. Aizawa had instructed Izuku to focus on some different forms of martial arts along with a few different concepts he could practice over the summer before the usual training trip the heroics course took. He'd been informed that he would be joining heroics course 2A for their summer retreat up north. Izuku knew the horror stories that students told, but, for the most part, hoped it was largely exaggerated. Next time on Symbol of Justice. Izuku Midoriya has a hard time not glowing bright red. Hato doesn't know what Izuku's problem is, and Mirio and Amajiki do nothing to help them. The filler chapter. I really enjoyed writing this TBH. Yuuie had let out a few days ago. Izuku had spent much of his time at home. Nezu having been happy to have the boys' company over the past few days, of course. The two mainly just watching hero news as Nezu graded and looked over applications for next year. Each student was assigned a number from 1 to 10, given their knowledge and schooling. The very first applications had come in a few days prior. And as part of his take-home work from the time off, the mouse was looking over the applications slowly but surely. Never one to rush his work, he'd sat down with a nice warm cup of tea and slowly sorted through the applications. So, are you ready for the summer camp? Nezu asked, not looking up from his papers as Izuku sat on the other side of the couch. The boy thought for a moment. While he was physically ready, he surely wasn't mentally. Honestly, I don't know if I'll ever be ready. I've always heard horror stories of how bad the pussycats work the students over summer camp. The boy replied, a hand making its way to his head to rub through his hair. That is a correct assumption. Though, I will say that it has also always helped the students' development. Do not fret, they will take great care of you. Though I do recommend you rest as much as possible during your breaks. Izuku nodded to the bear, mouse, thing as he let go of his own sigh. I also promised to go to the beach with Hado, Amajiki, and Tagata today. If that's all right. The boy looked at his father, having as of course always had the freedom to do whatever he wanted, but also sought the approval of the main father figure in his life. That is fine, Midoriya, just be home before 8 p.m. Izuku nodded to his adoptive father and quickly pulled out his phone, alerting the other three of his attendance. The others soon texted back confirming their own schedules. Izuku let go a long sigh as he stepped on to the white sandy beach of Dagoba. 3 others joined the boy, each with their own smiles accompanying them. It was a beautiful summer's day in Japan. The sun was out, it was nice, not too hot or too cold. And everyone seemed more than happy to welcome the weather. Come on, Amajiki! Yelled the blond boy as he ran across the sands towards the water. The boy muttering something before walking forward to follow his best friend. Midori! Come on, let's go, the water's going to be so nice! Yelled the brunette as she too soon followed the others into the water. Izuku shook his head, sighing as he walked closer to the water's edge. Izuku had carried much of the supplies of the group, knowing full well that none of them other than Amajiki could hold back. Though, even the raven-haired boy had run off, Izuku smiled. Glad to see his friends relaxing after the stress they'd likely gone through over the last semester. Nijire splashed in the water as the two tried to defend themselves with their hands. Laughing all along the way. Mirio had done his best to get the blue-haired girl back, unleashing an even larger splash of water. No fair. There's 2 of you, Izuzu, get over here. She yelled back towards the water's edge. Izuku gave a thumbs up, setting down the beach towels along with the cooler they'd brought along. All right, I'll be there in a sec. He yelled back, gaining a small affirmative from the brunette who soon pouted again. Mad that her friend wouldn't join them right away. Izuku waded the water, swimming over to the other 3 who'd only amped up the splashing at one another. A shriek could be heard from Hado as she protested against the splashes. No fair, Amajiki. You ate calamari before this. She yelled, as one of his tentacles splashed more water in her direction. Not so big and tough now, Hado. Mirio laughed out as he went to splash more water in Izuku's direction. The greenette was effectively covered head to toe in water, his curls hanging down in front to his face. Look what you did to Izuku. Hado yelled, very upset by the fact that his curls were now so droopy. Her hands coming up around her chest, pressing against her assets, as she pouted at the other 2 boys. They'd ruined his hair. Her favorite thing was ruined. It's fine, Hado, it'll dry out in no time and I can see fine. The boy said, his face slightly red as the brunette's chest bounced subtly from the aforementioned pout. Do not stare, do not stare. The 4 would continue their splash fight for some time, finally stopping once Mirio had been well covered in water even though he had the use of permeation. They would later simply relax on the beach, enjoying the snacks they'd packed. Hato resting next to Izuku, once again trying to ask questions about the sports festival and all the super cool moves as she described. Tamaki and Mirio had settled down as well, laying on their beach towels as they conversed about what came to mind. For the most part, they were talking over their experiences at their internship, which Izuku hadn't really gotten to talk about all that much, seeing as his friends had all been busy with their own. Yeah, I interned with Mr. Aizawa, though I didn't really get to do anything interesting. It was still insightful. You did your work study with Mr. Aizawa? Darn, I didn't even know he took interns. You must have impressed him. The blonde voiced, sitting up straight from his beach towel to look over at Izuku. I don't know about that, Mr. Maijima, Mr. Aizawa, and my dad want me to transfer into the hero course next year. My dad has been pushing me to take the exam in August as well. I'm supposed to start one-on-one training with him in the new semester as well. The boy voiced, mumbling off the last bit as he grew self-conscious about everything. Your dad? Tagata asked, an eyebrow slightly quirked as he looked at the greenette. Oh, my adoptive father is how do I put this? Izuku stuttered, trying to think how best to say it. Unable to think of what his friends could possibly think of him once they knew Nedzu was his adoptive father. What is Izuzu? Hato asked, leaning over to look at the boy, her own eyes wondering as she looked at him. Principal Nedzu is my dad, adoptive father. The boy finally voiced, hands nearly going to cover his face like all the times he'd done so before with Bakugo. Oh wow, that's so cool. What's he like at home? Is he super scary or is he like a total fluffball? I bet he's kinda scary. The airhead of a best friend voiced as she started smiling giddily at the boy. That's really cool, I bet he thinks a lot of you, Midoriya. Voiced the raven-haired boy, giving a small smile to the greenette. Yeah, that's really cool, Izuku, but I bet his standards are really high, aren't they? Mirio asked, knowing how much the man required out of his students. Izuku let go a weary sigh as he looked at the three, happiness filling him as he realized they hadn't changed a bit, knowing that he was Nedzu's adoptive father. They didn't think he'd had it easy getting into Yuuie. Didn't think he was some high and mighty child of Nedzu. He's really nice actually, not scary at all at home. Though he can be when his mind starts working. And yeah, he thinks a lot of me. I think he's kinda proud of me, though it's hard to tell sometimes. He expects a lot of me as well, and I've worked hard to get where I am. The three nodded, understanding that the boy was always somewhat worried about judgment but glad that he trusted them with the knowledge. Also, you said you were transferring into the hero course? Asked the blonde. I think so. I'm taking special course with Nedzu and Mr. Aizawa until the new school year. I'll be joining the freshmen in class 1A. I'm kinda bummed that I won't be moved to 2A with you guys. Yeah, but hey, at least you're getting into the hero course. It's going to be so fun, Izuzu, and we can train together and hopefully see each other more. It's going to be a blast. The bubbly brunette extenuated her happiness by making small explosion noises with her mouth while throwing her hands in the air. Yeah, I just hope I can participate in your sports festival next year. I liked fighting you guys. He smiled, looking at both Nijire and Tagata. Don't worry about it. I'm sure the freshmen will be just as fun to face as we were. Though I'm gonna miss you. Fighting together was so much fun. Mirio voiced as he threw his hands in the air, pumped to be able to train with Izuku. The group soon fell into a comfortable silence as they sat on the beach watching the sunset. A sigh escaped Izuku's mouth as he smiled. His three friends, more than happy to spend their time with him. Soon the four would pack up, Amajiki and Tagata both rushing off, leaving Izuku and Nijire alone on the boardwalk. They seemed in a rush to leave, though Izuku was sure other motives were at play. Are you ready to leave, Izuku? The girl asked, her beach towel somewhat draped around her form. She had a large smile planted on her face, glad to have spent much of the day with the three boys. Yeah, I can walk you home if you'd like someone to go with you? Izuku asked, looking up to her blue eyes to see the gleam of happiness nestled inside of them. No, I'll be alright, but I just wanted to say that today was really fun. I had a blast with everyone and I really enjoyed spending the day with you specifically. Maybe we can do it again sometime? Yeah, that'd be nice. If it's alright with you? The greenette asked, a pale rose color coming upon his cheeks. "I asked you, dummy, of course I'd like to spend more time with you," she happily replied, glad that her friend had also enjoyed her company. Though, she hoped they could possibly be more than friends at some point. Izuku, while shy and incredibly nervous most of the time, always seemed to have a smile at the worst of times. She admired that about him, and she maybe possibly liked the view she'd been given of his abs. There was a lot to take in, but you couldn't blame her for looking. The two would soon also split up, Izuku heading back towards Yuuie while Nijire headed towards her own home. The four would meet up again for training camp. Though, looking back at everything, Izuku would have gladly spent his summer doing nothing more than laying on the beach with his friends. He just hoped they'd be able to do it again sometime soon. Next time on Symbol of Justice, Izuku nearly dies from some pussycats. Also, who spiked Aizawa's coffee, and WF is that giant? The day of the training camp came. Nezu had gladly helped Izuku pack. Knowing full well what was going to happen, he was more than happy to assist the boy. There were a few items Izuku hadn't expected. Mainly the bug spray, energy drinks, a couple different dietary bars for if he got hungry, and burn wound relevant spray. Was Nezu planning for the kids to be badly hurt? Izuku didn't even want to know, but at last would likely find out. Izuku made it to Yuuie on time, barely catching the morning train having been occupied by Nezu's cooking. The Chimera had made a nice meal for the boy, knowing he wouldn't see him for over a week. Just inside of the gates of Yuuie, 2 buses were parked. One for Class A and the other for Class B, Izuku assumed. Aizawa was already waiting, a large group of students in front of him along with another teacher, possibly Snipe if Izuku remembered who taught 2B. All of Izuku's upperclassmen seemed at home with their respective sides, goofing off with their classmates and tossing out playful remarks at their opposing class. "Hey, are you that one freshman from the support course?" Izuku looked up at a massive boy with toned muscles and dark scarlet eyes. Why yeah, that's me." Izuku replies, a bit of a small frown growing on his face. He was still frightened by people he didn't know, mainly because of all the years of teasing from Kaken. This guy over here is the freshman that was paired up with Heido and Mirio." Izuku flinches at how loud the boy yells, the volume impossible for a normal human to make. Somewhat annoyed, the boy dare forget Tamaki. Everything went quiet for a moment, all seeming to collectively hold their breath. Then the fighting and yelling and noise started again. "The kid that beat Mirio?" One voiced, another yelled, "Greenie." Some buff kid already yelling in return, "I wanna fight him." Then another came in to yell at the other, "No way, me first." Then Izuku could have sworn he heard Mirio say, "You snooze, you lose, I fought him in the sports festival, I want a rematch." But that wasn't the end of it. A girl from 2B Izuku suspected said, "No fair, we all fought him." "That's enough." Aizawa's voice cuts through the shouts, helped along with the flaring of his quirk. "You can fight over my student when we get to camp. Get on the bus and try not to fool around too much. You're all in your second year. Set a good example for your underclassmen." The two classes roll their eyes in uncanny unison but did as the man said. Izuku followed Mr. Aizawa onto the Class 1A bus, looking to him for guidance on where he should sit. But before he could ask the man, he was swept away by a certain Bluinette, giddy to have her first year on the bus. "Midori, you're sitting with me," she happily proclaimed. With a very hasty and chaotic roll call, they pulled away from the curb and leave through the main gate of Yuuie. The drive was loud and hectic, with the occasional reprimand from the class rep, a rather tall girl with no mutations, and the constant reminders from Aizawa and 2A's homeroom teacher to stay calm. Izuku switches between looking at his phone and out the window along with chatting with Heido. Though truthfully the girl had more than talked his ear off by the time they're out of the city. About 2 hours into the trip, the bus pulled over to a large cliff overlooking a forest. Everyone gets off, some saying they need a restroom while others simply stretch their legs for a moment. "All right, everyone crowd around." Snipe orders from a few feet behind Izuku. The mob of hero course students moves to stand in front of the teacher, backs to the edge of the cliff. "You know the drill," the teacher continues. "Don't hurt or leave behind the freshman, Eraser will not be happy." There's a chuckle at that last line, and Izuku only gets a small moment to be confused before another voice speaks. "Hey there, everyone," a woman calls. Izuku looks over to see a new figure, clad in a light blue skirt and jacket. "Do you remember little ol' Pixie Bob?" "Hey." Most greet in some fashion, seemingly happy to see the woman at a bus stop in the middle of nowhere. The second years all greet the hero like it's completely ordinary, but Izuku must fight to keep himself from gushing because, oh my, it's one of the PP cats. "Are you flirting with the trainees again?" a rather annoyed voice says from behind Izuku. The boy turns around to see yet another member of the mountain rescue team. Dressed in yellow and smiling cheerfully is Ragdoll. Izuku begins to mumble because now there's two of them. They're all 18 or older, it's fair game. Pixie Bob defends herself, rolling her shoulders and stretching an arm behind her head. "They are not." Ragdoll chastises. Ragdoll shakes her head with a smile and locks eyes with Izuku, who's still in mid-mutter session. "Don't mind her," she says, walking over to join her teammate. "All right, heroes in training. Are you ready?" The cat-like heroine yells, raising her hands over her head. All of the first years call back some form of yes, and or, of course not, but we've got no choice, Pixie Bob smiles. "Remember to land on your feet." Izuku barely has any time to register that the second years are throwing themselves off the side of the cliff before Pixie Bob slams her hands into the ground. Then the earth moves and Izuku flows with it, unable to stay upright in the avalanche of dirt. Before Izuku even knew it, Hato he presumes grabs a hold of him and jumps off the cliff along with all the other second years. All around him, the forest is in absolute carnage. Yells and shouts of glee mesh with the roaring of something monstrous. Izuku carefully scans his surroundings, fist raised, ready to reach for the knife that he has on him at all times. Then out of nowhere, a 20-foot-tall dirt creature crashes through a line of trees, roaring loud enough to make his ears ring. It lowers its head and dirt-like paws at the ground, pointed right at Izuku. The boy holds what little ground he has, waiting for the monster to make the first move. But everything after that becomes a blur of blue and brown. All he does know is for a moment the world became far darker than he remembered. Who spiked Aizawa's coffee and W is that giant? Izuku didn't remember much from when he'd been carried in. He knows whatever held him was cold, mechanical almost, but other than that it was hard to remember anything other than the voice of BT reassuring him it was fine, and that they needed to catch up with the others. He remembered the crashing, the screaming, the yelling of monsters as something knocked each one out. Lastly though, he remembered Hato and Mr. Aizawa both talking over top of his barely conscious self, discussing where he should be taken to. After that there is nothing, blankness within his mind. Had he fainted, or had he been injured, Izuku wasn't sure. Wasn't even aware of what was going on. Hato had watched as her friend had been swiped by one of the rock monsters. His head landing against one of the forest trees as it yelled angrily at the rest of the second years. Most had already taken off, running as fast as they could, knocking out beast after beast. More came though. There were probably 100 of the rock-like creatures roaming the forest. Nijire's body moved on its own, rushing forward towards the unconscious body of her friend. Blood trickled from his head as she landed in front of him. Her hands glowing yellow as she aimed towards the beast. "Leave my friend alone," she yelled as light twirled from her hands, smacking the monster with enough force to destroy the rock it was made of. Though, as the girl looked to the boy, his blood pooling below him, she couldn't help but worry. She couldn't carry him. He'd be too much for her to both carry and fight with. Hopefully Eraser would come, though she doubted it. Mirio and Amajiki had been a part of the group to flee, thinking that Izuku could probably handle everything on his own, but the girl didn't get long to ponder. More darkened faces began to appear in the forest. How could there be so many? Yet, as her hands began to once again tighten, a noise, ever so light, began to grow louder. Like something was dropping, wind rushing as a low hum sounded over the forest. Hato's hands only gripped tighter as the rock-like monsters began looking her over more intently. The hum grew louder, and the monster grew closer to her. Her mind racing, wishing that the second years hadn't left her and Izuku behind. They should have known not to leave the new kid alone. The hum, louder than anything else, came ever so closer to them. Then as the monsters were about to strike, a snake-like creature hissing towards the BGMI and a four-legged creature howled as something crashed before Izuku's unconscious body. Rising from the dirt, a metal creature stood before Hado and Izuku. Its blue eye adjusting slightly, taking in everything around it. It did not speak, it did not growl. Whirling of motors and electronics could be heard, but that was all. The mech stood before Hado, looking at her for only a second before turning towards the rock-like creatures. Its metal hands reached behind itself, pulling what she could only describe as a gun from its back. The metal machine didn't hesitate, didn't contemplate as it fired upon the four rock-like creatures. Each shuddering from the bullet, rocks falling off their forms as they fell to the ground. Within a moment's notice all were gone. The mech turned back to Nijire, its blue eye refocusing on her as it seemed to once again think. Its hand reached out to Izuku's unconscious body, but her own body once again moved to protect the boy. Please move Hado Nijire, I am BT, a Vanguard-class Titan for the Frontier Militia's Special Recon Squadron or SRS. I am Midoriya Izuku's quirk. I wish to protect him, and you cannot carry the boy and defend him. Allow me to defend my pilot. The voice was monotone and rather loud. Hado couldn't say no, but what stood before her sent shook through her. Izuku's quirk? She seemed to ask herself. She thought it was just an AI, but this seemed far more powerful than an AI. The BGMI moved out of the way, allowing the hulking machine to reach for the boy. The Titan wasted no time, its hatch opening and depositing the unconscious form into itself with complete care for its pilot. Hado would follow the machine, making sure it didn't run off with her friend. But, staying true to its word, the machine simply walked through the forest, far faster than she could without nearly flying. Without more than a thought, it seemed to take out each rock-like creature with ease. One or two well-aimed shots destroying each monster. By the time Hado and the robot reached the camp, it hadn't even been an hour. None of the other students had shown up quite yet, most likely still having trouble fighting against the rock monsters. Mr. Eraserhead along with Mandalay and Pixie Bob all stood outside of the Pussycats agency. Mr. Aizawa's eyes widened as the large form of a metal machine came through the forest followed by Nijire Hado. Truthful, he was quite shocked by the sighted before him and for once his face may have shown the concern that laced it. Hado? Shoyuta asked, an eyebrow quirked high as the mech shifted its large gun once again to resting on its back. Eraser was admittedly worried. What is this thing? Pixie Bob on the other hand simply brushed it off, not knowing what all the kids' quirks were. Wow, you did better than I would have expected. This should have taken 3 hours to complete, but I guess you did it in only an hour. That's just perfect. The cat theme hero praised, though it would soon stop as the lumbering Titan lowered to the ground. Its hatch opening as it pulled the still unconscious form of its pilot out. Eraser's eyes grew even wider as he looked to see just who was inside. Nedzu was going to kill him. From my readings, he has likely suffered a concussion and is stuck within my simulation. He is currently incoherent and is likely to not remember these events. I recommend he stay on bed rest until tomorrow. The blood has stopped flowing from his wound and it should heal within a few hours, if not, likely within 24 hours. I will leave him in your care for the time being. Was all the mech said as it set the boy down onto the ground. Then as Mr. Aizawa went to speak, white and blue light began to cover the Titan. Similar to that of what happened to Izuku during the sports festival. It soon disappeared, nothing left of it as the white and blue light vanished from sight. Eraser turned to Hado, who simply shrugged. Eraser let go a long sigh as he cursed the problem child. I don't get paid enough for this, was all the man muttered as he along with Pixie Bob and Nijire picked the boy up and carried him to one of the break rooms inside of the agency. Mandalay agreed to watch over the boy for the night, while the two other pros took care of the second years. Eraser was not looking forward to his conversation with Nedzu that night. How could the second years allow this to happen? Eraser would worry about the robot later. For now he was more so worried about his pseudo-nephew and the blood on his forehead. Most of the second years showed up together, roughly 2 hours later, most beaten and worn down from their different battles with the rock-like creatures. many groaning as they came to a stop outside of the agency. Pixie Bob and Eraser both stood outside to greet the 39-ish kids that stood before them. We made it in time for lunch. Some cheered, glad to have been able to show up within a reasonable time for the day. They'd done much better than their first year, and Eraser would be lying if he wasn't just slightly happy with the students' growth. It was still so tiring though. I just want to eat. Someone groaned out as most of the students slumped onto the ground. I thought it would take you kids as long as last time. But you kids did even better than I expected. The light blue cat-like heroine praised. Especially you two, seems you've grown from last time. As she jumped to Gata and Amajiki. Shoyuta just let go a small sigh, understanding that it was due to her cat-like instincts. There was nothing he cared to do about the situation. The kids deserved it, just like they deserved the lecture he was about to give. Though he supposed the kids deserved to eat first before he truly began to yell at them. For all of the things he was about to hear from Nedzu, he assumed they too would like a breather before being hounded. The students would be escorted inside the agency, like last year they'd be given something to eat. And they'd also find Hato, already inside resting on a couch as she looked utterly drained. She seemed somewhat upset from what Mirio could tell, and he would have to ask her about it after they'd eaten. Though when he was about to question her about it, she seemed to disappear. Having left the spot on the couch she'd earlier been at, Mirio went to ask Mr. Aizawa, though he wasn't much help either, stating that he was better off just sitting back down and listening to what was about to be said before going to look for Nijire. The blonde did as told, though he would later come to regret that decision. They'd been scolded badly if anyone were to say. They were supposed to be heroes, leaving the untrained freshman by himself. The freshman who Shoyuta might add, has never even been in hero training, alone in a forest they all knew was going to be filled with rock monsters was unacceptable. He told the students to write an apology to Izuku. They were supposed to set an example and show the young greenette why being hero was important, not leave the boy alone with only one person to look out for him. If it hadn't have been for Hato, Izuku may have still be out there, for who knows how long with a concussion. The monsters wouldn't have hurt the boy after he fainted, but it certainly would have been very difficult for the boy to escape the labyrinth without anyone there to help. Shoyuta was upset, angry, mad even, but he'd make sure the second years never did it again. Hato would be an exception. He'd gained an admiration for the brunette. So, he wouldn't scold her or be annoyed by her rambling. And if he let her rest in the break room with Midoriya, the second years would be none the wiser. He assumed that even she may have been slightly annoyed at her friends. Yet, Shoyuta couldn't entirely blame the blonde or raven-haired boys for rushing off like usual, though he would have expected better of the two considering how close they are with Izuku. The greenette let go a low groan as he once again awoke to the mortal world. He couldn't remember much more after falling off the cliff. It was all sort of fuzzy to him, though he did remember hearing BT's voice booming over him. As the boy awoke, he heard the shuffling of footsteps and then something wrapping its arms around him. Noise soon followed, though he wasn't sure what was said, his ears somewhat ringing still. Izuzu. It called once more, before more words were spewed from its mouth. Izuku assumed that the aforementioned person was likely Nijire, but he could never be sure. Then blue hair fell against his face, and he didn't need to guess anymore. Nijire? Izuku asked, his eyes attempting to dilate as he looked up to the brunette. Her usual smile was somewhat gone. A worried look on her face had replaced it. Though, it seemed the smile was once again reforming. What happened? Izuku asked, looking up to her for answers. The girl would go on to talk about how worried she was, how Mr. Aizawa had been really angry at the second years for something she'd skipped over. What could have been so bad that Eraser was mad? Izuku had never seen the man more than highly annoyed at anyone. Then Hato went on to talk about some metal giant who jumped in and saved him from rock-like monsters. You met BT? He asked, his eyes widening and dialing quicker than before. Thoughts and worries slapped the boy in the face quicker than they ever had before. Oh, is that what that thing was called? She asked, pouting almost, as she'd not been told about that thing. Quiet, you talk too loud, Hato. Came the unhappy voice of one Shoyuta Aizawa as he sat up from his yellow sleeping bag. A yawn escaping his mouth as he looked at the two. When I said you could watch over him, I didn't mean that you could stay here after dark. The man allowed a huff to leave his mouth as he tried to wipe away the sleep. Shoyuta shed the sleeping bag and walked over to the greenette's bedside. How do you feel? He asked, somewhat tender and kind rather than the usual gruffness. All right, what happened? You were attacked by one of Pixie Bob's rock creature and likely hit your head on a tree. You were concussed and were unconscious. Then it gets weird, problem child. What do you know about a large metal mech? Mr. Aizawa looked at the boy with a blank expression on his face. Ah, so what Hato was saying is true? The boy asked. A soft, unhappy sigh left his mouth. Yeah. What you saw was my quirk. He gestured with quotation marks at the word quirk. He is a sentient AI that I can talk to in times of need. However, he is also a Titan from another dimension or time. We're still not sure about that one, but he's here to essentially protect me. Izuku tried his best to describe what BT was, but there wasn't much else he could say about it. That's interesting to say the least. And I'm going to have to tell your father about this. He's going to want to know why his son was hurt. Aizawa shook his head and rubbed his temples. Can you please not tell him about the mech? No one other than Hato saw, right? He asked, looking to Eraser, trying to salvage this trip. Only this once will I hold information back from Nedzu. But you must tell him by the time you graduate. I can't keep holding information back from him, problem child. The man turned to look at Hato, a stern anger grazing his face. And you, first go get some sleep, he'll be fine. And second, don't go telling the other second years about this. Keep that mouth of yours shut for once. The brunette nodded, though she was currently curled into her friend's chest, wanting nothing more than to be close to him while he recovered. Soon after Hato took her leave, Eraser once again scrunched down into his sleeping bag and Izuku once again fell back to sleep on his cot. There would be plenty of time for training, but for the moment he needed rest. Training would start the next day, bright and early. Though Eraser would take it easy on him, understanding that Izuku was likely still somewhat out of it. The students buzzed about, trying to do as their instructors said. Though it was certainly harder than last year from what Izuku could see. Most were complaining far more than he remembered hearing about. They seemed to be skittish of him as well, staying way out both his or Eraser's sight. Mirio and Amajiki had even been almost hesitant of him, which had caused the boy to question Hato, who'd simply shrugged and said something to the effect of, "Oh, don't worry about it, Greenie. They're just sorry about not being able to help you." Which Izuku had nodded and taken the statement as fact. Though he still wasn't sure what that really meant. The first day would be difficult if anyone asked Izuku. He'd been forced to train with Tiger. Though the man had to promise to ease the boy in. Understanding that he'd already suffered a traumatic injury the day prior. However, if what the boy had gone through was considered easy, then he was certainly worried about what Tiger considered hard. Because, by the way his voice felt in his throat, and his arms screamed, it certainly hadn't been easy. Then the second day had come, and he'd been able to work with Hato by his side for a small time. Both seeming to have piqued the tiger-like man's interest, and they'd even been allowed to spar at one point. Which was certainly interesting. Having to fight Hato without much of his equipment had been fun. The girl hadn't gone easy on the boy, giving him some serious pain in both his chest and left shoulder from repeated blast. It was nice, yet he did wish the others hadn't left him alone so much. Many still steered clear of him, always looking to Eraser or one of the pussycats for guidance on if they could in fact interact with the boy. Then the rest of the week had come, and Tiger had trained Izuku along with the rest of the students into the ground, working them far harder than any of them ever expected. Mirio had at one point yelled out a raggedy "power" over and over again until his voice was terribly quiet. And even then, as the boy had fallen to ground, he'd continued to yell above nothing more than a whisper. Amajike had eaten so much different food the boy was sure he'd gotten food poisoning from too much seafood. Hato, on the other hand, had once again fallen out of the sky on multiple occasions from quirk overuse. Izuku had at the very least not overused his quirk, though BT did seem somewhat apologetic for several days. Izuku felt bad for the poor Titan. What had happened was really out of his control. And Izuku promised to look out for himself more in the future. Then as the camp had come to an end and everyone had loaded onto the bus, instead of following Hato to the seat he'd been given earlier on the trip there, Eraser had personally pulled the boy to the side and had him sit next to him. "Alright, what the heck happened? Why are they so shy of me?" he asked, looking to Mr. Aizawa for some kind of answer. He told them that they were expelled if they ever left you behind or caused injury to you again. Hato sing-songed as she walked past Izuku and swung into the seat behind Eraser. With a tired sigh from the teacher, Izuku let the conversation go. Mirio and Amajiki had warmed back up to him, though it was subtle. Tagata had sat next to Hato and Amajiki had come to sit on the other side of the bus. The bus ride would be quiet, though not like before where it was fear of Eraser for yelling at them for being too loud. No, this time they were fearful of a certain greenette and one doting overprotective father figure. Eraser would be seen watching the boy for several weeks to come when school resumed. He couldn't take his eyes off the problem child. It was a drab, rainy day that couldn't get any bleaker for Izuku. He wasn't ready, hadn't even thought that he'd need to be ready for what laid ahead. Given only a few months to prepare for such a test hadn't been the easiest. Okay everyone, thank you for your hard work in today's exam. Before I announce the results, I should probably explain the way you were evaluated. Between Hugs and those of us within the Hero Public Safety Commission, we had a twofold demerit system that we used to determine your total score dash. A loud thunderous boom could be heard from the distance. It had rained heavily throughout the entirety of the exam. In other words, we were evaluating you based on how few mistakes you made in a crisis situation. Anyway, the names of those who passed are listed in alphabetical order. Keep my words in mind as you search the board for your name. Sigh. The frizzy blonde-haired man explained as he gestured to the board behind him. The board was soon showing the names of roughly 50 future heroes. Midoriya's own mind raced as he looked over the board. Midoriya, Midoriya, Midoriya. He read along the board, trying to find his name. And then as he came halfway down the list he spotted it, his name there near the center of the board. He was a hero hopeful he'd done it. A small smile grew across his face as the words of BT filled his mind. Well done, pilot. You had an 87% chance of success by my calculations. Though it is inadvisable that you continue to be so reckless during rescue. Your point deductions are itemized on your report forms that you will receive. I advise that you look them over and take careful consideration of your weak points. Another sigh could be heard from the man as his head slumped lower towards his podium. Anyway, moving forward, those of you who passed can exercise the same authority as pro-heroes but only during emergency situations. In other words, fighting villains, saving the public, you may act using your best judgment with no direct orders. Keep in mind that every action from here on carries deep responsibility towards bettering our society and that the world is watching you. Izuku just nodded as the blonde finally walked off the podium area and into the nearby building. He'd done it, he'd become a provisionally licensed hero. But before the boy could even accept that as fact, he'd been tackled to the ground by a certain Blueanette. Hey Midoriya. I can't believe it, we all got our provisional licenses, and we can be real heroes now. Aren't you so excited? The bubbly girl beamed as she helped pull the poor greenette off the muddy ground. Yeah, Izuku responded, at a loss for words as Hato just beamed from ear to ear. That's right, we can actually do hero work and I can save 1 million people. Tagata proudly beamed as he walked over to the two. Amajiki soon followed as well, offering his friends a small smile of congratulations. Nijire would continue to bounce on the ball of her feet as she and Izuku conversed about how tough the villain-looking hero had been. Izuku agreed with her, Gang Orca was certainly rather scary. What did you score, Midoriya? Mirio asked, looking over the boy's shoulder as he read through the report that was handed to him as he entered the building. Izuku looked up at the blonde that stood somewhat to the right of his shoulder. I got a 76, they mainly commented on my inaction in some cases and my somewhat delayed response time. Mirio nodded and looked over his own paper. Yeah, I got an 81, the main complaint was that I yelled too much. Amajiki snickered at the boy behind him. That's because you're too focused on helping people to tone down your voice. The three laughed as Mirio fake pouted at the others. The three would soon find themselves once again outside amongst the storm as they gathered onto the bus. Eraserhead was stationed outside along with Midnight. Eraser had been voluntold to go on the trip, and he certainly wasn't happy. The man smiled as a certain Greenette walked out though, thankful that Ms. Joke hadn't shown up this year. That was a relief, but the other Greenette was here. Shoyuta watched as the four friends walked out of the building and towards the bus. Aizawa walked over to the group and looked at Izuku, a small straight face gracing his exterior as he looked at the boy. "Good work," was all the man said before ruffling the boy's wet messy hair and walking over to get on the bus. May I come in, sir?" Izuku asked, peeking his head through the large office door. The other figure simply nodded in response, placing 2 cups of tea down onto his small desk. "Ah, Midoriya. Glad to see you could make it, my boy," greeted Nedzu as he sat down in his office chair. Izuku nodded to his adoptive father as he walked closer to the center of the room. Noting that there were still papers strewn about his desk, obviously having been focused on something again. Nedzu liked to keep a clean office, but often didn't find the requirements to clean if it was just his son, preferring the more relaxed atmosphere with the boy over something nearly sterile. "You wanted to see me?" Izuku asked, an eyebrow quirked upwards as he looked the mouse up and down. A nod coming quickly after from Nedzu before he began to speak. "Yes, I wanted to congratulate you on your success in obtaining a license. I am very proud of you." Nedzu tried his best to be as sincere as possible, because he was truly proud of his son. However, that is not all. "As you know, with the completion of your exams and obtainment of your license, it is time for you to start formally training under me for the foreseeable future." Izuku nodded. If that's what it took to be a hero, then that is what he would do. But questions came to the boy's mind. Should I tell him? Izuku asked himself. After the incident during the training camp, he needed to tell Nedzu. But nothing felt quite right at the time. His adoptive father, the person he was supposed to confide in, didn't know about his quirk. He didn't know about the AI or the giant mech, and yet that comforted Izuku. Knowing that his father couldn't hate his quirk, couldn't be upset by the development, couldn't be upset that he lied to him for half a decade. Izuku's mind continued to race as Nedzu looked up from his cup of tea. He could hear the boy mumbling, though even his ears couldn't quite tell what. Nedzu had become used to the mumbling, passing it off as worry or too much thought for a young mind, but this seemed worrisome. "Izuku, are you dash?" Nedzu was cut off as the boy steeled his resolve and looked the mammal in the eyes. "You should trust him, young pilot," came the reassuring words of Izuku's greatest ally and friend. If BT thought it was a good idea, then just maybe it would be okay. I am alright, I just have a lot on my mind with everything that's been happening as of late." Izuku lied once again. He couldn't tell him just yet, worried for how the man may judge him for his actions. "Well, that is alright. I know how busy and hard you've been working as of late. You've done well, my boy dash." Nedzu stopped for a second, processing what was best to say to his son. "Though you have trained under me for several years, I believe it is time we start your formal training. Starting tomorrow you will shadow me while still taking basic math, English, science, and history courses. Mr. Majima has also requested that you still shadow his support course classes on Fridays so that your mind stays sharp. Finally, on Mondays and Wednesdays you will be taking heroics under Mr. Aizawa." Nedzu gave a faint smile to the boy as he sipped the last of his tea. That seems like a lot, sir?" Izuku asked, now realizing how much more work he needed to even gain entrance into the heroics course. "No need to fret, you will have the support of Yuuie's teachers at your side. We all believe you can become a hero, Midoriya." Izuku nodded. He was happy to know that even though his father thought he was quirkless, that he'd still be able to be a hero. Izuku wanted so badly to tell Nedzu, but his mouth just wouldn't move. His whole life he'd kept BT a secret, not knowing if he'd be enough, and now knowing that even without him, Izuku could be a hero was a weight off his shoulders. "Ida father, I have something I need to talk about as well." Izuku finally relented, his mouth betraying his thoughts as he looked up to the man before him. "And what would that be, my boy?" Nedzu asked, an eyebrow quirked upwards as he leaned closer to the boy. "Sigh, there's something I've wanted to tell you since we met. I have a quirk, Izuku paused, trying to understand what he should say. Nedza didn't say anything, though his mind raced with hints of excitement and planning. How intriguing! When I was 10, I heard a voice calling out to me. Though nothing would come of it for some time, I'd never heard such a thing. Then Izuku paused, reliving the day the slim villain had attacked him. The worry and fear drew him like madness. I was attacked by a villain about a year ago. Izuku looked up, tears forming in his eyes as the memories collided with him. It had been such a horrible day and yet one of the best all in the same. You were what? Concern flashed in the man's eyes, fear, worry, danger all coming to a point as he looked his son over. Worrying what could have been, why wasn't he told? Why wasn't I informed? Nedza could never be mad at Izuku. Seeing the obvious trauma flash across the boy's face had caused him to understand why the boy hid such a thing. But there weren't any authorities contacted. Why wasn't there a case opened? Why did no one tell him that his son was hurt? I was worried you'd think less of me, that I couldn't even protect myself, that I was worthless. Izuku stammered out, sadness overcoming all other thoughts as he broke down in the man's office. He was supposed to be over this, past Kaken, past All Might, past the ever-present Sludge and his mother. But he wasn't. Izuku still feared for his life, still worried about all the terrible things that had happened. Thought of himself as worthless, as useless, as nothing but a Deku. Hey, I would never think less of you. It's all right. Nedza tried his best to soothe the boy. Though he wasn't good with human emotions, he could nearly feel the pain rolling off the boy's body. I lied to you for so long, and I feel terrible, okay? I'm nothing, I can't do anything right. Another loud quiver as the boy sunk in on himself, his hands pulling his knees closer into his chair. Nedzu had no comment to give, understanding that now was not the time to interrupt the boy. He just gave a reassuring smile to the boy, letting him know that he was safe within his presence. I should have told you as soon as it happened, but I just couldn't do it. My quirk relies upon an AI that is not from our time. He's the one who helped me build everything, but he's more than that. He's also a mech of sorts that I can call for assistance when I'm in danger. Izuku's large green eyes looked up to his adoptive father, expecting to find disappointment and anger, but was greeted with nothing more than a worried smile. Nedzu said nothing as he left his seat, walking around his desk and pulling Izuku's hands into his paws. It is all right, my boy, I understand. It's my fault for not seeing it earlier. You were in pain and I should have known. Why didn't I think something bad would happen? Nedzu rubbed the boy's hands, trying to reassure him everything would be all right. But nothing was okay, nothing was going to be just okay. Nedzu had failed his student, his own son, and for that the world would burn. The next few days hadn't gone well for Izuku. He'd been tired, worried, and somewhat withdrawn from everyone around him. Having a weight lifted off his chest felt wonderful, but knowing that he'd lied and deceived. His father figure hurt. Though Nedzu took it in stride, looking the boy over and doing his best to be there. He'd know something wasn't okay, ever since the boy was younger. He'd chalked it up to schoolyard shenanigans and nothing more than roughhousing with friends. At least that is what most of the parental books he'd read had said. Of course, the man knew how to deal with children, had for most of his life. But taking care of one child and encouraging the development of several was far different. Izuku was his son, the person the mouse was supposed to protect. He didn't blame the greenette for anything. Izuku thought he was protecting himself and his father by lying. But Nedzu knew, deep down, that things weren't right. He would have the heads of those who'd caused his son harm, however figuring out who those people were was going to be difficult. Izuku wouldn't speak. Nedzu knew enough about the boy to understand why. Always looking to protect others from the consequences they brought upon themselves. However, what Nedzu did do was enroll the boy in weekly sessions with Hound Dog, which would happen every Wednesday in the morning before classes. Izuku of course didn't object, simply nodding at the bear, mouse, thing in acceptance. They'd grown apart once more, though Nedzu hated to see it. He understood that Izuku needed time. Needed to heal from everything that had happened, and Nedzu wasn't one to push him in that regard. Though, the boy had been pushed mentally and physically throughout the previous few days. Mr. Aizawa had begun to train the boy as promised, and Nezu had begun showing the boy different strategies for understanding the psychological effects of quirks. Nezu understood that the subject was very important to both Izuku's development and his overall well-being. Understanding that quirks weren't everything and that no matter what quirk one was given, it did not qualify as a villain's quirk was important for Izuku to know. Of course, the boy already knew the subject deeply, but understand the physical effects society has placed on a quirked user is something the boy would likely not be well versed in. The subject often didn't come up in normal schools, save for those who'd opted to take a class on the subject. A month passes and things are different. Izuku wasn't exactly sure how to explain it. Firstly, had been when he had walked into Nezu's office for his usual morning meeting. Of course, it wasn't absurd to see what stood before him, but it was rather surprising. Before Izuku stood the large and imposing form of All Might. A bright, ugly yellow suit adorning his body as the man sat hunched over in his chair. Izuku chose not to say a word, allowing the man to continue talking as he had been before. Apparently, something about joining the staff here at Yuuie. To which Izuku likely would have protested if it wasn't for the fact that Nezu still didn't know about his encounter with All Might. Izuku, you're right on time," the white mouse said rather cheery as he stood up to meet the boy halfway. All Might turned in his chair, eyes widening only slightly as he looked the boy over. He seemed familiar but couldn't quite figure out why. "Izuku, this is All Might. As you may know, he's looking to teach here at Yuuie next year." The blonde nodded to the mammal before him. "It's nice to meet you, All Might, sir," Izuku said, his teeth somewhat gritted as he did so, fearful of the man that had nearly destroyed his only hope in life. But Izuku chose not to ponder that thought, instead playing nice and going with formality. "You as well, young student," the man offhandedly commented. A moment passed as all three stood in silence, unsure of what next to say. All Might looking as if he wanted to be anywhere else while Izuku wanted to be nowhere near the blonde man before him. Nezu as of course couldn't read the tension in the room and chose to sip his tea as the two failed to make conversation. "I'm terribly sorry, Principal Nezu, I must be going now," the man commented before leaving the room with great haste. Izuku didn't comment on All Might any further and instead took the now open seat in front of Nezu, who could only smile with excitement. "So, as you may know, the freshman students are currently applying and second years are being asked to take on internships for this semester." Izuku nodded. He'd heard it non-stop from his three friends during their bi-weekly training session that had started sometime after the training camp. It'd been great for Izuku to have some non-sim related training. Though BT still advised that the boy continue to learn within the sim and sharpen the skills that were valuable to being a pilot. Izuku wished that they could practice for real but understood that the mech was to be used only in dire situations or to kick some assholes. "But I am aware, sir?" Izuku asked, unsure of what the importance to him such a thing would have. Nezu took another sip of the tea glass before him. "Well, a hero has reached out to us asking specifically for you. I usually would turn such a thing down as you are not currently within the hero course. You are my understudy and therefore are still a special case. However, I believe what this pro-hero has to offer could," another sip, "bring out the best in you. While I mean no harm in saying this, I do hope that you understand that though you have certainly come out of your shell since being here at Yuuie, you have not fully left behind the feelings and worry that you gained due to your quirkless status. That is why I have accepted this hero's application to work alongside you." Nezu paused to look at the large pupils that were forming on the greenette's face. "You will be interning under the rabbit hero Miruko. If you wish to accept, that is." Izuku's eyes widened even further, gone were the days him idolized heroes. Ever since All Might had told him he physically couldn't be one. However, Miruko had always been an interesting hero, never one to accept internships or tagalongs of hero hopefuls. She was a solo hero who typically worked by herself more often than not. She had one of the highest capture rates in the country just behind Endeavor, and even had the attitude to back up her status. She was a great combatant and was making her way up the rankings faster than some had expected. Of course, Izuku hadn't necessarily thought it over too much. Miruko was a newer hero, someone who'd appeared when he'd been at the height of his analyzing, but he'd let that slip. finding that BT could research anyone he needed, so what good was analytics? I'd like to accept if that's all right with you, sir? Izuku asked, looking up to his adopted father. Nezu only nodded, bringing a stack of paper out from his desk drawer and looking over it for a brief moment. You are a newly minted hero in training, my boy. I think it'll be a great experience for you. Though I do advise caution with Ms. Miruko. She can be a handful from what my own knowledge and perceptions of her have led me to believe. Izuku nodded. He knew the rabbit hero could have a temper to rival even Kaken at times. Well then, I suggest we begin our next lesson. Today you will be studying a subject you may know very well, analytics. Cackles could be heard from the principal's door. Izuku may have been used to them, but he was the target for these analytical lessons. Thus, even fear raced down his spine. Another week passes. There was one thing certain about Izuku's training with Nezu: he feared the man more so now than ever. Izuku may have known the bear, mouse, thing for most of his life, but he also had never seen his adoptive father put so much effort into honing a skill. However, for now that was a worry he would deal with at a later date. For now, he would focus on his current problems, all of which currently stemmed from one rather tall brunette. Though she'd never know she was the source of said problems, she certainly was the definition of problems. Firstly, would be the current unforeseen side effect of her overly bubbly nature. Izuku's face had been beet red for well over 5 minutes now, and the way the poor girl just pouted when she wasn't answered had hurt even more so. Then there'd been the way she'd asked about his day and if he was doing well in his new classes. Of course, that wasn't necessarily the problem, but the way she'd bounced along happily to listen to anything the green-haired boy had said was certainly on the tip of being a problem. Now there was the much larger problem that the greenette was faced with, and that was, well, that was the fact that Heido had asked him out. Not in the typical sense or anything like that. Nor in a non-typical sense either. Izuku was confused, and for once BT couldn't help with any of it. How it all came to be was rather confusing to the first-year personal student. She, along with his other 2 close friends, had once again been eating lunch together. Enjoying the day as it was, with the sky ever so blue and the world at ease for once in Izuku's pitiful existence. Then once again Mirio and Amajiki had left him alone with the blue-haired girl. It seemed to be far more common than Izuku had liked. Sure, they were allowed to leave whenever they wanted, but it seemed odd that they always left him along with Heido. Never had Amajiki gone with Heido or even Mirio leaving with the brunette. It was always those 2 trying to leave him alone with Nijire for some unknown reason. However, as the brunette seemed to pout more so as he spaced out, he returned to the world. Hey Izuku, could I talk to you more a moment in private? The girl stated with a serious tone that no bubbly teen should ever use. Izuku thought Nezu was scary. Nijire was even more so. The 2 had walked out onto the grounds of Yuuie, walking around campus as Nijire for once in her life thought over her words, trying not to menace or mangle what she wanted to say to the boy. She'd missed her chance when he'd offered to walk her home, and now as they'd both been caught in different activities it had become hard for them to meet. What did you want to talk to me about, Nijire? Izuku asked, looking up to meet her pale blues. Oh, well, I wanted to ask you about going to that new restaurant that opened up across town. Is that all? Sure, I'd be more than happy to go with you. Are Amajiki and Tagata coming too? He asked, his eyes now looking off towards the buildings of Yuuie. No, I wanted it to be just us. If that okay with ya. She quickly stammered out, worried for what the greenette might think. I'd like that, so long as it's okay with you? Of course, I'd be happy to have you along. Though there was something else I wanted to tell you. For a while now. She added on, thinking back to the time they'd spent training together over the past few months during the summer. What would that be? Izuku asked, his heart seemingly melting. Pilot, your heart is in stable condition, though I do recommend breathing dash, the AI cut in. Oh, well, I wanted to ask if you'd you please ganade twithm? Heido nearly squeaked out, trying hard not to blush. Worried that Izuku didn't like her. She didn't think he wouldn't, but according to an online article she'd read he might not, and she was worried. Okay? What was that, Nijire? Izuku asked, his mind racing to try and confirm what he'd just heard. I wanted to know if you would go with me to that new restaurant. As a date, Hato reconfirmed, every fiber in her body telling her no. That for once in her life she shouldn't be straightforward. Izuku nodded, unable to say yes to her request, his voice unable to leave his mouth as he heard BT tell him to respond. Izuku just nodded and it seemed to be enough for the brunette. Izuku soon found himself on the ground, pulled into a bone-crushing hug as the girl gladly and proudly proclaimed that she was going to make it the best date ever. Izuku just wanted to rest. He didn't need this chapter text. Hello. Izuku called out as he walked into the small office building that was located on a corner street. It wasn't anything to look at, a small receptionist desk at the front, along with couches, chairs, and anything else one might think of. On the wall, a sign hung pointing towards the in-house gym, bathrooms, and small office space. Izuku wasn't surprised, to be honest. Miruko was an up-and-coming hero who preferred to work alone. She didn't have interns or heroes studying under her. Nor did she have anyone working for her together than maybe an HR-type person who dealt more with her public appearance than anything. So, finding that the hero had what one could only consider a small agency wasn't all that surprising. What was surprising was the yell he received when he walked in. Izuku had become a lot more accepting of noise and the yelling from heroes. But this seemed somewhat excessive in his mind. Miruko was known for being loud, everyone knew the bunny girl could be quite brash, but this was more than the intern was hoping for. Who in the hell let you in here, kid? I don't need any interns, nor hero students, so if you're one of them, get the hell out of here. Izuku looked up at the tall rabbit hero, his mind wondering for a moment as to what to say to her. But with a small sigh, he spoke only slightly high-pitched. I'm Izuku Midoriya, the Yuuie heroics student you requested. Miruko looked the boy over, up, and down, making sure this scrawny beanpole of a kid was who she'd requested. You're the support student from the sports festival? She asked, rather annoyed sounding. Yes, ma'am, I interned under Eraserhead and came joint third in the sports festival. Izuku spoke, his voice faltering as he informed the pro hero. She nodded and continued to look the boy over. So, Eraserhead trained you? Yes, ma'am. I continue to intern under Eraserhead and Principal Nedzu. Miruko nodded slightly, her face growing less hostile as she finally stopped looking the student over and turned to head back into the gym. Come on, we haven't got all day, green bean. She loudly yelled as she walked off, her hand waving as if for Izuku to follow her into the gym area. Izuku, as of course did as he presumed, was instructed. Following the rabbit hero into the small gym that housed a variety of different equipment and a small boxing ring that she likely used as a warm-up and or decompress area. Alright, you ain't got no experience or skill, do you? She asked, looking the boy over, trying to think up strategies for the boy that stood in front of her. Don't get Miruko wrong, she could see the muscle the boy had. But it wasn't enough. No, I don't have much experience. Just the few hours I've put in under Eraserhead and the training we've done. Miruko nodded, though the boy didn't have much experience. She knew Eraserhead was well revered by many to be one of the best underground heroes. Alright then, tomorrow we'll start our patrols. But for now, show me what you've got, kid. Izuku nodded, setting down the case he'd brought with him from Yuuie. His suit was packed inside, though it would serve little use at the moment. Miruko didn't give the boy much time after that, leading with a hard right kick right as he began to turn around. The day would continue on with Izuku being put through the ringer. The rabbit hero wouldn't give the boy much rest, testing him to see his breaking point. And to be fair on Miruko's part, she'd seen great qualities in the boy. He'd do well as a hero in time, he was rough, but it could be improved. Though the boy could be shy at times, he seemed to strive in the heat of battle, and Miruko could only slightly smirk at the boy's ability. Maybe he was a good choice after all. A week passes and things begin to fall into a new normal for Izuku. Between learning under Nedzu during most of his time at Yuuie and working with Aizawa every so often, Izuku feels ready, feels like just maybe he could be a hero even without a quirk. Though he has had one for 5 years now. It just doesn't feel real, like it wasn't meant to be. But maybe it is, maybe his life is just what it is supposed to be and that makes him smile. He has 3 wonderful friends, 3 father-like figures who care about him. A girlfriend who'd move mountains to protect him, and a mother figure who, although rough around the edges, does care about his safety and well-being. More so than his real mother ever could he assumed. Miruko is unlike any teacher Izuku has ever met. Sure, he expected her to be somewhat abrasive. And overall, not that easy to get along with, but he would deal with it. He would understand why she was that way. She was a top hero after all, one who obviously didn't like working with others. But that wasn't his experience. Far from it if you were to ask him. Though, Miruko would likely deny any of the accusations brought against her. She did care, deeply so, for the greenette who'd wiggled his way into her office. When they'd first started, she hadn't expected much. What she had received from the boy was nothing but determination and a will to get anything done. And that was all she asked for. He put up with her, and though he didn't give as good as he took, she still saw that spark inside of him, one that could make a real honest hero. She'd protected him when he needed it, given him support when school was just too much, and hadn't pushed the boy over the edge. She'd gotten him close, made him cry out in pain during sparring, but she'd never broken him. Never said he couldn't do it, that it wasn't possible for someone like him to become a hero, and that is all Izuku needed. Someone who didn't think less of him. Miruko was a mentor, though many would argue against that thought. She did care, and she would continue to care until she could no longer do so. Izuku needed help, and along with his teachers from Yuuie, they'd given him just that. Izuku Midoriya would be a hero in his own right. On his own terms. Nearly 6 months pass. Izuku Midoriya had completed his first year at Yuuie only a week ago and was already looking to the future. Things had certainly changed, though for better or worse Izuku wasn't sure of. He'd managed to find family, friends, and loved ones, but still he had a feeling that something was coming. The unshakable turning within himself that screamed danger. He wasn't sure if it was BT's doing or his own self-consciousness doing it. But for now, Izuku looked to the future. To his best friends Mirio and Amajiki, and his girlfriend who he'd become close with over the past few months. Izuku and Nijire started out slow, a date here and there when scheduling allowed for such a thing. But ultimately the two knew that they could make things work and had been together for nearly 3 months. That, however, isn't the focus of our story, though it may be an integral part. Today is not the day for dates nor relationships. Today is the day things begin to change. Old friends and new faces begin to make their way into Yuuie's halls. Students from all over the country and even parts of the world have flocked to Yuuie in search of becoming the best. Though Izuku knew only a select few would ever be made into heroes of Yuuie. He was one of them, having proven his worth in his first sports festival along with continually showing promise through his internship under the rabbit hero Miruko. Izuku was a part of the hero course, Class A1, under the guise of his favorite parental figure, Shoyudaizawa. It was a normal day. Nedzu had left early, with a note on the counter informing Izuku he had a few more things to finish off before the Yuuie exam started. Izuku was to be at Yuuie before the start of the opening ceremony. He was supposed to shadow Nedzu, analyzing the new incoming students to see what quirks he believed to be the most beneficial to hero society. Along with hand-picking students he believed could be heroes even if their quirk wasn't suited to the mock exam. He'd rushed to get dressed after BT had woken him, giving a small thanks to AI as he'd thrown his bed linens off and rushed to grab cloths and a shower. Breakfast soon followed. Nedzu would know if he skipped. And then the boy was off, catching one of the trains that brought him closer to Yuuie. The ride had been rather short. He only lived roughly 25 minutes from Yuuie, but he was running late. Upon reaching the main entrance to campus, Izuku let out a small sigh. He already missed school, and he really missed Hato. Though the two talked regularly, it was off-putting to know that they wouldn't get to see each other for another week or two. "What the F are you doing here, Deku?" came the voice of one annoyed-looking blonde. Bakugo held no smirk nor frown as he looked at the boy. "It's none of your business, Bakugo. Now go before you're late for the exams." Izuku had stated confidently. Seeing his underclassmen had sent a shiver down his spine, but he'd faced villains far worse than him during his internship. "Get out of my way before I explode that smug butt face of yours." They may have been in public, but the years of abuse were hard to forget. The ashy blonde continued forward into the building as Izuku shook his head and regained his composure. He needed to get a grip. He wasn't here to make friends. And he certainly wasn't here to relive his junior high experiences. You're here to assess talent and analyze the incoming students, not to start a fight. He reaffirmed to himself as he took a step towards his dreams, towards everything he'd worked so hard for. And then he tripped over his own DMN feet. Guess I'll just die. His brain supplied one final time as his body plummeted to the bricks below. You're not going to die, pilot, you simply fell. Came the smug voice of his AI. His body froze midair, the world around him stopping and his fall no longer in motion. Ha, I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. The bubbly girl in front of him smiled, her hands clasping together as she asked for forgiveness. Izuku stood frozen, mouth agape as he looked at her. Isn't this way nerve-wracking? Well, I'll see you inside. Good luck. She waved goodbye to the greenette as she turned to leave. Izuku still stood frozen in the spot she'd left him, unable to comprehend what just happened to him. She was pretty, but he didn't blush, didn't scream that he'd just talked to a girl. No, this was different. This was his second year at Yuuie and he was in a committed relationship. There was no room for anything of that nature. But to be saved by someone like that, it took a lot out him not to become a stuttery mess. Yuuie High School Hero Course Exam Orientation 0:900. Lights began to flick on in the auditorium, a large U. A symbol flashed on the auditorium screen and a blonde-haired man stood up front. His voice was overly loud for everyone to even comprehend at such an early hour. What's up, Yuuie candidates? Thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ. Come on and let me hear ya. Silence. Keeping it mellow? That's fine, I'll skip straight to the main show. Let's talk about how this show will go down. Are you ready? He called out to the students before him and once again was greeted by silence. Izuku sighed as he looked at Present Mike. Did his English teacher have to be so loud at 9 in the morning? BT, could you turn down Present Mike just a bit? Izuku asked offhandedly from where he stood in the back somewhat close to Mr. Aizawa. Yes, right away, pilot. Yamada was turned down a little bit lower so that Izuku didn't have his ears ringing with pain. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow at the kid, something akin to, "Can I have an AI too?" flashed across his face. Alright, so this is how the test will go, my listeners. You'll be experiencing 10-minute-long mock cityscape maneuvers. After I drop the mic here, you'll each be heading to your specified battle stations. It was the same every year, though Izuku hoped to eventually convince Nedzu to change the way testing was done. It was too overpowered quirk-driven and not enough skill-based use. Okay, let's check out your targets. There will be 3 types of foe villains in every battle situation. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty. So, you better choose wisely. And attacking other exams is a big no-no. Keep that in mind, listeners. Present Mike pointed out to the crowd before him. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. Here on the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains. Not 3. With all due respect, if this is an error on Yuuie materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students, and we expect the best from Japan's top school. A mistake such as this won't do. And you in the back there. Stop your mumbling at once. The navy brunette had turned to look at Izuku. Green eyes met his own and something within the blue-haired boy seemed to crash, realization of something. Izuku wasn't sure what, but the boy did seem to back off of him. Alright, examine number 7111. Thanks for calling in with your request. The 4th villain type is just an obstacle to get in your way. Don't think of it as something to beat, there really isn't any point. I recommend all my listeners ignore it and focus on topping the chart. Present Mike sighed as he looked to the blue-haired boy before him, his glasses shining slightly in the auditorium light. If only the kid had let him speak. Thank you very much, please continue. The boy stated and bowed to the teacher before him. Alright then, with that being said, let's hear a plus ultra. Silence once again filled the room. And begin! Yelled Present Mike as the students dashed off towards the exam grounds. A cityscape was hovering above the skyline as robots loomed in the shadows. Izuku along with several other teachers stood within the observation tower. Looking out over the exams, Izuku could see several students that impressed him. However, others were less than adequate for Yuuie's standards. Izuku was busy writing down as many notes as he could, taking in every student and their talents along with things that would need to be improved upon in the first semester. Nezu looked over the boy's shoulder, nodding in agreement more often than not at his thought processes. Izuku had watched one blonde-headed student steal points from a purple net, just barely beating the kid to the punch. Another large robot loomed overhead and looked menacingly observant. It looked on with no movement or expression, as if contemplating what it would do. Then its arms swung down, crashing into the earth. The purple net had dodged and tried his best to fight against the robot, but simply lacked the physical strength to do anything. Turning to Nezu, the mouse nodded and passed a folder to the boy, already assuming what he wanted to know. That's Shino Hitoshi, his quirk's called brainwashing. Which isn't necessarily the best quirk for the exam, but it should prove useful enough. Nezu commented and Izuku nodded in agreement. He still found some quirks truly fascinating even after all his time mentoring and working in the field with Miruko. As time went on, more students continued to knock robots out. Many had gotten a kill and were fairly happy with their performance, but then the zero-pointer had to show up. It was far larger than the other bots anyone was likely used to. And as it made its way across the city, the ground shook from its sheer size. A brunette had let out a scream as the robot got closer to her. She'd exhausted most of her energy taking on another robot earlier in the match. Should we stop the exam? Izuku asked, looking at Nezu, who thought for a moment before saying. It will stop if it senses a student's endangerment. However, the test can continue for the meantime. No examen would help the poor girl, most having already fled, and Izuku had to interfere, calling on Nezu stop the zero-pointer. To which the mouse had laughed and called it some sort of logical ruse. This isn't Aizawa's class. Don't toy with people's lives, Dad. Is what the boy wanted to say, but assumed that nothing really could have been done. At least the girl hadn't been crushed and Izuku had gotten an A on that test. But for now, his hero's journey would have to wait a little longer. New friends and foes will reveal themselves. Old friends will become closer and Izuku may just become a symbol of justice. Next time on Symbol of Justice, Izuku's a little sheet. Shoyuta just wants to adopt the poor thing but knows he'd only get joint custody with Nezu. And God, they're all problem children. The acceptance rate was as small as it always had been. 1 in 300 students had been accepted to any of the courses. 4 of those accepted were recommendation students while the rest participated in the entrance exam like normal. Of those accepted, 35 were through the entrance exam and all 4 recommendations were for the hero course. 1 other student was transferred from another course. They were split into 2 classes, 1A and 1B, each with a total of 20 students each, split among 2 heroics teachers. Come on, where is it again? Izuku did his best to keep his composure, but worry began to set in. He couldn't for the life of him find Aizawa's classroom, having often just met the man in his office space. He'd always done his best to avoid the man before attending Yuuie, and with the teacher not having had a course last year, they'd just been in the gym or in a private setting. Finally, as he neared the end of the hallway, he noticed the sign with the word 1A written on it. Right, near the end of the hallway. Kind fitting, isn't it? He questioned as he looked upwards to the nearly 15-foot door. Very fitting, pilot. The most promising students in the country are in here. Reassured himself, steeling his resolve, he just needed to enter that room and tackle his fate. But his mind still questioned itself, was this really what he should do? What if Bakugo or that other student is in his class? That would Isike. Izuku let go of one small huff of air and pulled open the large door. Get your feet off of that desk now. It's only the first day and you're already disrespecting school property, you cretin. It's disrespectful to the previous students and the manufacturer. The blue-haired boy that Izuku still didn't know the name of was barking orders at Bakugo of all people. You're kidding me, right? Did your old school shove a stick up your butt or were you born with it? A reply caught in the boy's throat as he tried to respond. It was just Izuku's luck that he'd be stuck with both of them. Let's start over. I'm Tenya Ida from the Semi-Private Academy. The boy tried to backtrack and fix the footing the two had gotten off on, but it wouldn't work. The ashy blonde merely laughed in the boy's face with a smugness that could be likened to that of a dirty dog. So me? So, you must think you're better than me? I'm so gonna have fun tearing you a new one. You would threaten me, your own classmate? URG. The blonde grunted back, but before others could truly respond they noticed the newcomer. Ida walked over to the greenette fully set on having a conversation with him. My name is Tenya Ida, yelled the boy as he power walked over to Izuku. Oh, nice to meet you as well. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Ida gave the boy a quick nod in acknowledgement. Oh, well, I just wanted to ask if you took the recommended exam. I hadn't seen you participate in the regular exam and thought that Izuku sighed. He wouldn't correct the boy. He felt that it was a losing argument in truth. There was no need to make it bigger than it already was. Before Izuku could tell Ida that he was in fact a transfer student, another voice cut their conversation short. Oh, it's you? You're the one who dressed my ankle when I was injured. Came the voice of a fourth person. Izuku turned around to find the brunette who he'd helped recovery girl with after the exam. A small smile was planted on her face as she looked over her fellow students. It was nothing really, I was just asked to help recovery girl. And Izuku was cut short by movement behind the group. Aizawa? Is that a yellow human-sized caterpillar? It took you 6 seconds to quiet down. Unacceptable. Especially you, Midoriya. Izuku nodded to his mentor as he shuffled in his thick yellow sleeping bag. Izuku smiled as he handed over a coffee cup to the man. Hisashi said you could use it. Shoyuta smiled only slightly as he took the cup and walked over to the front of the room. Taking a long sip of coffee before ever addressing the room, eventually the man let go a sigh and began to speak. Welcome to Class 1A. I am your homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa. Now, would you please all be quiet and change into your school gym clothes? You have a quirk apprehension test in 10 minutes. Meet me on the practice field. The man unzipped his sleeping bag and walked out of the room. What was that? Most of the students seemed to yell out at the same time and the man looked back through the room's doorway. What did I just say? Aizawa's scarf and hair flared upwards as he poked his head back through. The students once again quieted and got to work quickly running to the changing room and getting into their uniforms. All of the students made their way to the training field where they found Mr. Aizawa standing, waiting for the students to show up. And with their arrival he smirked as he looked over his students for the year. What about orientation? The brunette from the exam asked. Shoyuta turned towards her and sighed. We here at Yuuie are not tethered to tradition and I have deemed that orientation is unnecessary to your education. The man gave a toothy grin for only a moment as he looked the students over. Alright, so as you all may remember you were given standardized tests most of your lives. But you've never gotten to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country is still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the best quirks shine. It's not rational and one day the Ministry of Education will learn this. So let the test begin. Aizawa walked towards the testing ground and passed a ball to Bakugu. Katsuki Bakugu. Quirk, explosion, allows the user to produce powerful explosions. He does this by sweating a nitroglycerin-like substance from his skin which he can then detonate at will. Bakugu, you were the top scoring student. How far could you throw a ball in junior high? The boy that stood in front of Aizawa and took the ball from his new teacher's hand. About 67 meters if I remember correctly. Aizawa nodded and pointed towards a circle that stood in front of the students. The ashy blonde walked over to the white circle marked in the dirt. His arms tensed and sweat began to drip from her hands. Die! The boy yelled as an explosion followed. Izuku looked at his classmates beforehand, noticing that a purple-haired girl had headphones jacks on her ears. He assumed that she had some kind of enhanced hearing and quickly moved to cover her ears. What are you ? She was cut short as the explosion went off. The object flew through the air, and as the teacher recorded its distance, a small smile crept on Bakugu's face. He'd done far better than he could have done without the use of his quirk. Proud of his accomplishment, he looked back to the teacher behind him. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way for figuring out your potential. Yuuie flipped his phone-like device around and showed off Bakugo's score of 705. Wow, 705 meters, are you kidding me? A darker blonde asked. Wow, that looks like fun, I wanna go. A pink-skinned girl gladly proclaimed as she along with others gave similar agreements. This isn't meant to be fun, they'll learn that soon enough. Izuku commented as he watched several look even more happy now. Yes indeed, I now worry for their safety, pilot. So this looks fun, huh? You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's all going to be games and playtime? Idiots, today you'll compete in a series of events to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. A sharp, toothy grin fell upon the man's face as he looked at the students before him. He isn't bluffing either. Izuku once again commented to himself. By my estimates, pilot, he does seem to be somewhat sarcastic. The AI commented, but Izuku chose to pay the AI no mind, too caught up in everything. Is that understood? You can all head home right now if you're not up to the challenge. Aizawa looked every student in the eyes except for Izuku. He couldn't expel the boy, he'd more than earned his spot, but he needed to make the others believe it to be true no matter who stood next to them. You can't send one of us home, we just go here. The brunette tried to proclaim but was soon shot down by the greenette beside her. And you believe natural disasters are, or villains, or catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities? No, the world is filled with unfairness, and it is Mr. Aizawa's job to prepare us for such fates. It will be our job to combat that unfairness. If any of you wish to be a pro, you will have to push yourselves to the brink. Izuku sighed as he looked at the incoming group. Some may be gone before they ever start. For the next 3 years, Yuuie will do its best to prepare you for everything that is to come. So, go beyond, plus ultra. Prove to him that you belong here. Izuku stated, walking forward to stand at his teacher's side, a small grin gracing his own face. Ah, it's nice for you to finally make your presence known, problem child. Izuku nodded to his teacher and the man seemed to nod back in agreement. Midoriya is correct. You only have 3 years to shape up. I along with the staff of Yuuie have no time to be wasted on those who will fail. Show me and your classmates that you are all worthy of being here at Yuuie. Most students seemed to nod in agreement while one ashy blonde looked ready to explode. One single thought ran through their minds though. Who is Midoriya? The class would be led through several different activities, from long jumps to grip strength. Soon the kids would once again find themselves stood near the throwing area. Most had already gone, and though Izuku knew he was probably somewhere around the middle. He knew Aizawa's history and knew that if he didn't show some kind of talent then the man would expel him as well. Izuku stepped up to the circle and gave the teacher a rough smile. He was nervous, even if it was the last test, he was still worried. Izuku thought for a moment. He understood that so long as he didn't leave the circle, then it was fair game. We don't have all day, problem child. Izuku nodded to his teacher and sighed once more. As Izuku stood within the marked circle, the last of the hero course to present. His mind wandered and began to think of a plan. Pilot, may I suggest Ms. Uraraka? Izuku nodded to himself and turned towards the brunette from before. See, could I borrow you for a moment? He asked, trying his best not to stutter. I'm sure. The bubbly girl responded and walked over to Midoriya. All right, can you remove the gravity of the ball? She nodded, though she wasn't sure what exactly he was trying to do. Isn't this cheating? Achiko found herself wondering. With the ball's gravity removed, Izuku threw the ball. It flew forwards roughly 100 meters before beginning its ascent upwards. Aizawa turned the phone-like device towards the class as it too displayed an infinity symbol. Can someone explain to me why this is allowed? Shoyuta asked, looking over the class. Izuku raised his hand after a few moments. None of his fellow students had answered, so he felt that his answer would be justified. Yes, problem child. If I remember correctly, in one of President Mick's earliest lessons he referred to the help of others as being the greatest asset a hero can have. We may all have strong quirks or the ability to adapt, but without others we will eventually fail. Eraser nodded to the greenette. Close enough, you are all hero hopefuls and are here because of your ability to overcome great odds in the entrance exam. However, you must also learn to rely on others. The class all nodded in agreement, though Bakugo still seemed somewhat upset at the revelations that Deku was allowed to use someone else's quirk. With Izuku's test over, testing concluded. They all reformed into a group. Shouts of "him and Deku, always ruining everything," could be heard under the breath of one Bakugo Kasuki. But Izuku chose to ignore that fact. Time to give you your results. You should already have a rough estimate by now. I've ranked all of you from best to worse. I'll just pull up the whole list. It's not worth going over each individual score. Shura's voice seemed more tired than usual. Maybe he wasn't impressed with anyone? Izuku wasn't exactly sure. None of you will be expelled from the course. Well, at least not yet. I was lying, no one is going home. You showed great commitment and tried as hard as you could. It was a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all. The man smiled such a wide, toothy grin that some of the students jumped back fearful by the man's smile. What? How can you do that? That's not fair. Uraraka poked her lip out and pouted. Her teacher had deceived them and possibly hurt their scores due to fear. That was not right in her book. I'm surprised none of you didn't figure that out. One raven-haired girl questioned, feeling somewhat sorry for those who hadn't known. Oh, how naive of her. Izuku's eyes hardened as he looked over the group. He'd figured it out. Nedzu had assigned him a task before the start of school, one that was rather odd. But looking over the group he realized why, and that grape dash. Please do not lie to them, Mr. Aizawa. Izuku voiced, knowing that a little bit of drama may lighten the moods of his fellow students. Oh, and why is that, Midoriya? The man asked, a small grin seeming to flash before being replaced by a grimace. Well, last year you expelled the whole heroics course. Not just your class but Vlad-sensei's as well. And Nedzu gave me a task. I'll talk to you after class about it. Izuku voiced, not wanting to point the student who would not be there tomorrow out to the whole class. Demon perv. I believe you could say it now, problem child. There is no time for theatrics. Izuku nodded, and with a sigh stepped forth next to his teacher to speak to the class before him. I was given a task by the principal of Yuuie to ensure the excellence and well-being of Yuuie's Class 1A for this year. Mr. Aizawa is not allowed to expel anyone without reason, and though all of you passed his test. You did not pass my test. Mineta Minoru, please see yourself to Principal Nedzu's office for perverse and downright disgusting misconduct towards our female classmates. Run before I sick Hado on you. But why? Come on, I just wanted to see a little something. Is that wrong? Come on, you can't do this. Why can you expel students? You're just like the rest of us. Izuku sighed. He wasn't like them as much as he sometimes wished he was. Yeah, what the hell, Deku? Why do you get to expel students, you useless freak? The student with navy blue hair seemed to agree with Bakugo. Yes, though I do not agree with the use of profanity. Midoriya, you were the only one of us to not use a quirk? Why is it that you get to decide who passes or fails? With a single sigh he turned and looked to Aizawa, who nodded. Might as well get this over with early. Izuku Midoriya is not like most of you. He is a transfer from last year's support course along with being a personal student of Principal Nedzu. He's already ahead of most of you and is here due to unfortunate circumstances. You expelled the whole heroics course. Izuku wanted to add but bit his tongue. Why am I so sassy today? Izuku would then question to himself. I assume Ms. Miruko has finally rubbed off on you, pilot. Izuku gave a small hum to the AI in agreeance. She had done wonders for him, but maybe he should stop the sassy. Anyway, if there is ever a problem and I'm not around, please consult Midoriya. Alrighty, we're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus from the classroom and read it over before the start of class tomorrow. The students soon returned home from their first day at Yuuie, many exhausted and tired but happy to have made it through everything. The first day of heroics had been interesting for Izuku, though soon after everything else seemed to fall into place. Present mixed class had been interesting once again, and Snipe's firearms training certainly helped with all of Izuku's other training. He'd lucky been certified to use firearms in his third semester, but the wealth of knowledge Snipe provided still helped exponentially. Knowing what situations required certain responses was helpful. Power Loader was still helping Izuku with a few minor projects that he'd not been able to complete during his first semester. Then Midnight had come to aid in trying to figure out a hero name. He'd gone by Pilot under his internship with Miruko, and though he wasn't entirely a fan of the name, it had stuck with him, and for the time being Izuku would stick with it. His friends had been super supportive, Mirio and Tamaki both making sure Izuku was ready for heroics courses with Aizawa, while Nijire gave words of encouragement and reassurance that the boy could do it. They were all really supportive and Izuku was grateful for such kindness. But what Izuku wasn't grateful for was the media. Don't get him wrong, news coverage at times could be great, and he loved dissecting different heroes based on what he'd seen online. But the fact that they were blocking the entrance to Yuuie was annoying and somewhat worrisome. Izuku chuckled to himself, thinking of what the navy blue-haired boy would say about such a situation. It is a fire hazard, are you not ashamed of yourselves? Thanks BT, the boy didn't need to guess after all. Izuku sighed as he neared the group, moving through the crowd and trying his best not to make eye contact with any of them. Excuse me, sir. We just have a few questions. One reporter yelled. Izuku didn't stop though. Please, sir. How is All Might's teaching? She asked in a louder voice that interrupted much of the other press. Izuku shrugged. He didn't really know how All Might was in comparison, mainly because he hadn't yet had that course, but anyway. Izuku eventually got through the group, following behind other students as they too made it through the crowd of reporters. Hero Basic Training, 1300 hours. I am here, coming through the door like a hero. The ever-so-loud voice of All Might proclaimed as he walked into the room of first years, plus Izuku. His Silver Age custom being a point of interest for much of the class, many excited to see the gleaming hero stood before them. Izuku didn't really care. All Might had been his favorite hero for the longest time, but now, Aizawa had stolen that place. One of the few adults other than Power Loader and Nedzu that ever believing in him hadn't helped his obvious favoritism. But, then again, All Might had told him he couldn't be a hero without a truly strong quirk. So, it only seemed fair to the young pro. Is he wearing his Silver Age custom? I'm getting goosebumps, that's so retro. Welcome to the most important class at Yuuie High. Think of this as Heroing 101. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight in the name of good. All Might flexed his musicals as the students continued to look on with awe. Izuku wouldn't admit it, but it was slightly cool. And for today's lesson, you will pull no punches. He proclaimed as a white battle card was moved forward for all to see. Fight training was all that could be heard from Bakugo as a devilish smirk graced his face. Real combat? On the second day, is Nedzu aware? Izuku asked himself, somewhat worried for the safety of his fellow classmates. I can confirm that Principal Nedzu was not informed, Pilot. Would you like for me to do so? Izuku thought for a moment, should he tell on All Might, as much as he wished to spite the man. Izuku couldn't bring himself to do so immediately. Only if anyone is hurt, BT. The first thing about being a hero is looking good. All Might pointed in the direction of the far wall of Class 1A. These were based on your quirk registration forms and the request you sent in before school started. Different cases began to protrude from the wall, each numbered with a corresponding desk. Meet me outside at Ground Beta. Ground Beta 1315. They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen. And behold, you are the proof. Take this to heart, from now on you are all heroes in training. All of the hero courses of 1A stood before All Might. This is getting me all revved up, you all look so cool. Now let us begin. All of Izuku's classmates stepped forward out of the darkened tunnel, each with a variety of differences from one another. The navy-haired boy wearing something akin to Izuku's own suit. The brunette before he'd seen earlier wearing a rather tight pink suit similar to that of a spacesuit. Others having customs that matched their own quirks as well. He himself was clad in his own suit. The helmet he'd made several months ago had finally been completed, his suit fitting over most of his skin with a large torso plate to protect much of his vital organs while his arms were simply covered in cloth. His sleeves slightly rolled upwards for comfort's sakes and the jump kit slung around his waist. This is the fake city from our entrance exam. does that mean we'll be conducting urban battles again? Ida asked, trying to connect the dots before All Might could even explain. Not quite. I'm going to move you all 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news are outside. However, statically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers occur in enclosed spaces. Think about it, and Izuku tuned All Might out. It wasn't all that important. He'd already heard much of this information from Miruko and Mr. Aizawa. For this exercise, you will fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Isn't this a little advanced? The frog-like heroine asked, and Izuku could only nod his head in agreement with her. The best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people. A string of questions flowed from several of Izuku's teammates. Though most were valid, Izuku found himself wishing he'd had BT inform Nedzu. It seems rather dangerous for a first time. I wasn't done yet. All Might lowly complained, is that a script? Listen up, the villains have hidden a bomb somewhere within the building. The hero's job is to deactivate the bomb or secure the villains. Inversely, the villain must either protect the bomb or capture the hero. A yellow box was brought forward as All Might went on to explain that students would be drawing lots to decide teams. But sir, is there not a better way to choose teams? The robot-like hero next to Izuku asked. Well, in the field, we aren't given a choice of who we team with, so it makes sense that we wouldn't be given that choice here either. Izuku stated, looking slightly upwards towards the boy's stature. Soon students were called forward, each taking a bowl with a letter written on it. The teams were soon decided and the list read as follows. Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka, Team A. Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji, Team B. Momo Yaoyorozu and Eijiro Kirishima and Hantasiro, Team C. Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida, Team D. Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ishido, Team E. Rikido Sato and Koji Koda, Team F. Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro, Team G. Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui, Team H. Mashareo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure, Team I. Izuku looked at the different teams. There were 19 students with 9 different teams, and yet that didn't feel right. A team should be able to play with a player up against those who have no experience. Izuku thought for a moment before turning to All Might. All Might, sir, could I request that Yaoyorozu be teamed with Uraraka in my place? I have a year of experience on most of the students here. I don't believe it is fair for those with inexperience to go up against someone who has had time learning from pros. If that's all right with you, sensei? All Might seemed to think for a moment. All right, young Midoriya, that will be fine so long as you are sure? Izuku nodded once more and allowed Uraraka to team with the raven hair girl from the recommendation exams. It would be him alone against a team of 2. But he had nearly a year of experience on everyone here other than maybe Todoroki, but even then, the boy likely couldn't in turn under his father. Izuku along with Ida and Bakugo would be led to the building first. Izuku should have stayed on Uraraka's team, but he just had to speak up. This was going to be much harder than he expected. What do I have that could work against them? Phase could work, the shields would be useful, throwing knives, hollows, and the grappling hook could work. Izuku's plan began to come together, while the 2 other boys seemed to argue. Bakugo would split off from Ida, loudly proclaiming that, I'll go find useless Deku, just protect the bomb. Meanwhile, Izuku soon ran off into the building, gliding along the walls, waiting for his once friend to appear. Izuku knew enough about thought process from the few conversations with Nedzu on the topic. He'd started training to understand the thoughts behind certain actions and behaviors. And well, Izuku could sort of read Kaken actions like a book. He always led with a strong right hook and followed with left. Though Bakugo seemed angry all the time, he just had a short fuse. And Izuku would exploit that fact at this moment. Hey Kaken, come and find me. Izuku yelled, a small smirk gracing his face as he did so. What do you think I'm trying to do, Deku? An explosion could be heard down the hall as the blonde crashed into another wall. Bean it, and other loud curses soon followed. Where is that nerd? The ashy blonde questioned to himself as he continued to walk the first floor looking for his victim. Deku would pay for getting into Yuuie. He was supposed to get in and be the greatest hero. Not some useless, quirkless hero wannabe. Izuku's breath caught as he watched the blonde stomp about, obvious anger radiating off his form. The boy wasn't happy. It had already been 2 minutes. Where is he? The students watched as their 2 villain classmates seemed to be unable to locate Deku. Ida was busy monologuing and Bakugo still hadn't caught sight of the boy. Izuku, on the other hand, was still nowhere in sight even to the watchers. He'd just vanished, nothing to be seen. Chich, where are you, nerd? I can hear your footsteps, you useless Deku. Izuku tensed. Could his friend really hear him, or was he Sir Duck? Izuku nearly jumped to the ground as a large explosion flew past his sides, illuminating his form. There you are. Why the F are you on the walls? Izuku's eyes widened, the cloaking seemed to fade as he once again stood up. Come on! Kaken yelled as he swung his fist forwards towards Midoriya's face. Crap! Midoriya yelled out as he jumped away from the ashy blonde. Gotta think, what can I do? Izuku thought and thought as a swing and explosion flew in his face. The blonde was trying to keep Izuku close, but he had to get away somehow. Hollow BT supplied, and Izuku quickly released a hollow version of himself, confusing Bakugo. Stay focused, act fake. Izuku yelled to himself as his other self split from him, running off in a different direction. Izuku stayed still, acting as if he was fake. You're not getting away, Deku. What kind of fake dummy is this? Get back here, don't you dare run. The blonde raced after the faux clone. Phew dash, Midoriya ran off in the opposite direction, cloaking once again. He could hear Himida. Izuku's brain supplied as the teen monologued about how truly evil he was. Wow, getting into character much? Izuku questioned as BT gave a small hum of agreement. The DMNBSTRD got away. Another voice could be heard from the room. He's back, crap. Izuku hoped that Kaken would have spent longer looking for him, but his luck just wouldn't have it. Midoriya just needed to touch the bomb, but going in completely cloak didn't seem fair enough. You mean flashy, pilot? Okay, fair, but you didn't have to say it like that. Izuku rolled his eyes, though he was invisible so only he would know. I can also hear your thoughts, young Midoriya. All right, all might wanna be dash, Izuku quipped back to the, oh, you said that out loud, sir? Show yourself, hero. Your time in nay, you shall fall to the hands of the villain Ingenium. The navy hairboy proclaimed, great, this just couldn't get any worse. Deku, you think you're better than me? That you can outsmart me? Bakugo yelled at the top of his lungs. I'll kill you, useless Deku. Always thinking you're better than me. That even quirkless you were still stronger than me. The blonde wound back another punch, ready to let go of every ounce of nitroglycerin he could muster. The cloak fell as Izuku grabbed the wounded backhand of Bakugo Katsuki. Why would I look down on you, Kaken? We were friends for so long and yet you call me useless, a Deku. Izuku's voice got smaller and smaller as he looked into his once friend's eyes. This wasn't how their story was supposed to go. Phase shift. Izuku yelled to BT at a level to rival the robot's own. Blue and white light materialized around Izuku as Bakugo let go every bit of power he had. Then there was nothing as a large explosion escaped the blonde's hands. Forward, move forward. Izuku rushed ahead to where the bomb should be, his hand reaching out towards the object that existed within both planes. He'd done it, he'd really done it. Hero team wins? All Might called as he and the students in the watchroom looked on. Midoriya had won against 2 incredibly powerful classmates. And yet, Bakugo shook with every fiber in his bone. Had he? Did he key dash? Some students yelled at their teacher, still unable to process that Midoriya just vanished out of thin air. They'd seen him cloak before, but just dematerialize? How does that work? Some even shouted. It seems young Midoriya has beat grade ODs. I'll go collect them. Momo Yaoyorozu, Achiko Uraraka, Yuga Aoyama, and Mina Ashido go prepare for your trail. All Might assured as he rushed off towards the trial area. As he approached, he could hear Ida apologizing for his use of such villainous words, and Midoriya seeming to breath heavily as he held his arm close. Midoriya had been injured, his arm bleeding as most of the cloth on his right arm been destroyed, replaced by black and red burns. The ashy blonde on the other hand just stood, unmoving as he looked at his own two hands. Deku had beaten him, Midoriya, the useless freak, had beaten him in combat. Alone, that twerp would get what was coming to him. Young Bakugo, you review your work. No matter if you win or lose. You can always take something away from this as long as you're open to learning. All Might's steady hand landed on the ashy blonde's shoulder. He'd lost to that Deku. How could he not see it? It was all a trick, a ploy to get him to hesitate. He was going to kill Izuku Midoriya and become the greatest hero the world had ever seen. Midoriya, are you okay? All Might asked, out of what seemed like politeness instead of actual concern. Is he showing signs of care, or does he feel that it is only fair to ask me? There seems to be no signs of worry or anxiety from the pro. I can only guess that it is out of politeness, sir. All Might didn't care for his safety, just wanted to make sure he was treating both the blonde and himself equally. That wasn't, no, it was All Might. Ethical standards were out the window 9 times out of 10. The blast only hit part of my arm. I've got burns all over my skin. Midoriya answered carefully, before All Might nodded and resumed the lesson. What? All Might turned to leave, Ida following behind as Bakugo soon did the same, pulling himself from the pit of pity. A sharp-toothed look was shot his way before the boy moved on. Great, they both hate me. With a sigh, Izuku walked behind them, and as they exited the building he began to split off, heading towards the infirmary to see Recovery Girl. She'd likely not be able to fix all of it, but he needed medical attention. Badly. Where are you going? Class is not over yet. All Might seemingly chastised. I'm injured. I'm heading to Recovery Girl. I have what looks to be at least third-degree burns on my arm. I need to see the nurse. He may or may not have also stopped in to see Aizawa and Nezu. Very well then. All Might answered before resuming the lesson. Though it may have been unexpected, the MVP of this trial was young Midoriya. All Might proclaimed, his view still somewhat focused on that of Kasuki rather than Midoriya. The boy had done excellent in the trial and seemed to really show some kind of spirit. The teens all seemed to nod in understanding. Their upperclassmen had done well for themselves. Along with allowing a fair and honest fight, soon other trials began to take place. Izuku stuttered as he looked at the media personnel in front of him. They'd been bad the day before, likely due to a leak, but this was obscene. There were so many of them, and they were harassing the incoming students. Are you one of All Might's students? Tell us, what is the symbol of peace like in person? The reporter nearly yelled to Izuku's bubbly brunette classmate. The poor girl struggled to inform them that, well, he's super muscly, yeah. How is he faring as a teacher? What is he teaching? The same reporter asked, a mic being shoved into the navy blue-haired boy from the battle trail. His leadership and wisdom remind me on a daily basis that I attend the world's most prestigious educational institution. Of course, he is the personification of honor and integrity one would expect from Dash. And cut, I ain't written this whole thing out. Several long and boring seconds later. Excuse me, kid? The reporter called to a similar ashy blonde. Though Kachin certainly didn't give a response to the reports. They still tried to get something out of the boy. Finally, Izuku stepped up, his green hair as loose as ever and his eyes somewhat tired from the past few days of internship and training. He looked akin to what Aizawa would be if he'd been several years younger. Please, kid, could you get All Might for us? Hey, aren't you that kid from last year's sports festival? The reporter nearly begged as she shoved a mic into the boy's face. Izuku's voice came out somewhat tired, though that was only fair considering everything as of lately. Mr. All Might likely isn't on campus at the moment, ma'am. Please stop harassing the students of Yuuie who are simply here to learn. Another figure approached from behind Izuku who'd finally made it through the large crowd that had formed. My student would be correct. You've disturbed them long enough and please get out of here. With that eraser shooed away the last of the reports who seemed somewhat upset to not be allowed vital coverage. The mentor and mentee both soon left, the large metal gates shutting as the brunette reporter tried to enter. It seemed unnecessary at times to have such a defense, but soon everyone would realize how important it was. The outside world was dangerous after all. I saw the video feed and went over each of your matches. Bakugo, don't let your failure distract you, you have great talent. So don't sulk like a child about your loss, okay? Mr. Aizawa warned as he read through the different files he'd saved for review. Yeah, okay. The boy replied somewhat quietly. All right, let's get down to business. This next task will decide your futures. There was a collective gulp that could be heard as every child in the room thought. Is it another quirk test? You all need to pick a class representative. Okay, just normal school stuff. A collective sigh could be heard throughout the room. And then the shouting started, ever so loud as each student tried their hardest to be chosen as the president of the class. Though Izuku knew the involvement it took, he'd helped Mirio a number of times with his duties and it was by no means fun. Everyone, be quiet, yelled someone above the shouts of the class. The navy bluenet if Izuku had heard correctly. The class, even Bakugo, quieted down and turned to the source, that being Tenya Ida. Clearly this isn't working. Instead, I propose a democratic vote. We vote on who we want to be class rep, suggested Ida, wanting to get this over with before homeroom ended, so as to not incur the wrath of Mr. Aizawa. But won't we all just vote for ourselves? Asked the frog-like girl. Izuku agreed. Mostly everyone wanted to be the representative. That's exactly why the person who receives multiple votes will be all the more worthy of being the class representative. The results were mostly ones and zeros, with the exception of Izuku and Momo. Izuku had gotten 5 votes, while Momo had gotten 2. In another timeline, Izuku would have been shaking worried even of what his classmates would have thought of him. But in this one, things were slightly different. Izuku was more confident in his ability and more adapted to the way things worked at Yuuie. Alright, the class rep is Midoriya, and the deputy is Yaoyorozu. Eraser announced, already retreating into his yellow sleeping bag. How could this happen? Yaoyorozu questioned herself as Izuku looked over the class. Sigh, who voted for me and why? Izuku turned to look at Shoyuta, an eyebrow quirked high into the air as he looked the man over. Why did you let this happen? I'm busy enough between you, Hime-sensei, and Netsu. He offhandedly whispered to his mentor before turning back to the class to see who voted for him. Not to mention my internship. Alright, I'm stepping down. Yaoyorozu, take my place, and Ida, come up here and be the deputy leader. You seem to follow the rules well enough. Izuku walked back to his seat and sat down. He knew and understood the responsibility behind being in a leadership role. The first years would benefit more so from such a thing than himself. He'd already done well in his first sports festival and gotten an internship under both Aizawa and Miruko. Not mention the trigger case he and Miruko had been working on for the past few weeks with the spike in cases. There was just too much for him to worry about and, even training with BT is getting to be less and less. He'd forgotten all about the time he spent at night training with the AI. They'd been working on a few different combinations of fighting styles and working apart from one another where BT had to be pulled away on a different case. There just wasn't enough time to be president of his class on top of it all. Some students protested, mainly Ida seems to be against it, but so be it. While others seemed to accept the situation and move on. Yuuie Cafeteria, 12:15. Izuku followed Ida and Uraraka into lunch, though he'd have loved to be able to eat with his close friends. They'd had a different lunch schedule than him due to training or another multitude of reasons. Today, however, was different. As Izuku sat down with Achiko and Ida, 3 other voices perpetrated his ears. He could hear the shouts and laughs of 3 oddly familiar voices and a smile drifted onto his face. Izuzu, it's been so long since we've had lunch together. Izuku, we haven't seen you in like a week. Hey Midoriya. Izuku smirked as he ushered his 3 friends over to the booth him and his classmates were sharing. Guys, this is Uraraka and Ida. And these 3 are my friends from 3, Nijire Hado, Mirio Tagata, and Tamaki Amajiki. The 2 first years waved to the 3 third years, each claiming their own seats somewhere next to Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you 3. Ida stated, happy to have met his peers, and Uraraka simply waved to the 3, all 5 introducing themselves. Hey Midori, You had battle trials already, right? Izuku nodded to the brunette. They'd already had part of this conversation the night prior. Nijire had texted him asking him about his first day of heroics training with All Might, and he'd been happy to tell her about it. Hers hadn't been as eventful, but he enjoyed her own story as well. Anyway, Izuku went ahead and began to explain his previous day with his 3 friends along with help from the other 2 1A students. Yeah, me and Ida were against one another. I unfortunately had to fight by myself since I expelled a student dash. And then things went back to the very first day of school for the year and how they'd all done on their evaluations and how Eraser hadn't been allowed to expel anyone. Yes, but you yourself did expel someone, Midoriya? How is that allowed? Ida asked, an eyebrow slightly quirked, trying to understand why a second year held so much power. You expelled a student? Hato nearly jumped at the boy, wanting the answer to another question. Yeah, he was creeping on the female students before and during our quirk test. And Principal Nedzu had entrusted me to oversee Aizawa's class since I mentor under him. Hato seemed to nod in understanding. So Aizawa isn't allowed to expel students this year? Tamaki asked, his head slightly tilted. Yeah, since he expelled 2 classes last year. I've been put in charge of who is expelled from one part of my training under Nedzu. The 5 students around him seemed to nod in understanding. However, before any more conversation could be had, a loud siren began. Warning, Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. Warning, Level 3 security breach dash. The system continued to alert people as students began to turn to one another asking what it could mean. Were they under attack? What could be going on? What the heck? That's the intrusion alarm. It's never gone off before, Mirio shouted, as he looked at the other third years who all nodded in agreement. In all their time they'd never heard the system be used. What? Are you saying someone broke onto the campus? Ida and Achiko both seemed to ask in unison as they both covered their ears from the loud beeping of the alarm. Izuku and the 3 third years all nodded to the 2 freshmen. The system wasn't supposed to be activated unless there was an emergency such as a break-in or other issues. The exits quickly became crowded as more and more students tried to shove others out the way. Every student was trying to make their way out of the cafeteria and to the classrooms, but none seemed to be able to move anywhere. Izuku turned to Hato, a thought gracing his mind as thought about what could be going on. Hato, can you float upwards and look outside? I think we might be having a situation with a certain group of reporters. The brunette nodded and began to hover above the crowd, surveying the outside area to see if what Izuku thought was true. They're talking with present Mike and Eraser. Looks like they're trying to force them back outside though. Izuku nodded and thought of all the ways he could possibly lighten the situation that was going on. BT? Can you access the intercom system? Izuku questioned to himself. The answer was likely yes, but he wanted to be certain that such a thing could be done remotely. Yes, pilot, I have gained access to all intercom systems within Yuuie's main building. Izuku let go a small sigh as relief seemed to wash over him. Inform all of the student body that the media has breached the premises and to return to their class in an orderly fashion. There is no need to rush, all is fine. The AI soon gave an affirmative as its voice sounded throughout the main building. Students soon came to a halt as they shut up. Media has breached the premises. Return to class in an orderly fashion. There is no need to rush, please move in an orderly fashion. BT's loud voice sounded off as the students did as directed and began to move orderly once again. The third years would split off from their first years, with Hato wishing Izuku luck and a small, chastised kiss as she happily floated away. Everything was okay, there was no terrible threat to be had, no looming monster to destroy Izuku's hopes and dreams. No, there actually was though. Why must you lie to the readers? How were ordinary members of the media able to bypass our security systems? Someone else must have been behind this. A villain must have been able to get past our security. But was this merely a show of power or a declaration of war? The mouse mused as several other teachers seemed to nod in agreement. Something wasn't right, the news shouldn't have been able to get in and yet they had. What kind of third party had decided to destroy the gates of Yuuie? Nedza didn't know what to do but, hoped that for now there would be no consequences. He'd send an extra teacher along with all might to the USJ in case and make sure to keep the other teachers on alert. However, other than that, there wasn't much he could do without alerting the news or worrying the student body. Today's training will be a little different. You'll have 3 instructors, me, All Might, and a third hero will be keeping tabs on you. Sensei Aizawa stated as he looked over the class with a stern tone. Sir, what kind of training will we be doing? Asked Zero, and Aizawa quickly responded by holding up a white card with the words, Rescue, on it. Rescue, you'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, stuff like that. The class soon dissipated into conversation on the topic of rescue and how well each of them would be at certain aspects. Guys, I'm not finished yet. What you wear in this exercise is up to you. I know you're excited about costumes, but keep in mind that you haven't gotten used to them yet and they may limit your abilities. Voiced the pro, trying his best to look out for the teens while also not coming off as a doting figure. The training facility is across town, so we'll be taking a bus to get there. Get ready and meet me outside. With that, the man left, leaving his students to get ready. 15 minutes later. Soon the group was outside. Mostly all were dressed in their full hero costumes. However, one boy was without part of his costume due to a certain explosion incident. Izuku sighed. At least Bakugo had his gauntlets taken away. Oh Izuku, what are you wearing? Questioned Uraraka. Oh, this is the suit I made during my first year. It helps with my quick. With a nod from the brunette, a whistle sounded, and the class press interrupted everyone. Gather round Class 1A, using your student numbers form 2 neat lines so that we can board the bus efficiently. Ida continued to blow the whistle as the class looked on with worry. Ida sure is taking his role seriously, huh? Uraraka asked, which earned a nod from Izuku. She could certainly say that again. On the bus, sobs could be heard from Ida. His failings at realizing that the bus was an open layout were truly saddening. Tongue sticking out. Well, if we're pointing out the obvious, then there's something I want to say. About you actually Midoriya. The greenette looked up from his phone. He'd been messaging in the hero group chat with Heido, Mirio, and Tamaki. What is it, Azui? I told you to stop calling me that, call me Tsu. But, anyways, you haven't used your quirk yet, have you? Azui looked at the greenette that sat across from her, her large eyes seeming to gaze into the boy's soul. Oh, my quirk is a little different than most. It's a sentient AI who gives me help whenever I need it. He hacked the intercom system during the press break-in. There's other parts to BT, but I hope you guys never have to see that. Yeah, we can't actually see your quirk then, Midoriya. Kirishima butted in, having listened to the two converse for a moment. Still, I bet it's nice having a quirk that can help you with anything. You can do a lot of really neat things with it. My hardening is super strong against bad guys in a fight but doesn't look all that impressive. Kirishima mused for a moment, turning his left arm to solid rock for a moment. Oh, no way, I think it's great. You're a shoo-in for making it pro Kirishima. You really think so? I don't know, it just feels like sometimes a flashy quirk would really help. Aoyama also soon joined in. My naval laser has got the perfect combination of flash and strength. But it's way lame if it gives you a stomachache. Mina supplied, quickly causing everyone to laugh slightly at the boy's expense. And then the conversation veered towards Bakugo and his flashy quirk along with Todoroki. And Izuku wanted nothing to do with that. Hello everyone, I've been waiting for you. Greeted the space hero. Everyone else in the class was super excited to meet someone so high in the hero rankings. Her large space suit was so cool, and it was a dream come true. Wow, 13 is one of my favorite heroes. Uraraka called out, gaining many nods from a lot of the class. They all respected her very much, overjoyed to see someone so important in the rescue scene. I can't wait to show you what's inside. The hero stated before leading the group off into the large dome-like building. I created this place to help young hero hopefuls perfect their rescue skills. There are landslides, shipwrecks, fires, windstorms, heavy rains, and much more. The official name is the Unforeseen Simulation Join, or USJ. However, all the students could think of was how the name was so similar to Universal Studios Japan. Aizawa stepped forward towards 13 and asked about their third member being missing. Hey, shouldn't All Might be here, or let me guess, he booked an interview instead? 13 shook her head and walked closer to the fellow teacher. No, it's something else. Apparently he did too much hero work on the way to school this morning and used up all his power. He's currently resting in the teacher's lounge. Aizawa nodded and sighed. That man is the height of irresponsibility. Well, we should be okay with just the two of us. Aizawa shouldn't have even dared to think such words. He would regret it soon. All right, clocks are ticking, we should get started. The man stated before 13 began to explain the events for the day. All right, that's everything you should need to know before we dash. The rescue hero was cut short as the lights in the building began to shut off and the fountain in the center began to fizzle out. A dark purple portal began to open in the center of the training area. Mr. Aizawa could feel the pressure leaking out of it. Something big was about to happen. Stay together and don't move. Eraser turned to 13, protect the students. The man yelled, his hands moving into a defensive position as they stared down the incoming villains. Wait, has the simulation started already? I thought we were rescuing people? Asked Kirishima. The students looked on, the same thought crossing their own minds. Was this their test? Stay back. This is real, those are villains. Their teacher stated, his voice rough and coarse as he nearly yelled at them to not move an inch. The man dug out his goggles and slid them on. This is real, we thought we were going to rescue other people's lives that day, but our own lives are the ones that are in danger. Izuku couldn't believe it. How could this happen? The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead. How perplexing. According to the schedule we've received from Yuuie, All Might should be here as well. Stated a purple ghost-like villain. So, you scumbags used the press as a cover and snuck onto Yuuie's campus? Asked their teacher, staring down as many villains as he could, Quirk on the verge of activation. I went through so much trouble to bring so many friends who were eager to get their hands on the symbol of peace. And he dares not to show up? They want the great symbol of peace and he's not here. Maybe if I kill a few kids, he'll come out to play. Said the handsy man. That day the freshmen learned what the pro heroes were really up against. The darkness we face to keep the world safe. We looked at these villains and pure evil stared right back at us. Izuku and his fellow students couldn't believe it, couldn't understand how this could have happened. Why aren't the alarms going off, 13? Yaoyorozu looked to the head creator of the facility for answers and yet there were none to be had. I don't know. She stated, unsure of what else to tell the kids. Kaminari, try to reach Yuuie using your quirk. Stated Eraserhead, a gruff frown gracing his face. They were quickly running out of options. Aizawa, you can't take them on by yourself. There's too many of them and you and I both know your eyes won't last. Izuku tried to argue, tried to not think about everything getting war. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick. Stated the shadowy pro, and Izuku's eyes widened. It made sense, and he knew it was so true. Protect the student, Midoriya. You might want to call upon your friend. With a nod from the rescue hero, their teacher leapt into action. Titan activation. Bravo Tango 7274, immediate assistance required. Non-lethal loadout. I repeat, Titan activation. Bravo Tango 7274, immediate assistance required. Non-lethal loadout. Izuku's words flowed from his mouth, unable to be contained by fear. Stand by for Titanfall. Every student looked at Izuku like he was crazy. Activation? Activation of what? A few people found themselves asking out loud. The rushing of wind, the ever-so-comforting sound of a low hum began to grow louder. A smile graced Izuku's face as he prepared himself. Aizawa would need help, and Izuku knew nothing good could come of the fight ahead. But he let himself hope, let himself believe that everything would be okay once his Titan was here. Kaminari, were you able to contact Yuuie? Izuku asked as he tightened his suit. No, I can't seem to get through. Alright, Ida, run to Yuuie. The navy blue-haired teen tried to counter but was cut short. That is a direct order, run as fast as you can. Tell Nedzu that the USJ is under attack. Immediate assistance is required. Now go! The brunette didn't waste any more time, his legs igniting and rushing from the building as Izuku turned to protect the students. 13, I'll try to help Aizawa and hold them off until the rest of Yuuie arrives. The space hero nodded. She knew better than to argue with Nezu's son. The hum grew ever so loud, the whirling of wind nearly indistinguishable. Glass shattered, and from the sky fell a green and white form. And out of the dust rose a Titan. BT! Izuku yelled outward as he rushed forward to the Titan's side. Its arms reached out as it grabbed a hold of Izuku. BT's metal doors cracked open, allowing for the boy to embark. Midoriya! Where are you going? Some students called, worried for their fellow students' well-being. Others stood in shock as they tried to understand why a person who had an AI quirk was using a mech. That wasn't fair. How could he downplay such a thing? And then one blonde could be heard yelling, "Fucking cheat, useless son of a bit dash." BT 7274 online and ready for combat. New mission parameters set, protect Yuuie students and staff personnel. The mech announced as its pilot sat down. Control relinquished to pilot. And with those heavy words, the mech began to move forward from its position on the ground, soon passing Eraser, as the man couldn't help but hold a faintest of smile. They may be under attack, but no hope was lost just yet. Walked closer to the villains before him, each looking to attack at a given chance. But before they could, Midoriya's voice was projected from the large robot speakers. Stand down, villains, or face the consequences. And who are you, you cheating beach? The light brunette asked, standing at the center of the villain formation. Izuku smirked as he stood his ground in the center plaza of the USA. They trained for this, trained to take on several foes and to thwart those who threatened the very system in which hero society had been built. I am the hero known as Pilot. My partner will not hesitate if you harm the students or faculty of UA. Stand down. BT's voice once again restated, more so emphasizing the apparent need for surrender. You think some puny mech is going to stop us? Come now, we've come to kill All Might. What chance do you have in stopping us? Robot seemed to pause for a moment, analyzing the foes in front of it before responding. By my current calculations, there is a 92% chance of success of victory. Though, if a student or faculty member is harmed, that chance rises to 97%, the AI stated, its blue eye looking the villains up and down as if analyzing each and every one of them. What makes you so sure? You don't even know what our dash. The brunette was cut off once more as the robot continued on. Villain alias, Tamura Shigaraki, suspected leader of the League of Villains. Quirk, Five-Finger Disintegration. Real name, Tenko Shimura, grandson of Nana Shimura, the hero once known as Adamant. Kurogiri, Quirk, Warp Gate. My scans are also picking up a facial ID of Shirakumo Oboro. The mech finally focused on the Nomu, unable to find a name, however several Quirk signatures were present. Shock absorption and super regeneration, along with a possible mild case of super strength. The AI commented as it once again focused on Shigaraki. You cheat. How could you possibly know that? How is that even possible? Noma destroy that DMN mechanized cheater. The brunette yells out. The large hulking bird-like creature jumped forwards of the group of villains. Its hand wound back as it lunged towards BT, disappearing, and then reappearing before Midoriya, ready to bring down its fist. Its large hands slammed into the mech. The attack sending small shockwaves throughout the building as Izuku's own arms trembled from the amount of force the black creature exerted. The villains looked on in abject horror from the fact that a hero managed to not only withstand an attack from Nomu but hadn't taken any damage. The creature raised its other fist in preparation, but Izuku brought BT's own right hand forwards, blocking Nomu's next attack. Readying again, Izuku latched onto Nomu's other hand, tossing the creature backwards. The beast was sent back several feet, reeling from the force exerted by the forest green mech. Though no pain was caused, it had been pushed back only slightly. Shigaraki's eyes widened in shock. He actually stopped Nomu's punch? Izuku scanned the black creature before him, his mind analyzing everything he'd noticed from the few seconds. It couldn't be alive. It didn't grunt, nor did it speak. His mind itching to ask, It's not conscious, is it? The Bluenet could be heard laughing in the background, monologuing on how strong the creature was and how of course it wasn't conscious. BT, non-lethal override. Izuku called out to his partner, the mech seemingly agreeing simultaneously as its left arm reached around its back. Pulling the heavy chain gun from its sling, the AI announced to the villains. Non-lethal override engaged, use of force will be taken. Stand down. You're just like the rest of us, willing to kill for a victory. You're no hero, Yuuie cheater. The Bluenet yelled curses as the mech aim fell upon the creature, but before he could egg on the pro-hero, another hero kicked him. Eraser had finally beaten his way through most of the low-level thugs who tried to stay away from the ongoing battle between monster and machine. Now the few who were left were faced with dealing with a different pro-hero. Eraser? Well, isn't this a surprise? I would have thought you'd showed up earlier. Allowing your student to kill? Now that isn't very heroic, is it? The Bluenet questioned, and Aizawa smirked. His mind hadn't had time to process the words uttered by BT and wouldn't get that time for a very long time. But he could still fight, and he trusted that his student knew what he was doing, and knew the consequences of the actions he was about to take. Mnemus Online, Pilot, the AI voiced as two pods extended from the Titan's back. Directly target the Nomu. Do not take a shot unless you can hit only the Nomu, BT. Avoid all other life forms. Affirmative. As the two confirmed with one another, the Nomu once again lunged for the Titan, its large hands grabbing at BT's metal frame, tearing part after part from the Titan's frame. BT, if you have a shot, take it. Izuku yelled out as the Nomu forced the Titan to the ground, its large metal frame colliding with water fountain feature. BT. Izuku seemed to yell louder as the Titan continued to take blow after blow. Jurich. The Nomu seemed to screech as it tore into the main frame of the Titan's exterior. But before the Nomu could cause any serious damage, a sound rang out. One of the missiles was let loose, hitting the Nomu directly on the head. A loud, ever so agonizing shriek could be heard as the creature's hands flew to its head. Aim for the brain, BT. Izuku commanded, realizing the same thing the Titan must have realized moments prior. Affirmative, Pilot. Another rocket was let loose, once again detonating on the Nomu's skull. The large black creature shrieked in horror as it tried to ease the pain with its hands. But before it could ease its pain, BT lunged forward, the Titan's fist wound back as it continually beat into the Nomu's skull. The cracking of bone could be heard as BT continued to smash the Nomu's brain. Eventually the creature fell to the ground, unable to keep conscious. Non-lethal force re-engaged. Izuku stated, the AI voicing an affirmative, but not announcing that lethal force was no longer an option. Stand down, Shigaraki, surrender now. The AI's voice felt heavier than it had before, leaving no room for argument. You effing cheater. The Bluenet yelled as he turned to Kurogiri. Sir, I believe it is best to abandon the mission. The purple misty man voiced as he looked to his boss. Arg, Master won't be pleased, we didn't even get to face All Might. A cheater with a demon mech, a mech, beat us. The Nomu nodded in agreement. Surrender now, it won't get any easier for you. The Erasure-type hero stated as he once again turned to the Bluenet, having been once again busied by what little remained of villain forces. Gah, Kurogiri Warp Gate. The Bluent yelled. They were now outnumbered and outgunned by a pro-hero and a child with a mech quirk. All for one would not be pleased with his failure. Not so fast, you may be done, but we're not. Aizawa voiced, his eyes flaring red as he stopped the Warp Gate quirk user from warping him and their leader away. Damn it. That's not fair. As the villains tried to escape, tried to run from their already defeated forces, another hero appeared. One that they had hoped to defeat only minutes prior. Fear not, why? Because I am here. Ida had run as fast as his legs would carry him. His classmates were in trouble and villains had made their way into the USJ. He needed to get to Yuuie and needed to inform the teachers. Recipro burst. The teen yelled out, propelling himself even faster across the crowded streets of Mizudafu. He needed to save his friends, had to save his friends and tell the teachers. The skyline was soon dominated by that of tall buildings and the gates of Yuuie. Its large center glass building at the forefront as Ida flew through the entrance gates. His engines soon stopping their movement forward. His feet slowed as he ran into the building but continued on into the hallways of the heroics course. Principal Nedzu. Ida called out, rushing from door to door trying to find the mouse-like principal. Hey listener. No run Ida? Present Mike questioned as his face swung outside of his English classroom. Principal Nedzu, where is Principal Nidas? Urgent please. Idas huffed out as he tried to regain what little breath he could. Mick's eyes seemed to flash with worry before pointing to the teacher's lounge down the hall. Thank you present Mike sensei. Ida saluted his teacher before once again running down the halls towards where he hoped to find Principal Nedzu. Nedzu had been having a pleasant conversation with All Might, discussing how best he could serve his new students. Though they'd at some point gotten off track and were now discussing the students and the USJ. That is quite interesting. I do wonder how they will handle Dash. The mouse was cut short as blue hair rushed into the room. Glasses slipping from the boy's face as he once again tried to catch his breath. USJ under attack, urgent, teachers needed. Midoriya sent me, said to contact you directly sir. Nedzu's own eyes flashed with worry for a moment before standing from his seat on the couch next to All Might. All right Ida, I'll inform the staff and call All Might, he should still be on patrol. Ida nodded, before slumping onto the ground, his lungs skiing in air as best they could. Yagi, go ahead and inform the teachers, all right? Toshinori spit blood as the mouse, bear, thing looked at him. He was needed at the US. Yes sir. The brightly suited man soon took his leave, rushing from the room as Nedzu began making his way to his office. Soon the teachers and staff would be informed of the events transpiring at the USJ. Nedzu along with much of the staff would rush towards the USJ, leaving Lunch Rush and other staff to deal with those remaining at Yuuie. All Might's voice sounded above all else as he shrugged off his ugly yellow suit. The students had already been moved out of the building and now it was his time to shine. To protect those in need of a smile. Your act of tyranny has come to an end, villain, surrender now. All Might proclaimed as he jumped forward towards the large metal titan standing over a now charred-looking creature. What kind of quirk is that? All Might rushed forward towards the metal machine. Had he killed a student? Or possible another hero who'd come to help? What kind of hero would kill? All Might needed to stop such a villain. All Might helped secure these two villains. Midoriya, can you keep watch over the other unconscious thugs? BT gave the black-clad teacher a thumbs up of approval. Affirmative, Eraserhead. Wait, what that thing is young Midoriya? All Might didn't know what to think of such a situation. Soon other heroes and teaching staff would arrive, taking both the Warp Gate Quirk users and the Disintegration Quirk user into custody to be processed and sent to Tartarus. Shigaraki, though very vocal about his hatred towards heroes, hadn't tried to fight back. Likely due to the overwhelming odds stacked against him, but something else seemed to be buried deep inside the man, like a plague of violence raging against the storm of calm near emotionless face he now wore. Time to disembark BT. A small affirmative could be heard from the robot as he set down his pilot. The Greenette soon exited from his Titan, making his way to the front entrance to give his statement to the police. He'd be held accountable for what had happened to the Nomu, and Izuku would never feel good about killing anything. But that thing shouldn't have been left to life. He could see the pain coursing through it with every punch and order given. There was no sentience left within that husk of a person. All there seemed to be in its dark black eyes were despair and pain. Evil in some way. As Izuku neared the top of the steps to the USJ's entrance, he couldn't help but smile as his Fath's dad made his way over. A small worried look on his face as the mouse began to bounce around him, looking over every scrape or bruise that could be found. I'm fine, Dad, I'm fine. He tried to reassure the mammal, but he continued to dote on the boy. Are you all right, my boy? You were not harmed in any way? The mouse continued as he looked over his son. I'm fine, Dad. Izuku nearly yelled at the man. He was fine. All right, maybe not mentally but physically. It was fine. But before the stoat could look over his child anymore, another force made their presence known. One that should not have been there. Izuzu. It yelled as it flew across what little space lay between the entrance doors and platform's edge. Before Midoriya could respond, he was embraced by soft arms and a pile of energy. Nijire? What are you doing here? Izuku questioned as he returned the hug he'd received. Hey, I thought I'd come check up on you. I heard the Yuuie had been attacked and I got all worried about you. She voiced, a small smile falling upon her face as she hugged the boy tighter. She'd been worried for his safety even if he was strong. She couldn't imagine how she'd feel if he'd been hurt. I'm alright, we're all okay, I believe. Aizawa was the only one to have any damage done. Izuku turned to look at his mentor, other father figure. Do you need me to go find Uncle Zashi, or are you okay? Izuku asked, worried for his mentor's health. His arm looked really bad in all honesty. I'll go find him, thanks kid for everything. You did well out there, go talk to Tsukachi after you're done with Dash. Aizawa pointed to Hato as she continued to hug. Who even informed her of the attack? I swear, we need a leash for that child. I will go get some rest, sir. Shoyuta nodded to his student. He could really use a good nap if he was being honest with himself. Eventually things settled down, Izuku gave his statement, and the students were soon sent back to school before being sent home. Things didn't go as planned, but at least the villains had been captured and everything was going to be okay.